Alright, can you hear me yet, Banana?
Can you guys believe this time tomorrow we're gonna be under...
How you doing, fam? I was like, legit just sitting there and I was like... I need it! Hello, Cheska. I was just like sitting there and like literally about to press start and I just see your chat come up and I start pissing myself laughing. How you guys doing? Don't have music or anything set up yet. So I was like, how so quick? Oh, no, I want to listen to that song actually. There we go. I knew my boy was waiting on us, yeah. Banana knows. I like to start at good intervals, so about half past. I apologise I was late, guys. Just had to cook dinner a little bit later tonight because Rikoi had to go get Nora Butt. And I had to go get the doggo, so I was a little bit late. We had an inspection today. Neither of them on the rent yet. 6 cents in that. I literally woke up thinking he'd already on, checked Discord and then saw the live. Yeah. Should have been already on. I do apologize for that, as I said. Hope you're all doing well today. We're going to test out Fallout 76 today. Funny enough. I finally fell for the trap and yeah. Rye's been grinding it and I want to go help out, so we're going to go play. But I hope you're doing well today. Crawl out through the Fallout, baby. I haven't played Fallout before, so this will be interesting. Too tired to type, fuck my life. Fair enough. Oh, red's on. Ollie B. How's it going, fam? Need to do the shouts, actually. Oh, Jesus. Chat's night shift is coming. How you doing today, Banana, by the way, fam? How was your weekend? Did you get up to much? Did you go drinking or anything, fam? Bro, we had my sister's engagement party. I tell you what, bro. I drank some fucking beers, dude. It was good. I'm not gonna lie. No, there was no drama either, which was amazing. And everyone was just pissed as a parrot. My mum and my dad stood next to each other for a photo too. That's how drunk they were, because they hate each other with all their hearts. That's how you know they were drunk, because they were fucking blasted. But it was good. Even Rikoi went hard in the paint. Rikoi had 8 French martinis. Had a lemonade to start. I was like, oh, you know, nah, don't need a drink. And then had 8. Went hard in the paint. And was drunk as fuck. It was good. Good to see. Put in a good innings. Hey, Squigs. Had some beers, did some company work on my car, did some walks. Was good, to be honest. Oh, that's good. You got some good good weather at the moment, yeah? Congratulations. After work has peaked because launch day today. Oh, true. Forgot about that. It's 2 today. I'm now aircon, thank fuck. Oh my god, Squigs, I'm so glad they installed it. I was so worried they weren't going to do it today when you were sending those photos. I was like, holy shit, are they going to be able to do that in time? I ain't going to lie. Those aircon installers, people, take their sweet fucking time, bro. They take their sweet fucking time. Because we've had... Man, I've had some stuff with some people like that. My mate, like, who works on aircons too, like, came in on a Saturday and installed my mum's one in, like, fucking, like, 40 minutes. They can do it quick, they just don't. But I'm glad it's in. Oh, my hair is not wanting to do what I want it to do, though. But cold, average -7. Bit of sun out, yeah? Oh, no, there's no sun at the moment. It's really hot here still. We just can't seem to cool down that much. It's a massive game, B. It's so big, bro. Holy. Hey, Sophie. Oh, and you played Ni no Kuni 1? Oh, what a game, dude. What a game. What a game. Awesome. Okay. Alright, so we're going to be jumping in with Rye today as well, just to let everybody know. I was going to do some Like a Dragon today, but I'm going to go help out. So we're going to do something different. Oh, 70 stream, goddamn. Really getting old over here. 70 days? Nah. Still in the prime, fam. Raid with Exec and Wheezy Guild. Oh, nice. That'll be good. Exec's been streaming at a different time recently. They must be grinding pretty hard, are they? I'm doing some late game grinding pretty early, so hopefully I'll melt my opponents. Yeah, oh, cool. Yeah, Ni no Kuni is actually a pretty hard game. That's like the craziest one. What? Gear and perks to RNG in this game? Yeah, I don't even know. Just good luck to me. Yeah, you played Dark Souls the other day. Okay. Sorry, I'm listening to Rise explaining. This game's really complex. I'm terrible at stuff like this. Here we go. Hang on, let's have a look. Dude, my hair is... I don't know how to... My hair hasn't... I don't think my hair's ever been this long. And it's like starting to piss me off a little bit. I can't control it anymore. So I'm going to start figuring out what I'm going to do with it. What are you going to help him with? Online trophies? Like you helped me? Pretty much, yeah. Just like general... Just like general like trophies and stuff like that. 76 is such a brutal game apparently, but I'm just going to do some trophies on it. This purge is going to be my highest watch streak, cheeky. And I'll do a sneaky stream at 4 AM. The other day, not gonna lie. What are you gonna help him with? Online trophies? Yeah, just like online stuff. Nah, my hair is long as fuck. So like, it's massive. It's so long, dude. It's so long. I can actually like, yeah, it's long as fuck, dude. See? I haven't cut it since July. I was gonna go get it cut the other day for my sister's engagement party, but Recoy likes it apparently, so I'm gonna try it out for a little bit and see how we go. Because we're coming into winter anyway. I like my hair short though. I used to shave my head when I was younger too, so we'll see. Maybe I'll like grow it out until like we do a subathon or something, and then I'll like have the sub goal as like shave my head. But yeah, I'm like putting it in a way where it's not getting in my way while I'm streaming. Bro could be dead in Head and Shoulders ads. I don't know how people do it, man. I don't put anything in my hair though either. I think you're supposed to like this length. You should be putting gel and shit in your hair, and I'm like, I'm good. Anyway, we're looking at these builds. I don't know what I'm looking at. Hang on. Let's have a look here. So we got Gorilla, Heavy Gunner, Two-Handed, Gunslinger. I think Two-Handed's good, yeah. Shotgunner, Unarmed, Commando, Archer. What do you play as, B? Oh, this is like a melee build. Dude, this is intense. Why is this game so intense? Machine gun and pistols, very basic. How long's it been since you played this game? Apparently they've done 20 major updates since release. Apparently. Yeah, apparently they've done 20 major like updates apparently, like full DLC like level like releases apparently to try to fix the game and like make it better. So the game is like, I'm guessing, just really complex now, which is not good. Because you're like, machine gun and pistols, I'm like, where the fuck is that? It must be Heavy Gunner, surely. Yeah, I don't remember. I was a noob, to be honest. Yeah, shit. I think we're going to go with this. It says you don't need to worry about radiation. It's a heavy gunner, apparently. Low level damage fundamentals, winter 2025. Any gun, no archetype, headshots, weak points. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Low level fundamentals, winter 2025. Any gun, no archetype, headshots, weak points, limb damage, crippling criticals. 20% of the game dealt to limb is applied to all limbs on your target. That sounds better, doesn't it, really? We should just start basic, yeah. I think we'll do this. I think we'll just do like a basic build and I'll go from there and change it. Alright, well, let's do it then. Kills and dismembering of bullets. Okay. Well, again, I've never played Fallout before, so I got no clue what I'm doing. But I did a lot of drugs, not gonna lie. I think it was best in-game. Down, 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 down. Alright, let's have a look. Screw it. Let's get it done. Let's get her done. Let's give it a crack. I think there's 160 trophies in this game. Hang on. Oh, there's only 73. That's not too bad. They should add 3 more trophies and leave it on 76. That would be peak. I'm not gonna lie. We are popping this, by the way, guys. On our good account too, by the way. This will be a proper community game for a fair while. Science, medicine, light guns it was. Okay. Laser guns too. Righto. Let's change it to Fallout 76. I'll add Ryan later. I don't want to, like, make them feel bad. Is that your burner email, right? No, that's just my streamer email. That's a different one. I've got 6 emails. For everything. For, like, all of my accounts don't have the same email. Both my PlayStation accounts have different emails. Like, even my ZipPay, my banking, everything. They all have different accounts. And I have different PayPals and everything. Dude, this game is so loud. I don't know if it's just me. I'm gonna turn it down a bit. Let's turn down the menu music. Do we really need the menu music at all? Let's put it on a little bit. World radios. I think we'll just turn down the master down to like 80, I reckon. Yeah, I reckon there. Alright. It was a bit high. I feel that. Yeah, it was really, really loud. When it comes to this, you might be onto something there. I mean, even if I lost, again, if I lost everything, like, it would probably distort me for a week, and then I'd drink my way through it, and then start again. I don't have any social media anymore either, so there's nothing really anyone needs to come after me for, to be honest. I got nothing left. Oh, what did I do? You got us at least, exactly. That's all I need there. That's all I need. You played the High Guard yet, B? Did you end up testing that out, by the way, fam? Apparently they added 5v5 to it. I'm still hearing good things from people who've played the game. Even though a lot of people don't like it either. Oh, actually, it's going to give me like an intro, I think. No, I haven't been swamped with WoW. Fair enough. I still might give it a go. I reckon I might give it a go on my other account. At some point. I might give it a crack. It's only 20 gig. Which is crazy. It's so small. Like, that's the whole game, too. With updates.
War never changes.
War.
1776.
Is that where that quote comes from? No, it's not.
Conflict was the only way to preserve our rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Is that where the war never changes? Mainly people get that quote from.
See us now. From Antietam to Amiens, Okinawa to Anchorage, we have fought.
It's Fallout, bro.
Now, the Red Menace is at our doorstep. Democracy itself is under threat of annihilation. That is why today, July 4th,
It sucks this game's not crossplay.
300 years after our great nation began, we gathered together to honor the completion of
Democracy manifest. Democracy, damn it.
This sprawling underground shelter may have been engineered by Vault-Tec, but it was built by you, the good people of America. So
America.
if the bombs do come, if the end
Jed!
does come,
Jed! Jed! What the fuck?
everyone will be saved.
Give it to Rye!
Those chosen to enter this vault must be our best.
What the fuck? Jed! What the fuck? Alright, we're gonna be here a while, guys. And thank you, Banana. Thank you, Jed. What the fuck, dude? I appreciate that so much, fam. Thank you so much. Jesus, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Holy fuck. Thank you so much. Lord help me now. I hope you're doing well today. Fucking hell, dude. I don't even know what to say, dude. B! Stop it! No more. No more. I want that emo. Thank you for the 100 P's there, Squigs. Hang on, it shows it better on here, I think, doesn't it? Oh, no, it doesn't. Come on. Thank you so much, seriously. Jed. Seriously, it means the world. You don't ever do that. You don't have to do that, Feb. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Seriously, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. All my biddies. Thank you so much for the biddies again, Squigs. B, you need to retire from gifting subs. You've hit 69, fam. Thank you so much, Jed. Sorry, I can only talk in between the subs so much because it's so fucking loud. But that's the point. It's supposed to announce the victory, of course, and like how big it is, so... You're not gonna get me with the way, sir, but well played. Fuck that, I'd retire after that. I'd be happy with 69. That's great. 420? Fucking hell, dude. How many FF fixtures has it been? It's only been about halfway. We're gonna be here a while. You know, I actually shortened the sub sounds, thank God, dude. My last one used to go for 20 seconds, I think. But no more. Thank you so much, Bernard, for the 20 biddies there too. Thank you. Seriously, guys, thank you so much. But please, Jed, don't. Don't feel like you need to gift anything. Please don't gift anymore. Please. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, seriously.
I need it!
Still going. Me to the hype train emotes. Oh, I should just probably set this up, shouldn't I? I missed the entire intro. That's alright. Me to hype train emotes. Give me that shit. This actually looks like me in a way. I think we'll use this one. Oh, bro, that hype train emote was sick. That it showed too, that was wild. Oh, I got the golf cart. Thank you so much, Jet. I really do appreciate that, fam, so much. Holy shit, dude. I'm so like... God. Red nose. Sorry, guys, I'm in a little bit of shock. I don't even know what else to really say. I just want to change the mustache. Hey Leaf, how you doing? Hey Red, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. I'm not gonna lie, fam. The raid alert's not gonna go off for a while. How was Crime Simulator? I saw you were grinding out some stuff. Oh, here we go. Facial hair. Facial hair. Facial hair. Oh. It's gorgeous.
All love Perky. All my bitties.
Hey on Red, I think you got a few songs.
Take mine too.
Yes, I did. I hope you're doing well, fam. Nothing special? Nah, you know.
My God! Okay,
Bit of grind. There we go.
Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm! Wait. Everybody calm down! No!
The opening of Fallout 76 feels like a propaganda reel avoiding the future. Inside Vault 76 on Reclamation Day, 25 years after the Great War, everything is clean and cheerful. Mr. Handy Robots host a party with balloons and cake. The Overseer explains Vault 76 was a control vault, its residents chosen to rebuild Appalachia. Then you wake up late. The party's over. The vault is empty. You walk alone to the exit and stop at a mirror.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the 100. You need to, it's just one, isn't it? One biddy does something. You don't need to give 100 biddies. Hope you're doing well, Red. Thank you so much for the raid, fam. I'm sorry, I'm in a bit of shock right now, so I'm not doing like 100%. I hope you're doing well. If anyone hasn't met Red before, they're a beautiful human being. They're an achievement hunter, and they play a lot of variety as well. Please go show them some love. Thank you so much, seriously, for the raid, fam. I really appreciate it. Oh, there's the titties there, Squigs. Alright. But yeah, we're starting the Fallout 76 grind, which is pain. Nice. Take a snapshot. Oh wait, do we not what did I do? Uh-oh. Uh-oh! What did I just do? I got no clue what you're doing. Press triangle. Oh my fucking god, dude. What is even going on right now, guys? Right, said I have to hit level 20, whatever the fuck that means. I think I'm gonna... Alright, hang on, social. How do I even... You're very welcome. I'm really sleepy and hungry, so I'll be lurking. It's all good, fam. I appreciate you so much. You just, you go get some rest, my friend. I really do appreciate it. And I hope the grind was good too, fam. Thank you so much again. Seriously. Okay, it's not letting me join, which is not good. What have I done to deserve this, guys? Why won't the game love me? Oh, Jesus, man. Thank you seriously again. Jed, far out. Fuck me sideways. Thank you so much, Banana, Squiggles, and B as well, for all the support, guys. Really do appreciate it, guys. Oh. My heart nearly hurts after that. Just another way join. How do I... Oh, here we go. Hang on. There we go. Alright, now we'll jump into the the general. Where everybody is in right now, apparently. Do I just mute when I enter there, I guess, don't I? I'm just sitting there and wait for me to be pulled over.
Howdy.
Hello?
How you doing, Purge?
How are you guys doing?
I'm doing alright. I'm gonna be doing some Fortnite sec just as soon as I finish cheating here.
Good morning, Vault 76.
You chilling or are you trying to join the Fallout bullshit?
This is the Overseer.
Yeah, me and Ox, I'm gonna go help, right?
I hope you all enjoyed the party.
Okay, do you have access to that channel? Otherwise I can drag you in there.
I don't. They just told me to, like, wait in here.
Cool, I'll drag you. I'm a mod. Woohoo, have fun.
Oh, alright, yeah, right.
Get up and get out there. We've been locked away long enough.
Hold on a second. Is this a melee weapon?
It may be time to leave, but I'll never.
I'm the most awkward motherfucker ever, guys. Not even gonna say anything, I'm sitting in here. Now my person reset themselves as well.
But you all share one big
It's alright, they're talking in game, guys.
country's best and brightest.
Alright, let's do it.
But more importantly,
F me, I need another one.
always be my family.
Alright, let's do this again.
Okay. We don't have enough yet, chat. We got ahead of ourselves. We got ahead of ourselves.
Beating your meat. I'll adjust Rye a little bit to be a bit quieter. I apologize. Probably a little bit loud, is it? I haven't played with Rye before, so this will be interesting.
Focused Gatling plasma. It's broken as shit.
How do I can't get onto the fucking facial
Can you
hair again.
sell
Oh, yeah. Hang on. Oh yeah. Look at that mustache.
it?
Literally just looks like me.
Please don't be blowing me.
As one does.
Bean, are you dropping more bombs?
Oh right, I need to. What was it? The 63 right now, isn't it? Do you know how many it is? It was 60. I think it was 64.
They heard Purges on the map, so they decided to nuke him.
Wait, I'm getting muted. Wait, am I getting nuked?
You getting nuked? I gotta ask, how did you get in here? This is a secret, top secret room. You just snuck right in.
I jumped into the general and then they're like, oh, I'll just drag you. I'm like, what? And then I got dragged.
Oh, the boys did. Okay. I was
Yeah.
wondering if I like at some point gave you a role to sneak in here. Purge, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, it's gonna all change now because I don't know what you're getting yourself into. But it's lovely to hear your voice. If you folks don't know, this is Purge.
Hello.
Purge is here. Chat's going wild. By chat, I mean Jed's going woo. Anyways, Purge, what's your we know who Purge is, mate. There's Bean doesn't. I'm explaining to Bean. Bean does not know. Purge, what's your Fallout experience?
None. I don't even.
Can you do me a favor and do not let this experience color your feelings towards Fallout in any way?
No, I can't confirm. I can't. No.
Even if you enjoy this somehow, you can't be like, you know what? Because I played Fallout 76, I am a big Fallout fan now. It doesn't count.
You're not.
count.
You're not. I was excited to do this, and now I'm not anymore.
Has the trophy popped yet?
No, nothing yet.
Well, you have like 90 seconds to jump. Hey, I'm having fun. Well, base game was a ton of fun. DLC you know, you make it what it is. It is what it is. Anyways, Purge, are you in? Are you playing right now?
Yeah, I'm in your world. I'm just leaving the vault.
Okay. Let me double check. How's Purge's mic for you guys? Is he nice and clear? Is he too loud, too quiet?
When you hear this, it means I've
Been a while
gone for
since I've
several
done
hours.
The tutorial.
Yeah, that's true.
I do recommend that after you do the tutorial, you follow the road down to the Wayward, and then across to the Overseer's camp, and there's kind of like a bunch of beginner plans and stuff.
Okay.
And then crawling over to the White Spring. If I can just invite him, watch this. No, I can't. You must still be in the tutorial. Clear. The Aussie is coming through loud and clear.
Alright, alright.
Yeah, they hear you. Have you looked at the list in any way?
The list you sent?
No, the trophy list.
Oh no, I haven't. No.
You'll be fine.
I was trying to look at the builds you sent me, and I was like looking at the website, and I was like, I don't know what the fuck this is. I'll just.
There you go.
Be fine.
Alright, well then, just jump in. Tell me when you get out of that tutorial and you walk down the road. Because I'm gonna see if I can just have you spawn on me.
Ah, sounds good.
Okay, in the meantime, I was going to... I know, I'm finding a gun to use. A new weapon. I used all my ammo, my last one, so I'm dumping in the trash can.
Well, I just want to play this to see what Spice keeps talking bad about this. Oh, okay. I'm nervous for this.
Maybe I was about to grab one, and then you jump scared me, and now I forgot which one it was.
Oh,
This
trophy.
He's
Nice.
in. He's locked in.
No, I don't.
No
Yeah.
escape now.
What?
What was
Oh
it?
no! I just realized. What have I done? Alright, I'm
Jack
going.
just said we got him.
I'm gonna be like Juju, and I'm gonna be the pistol master.
The pistol poppin' mama.
Yeah, gunslinger. Yep. Trust in it.
No, you don't get to be a gunslinger. You're the pistol poppin' mama. That's the term.
Alright. Oh, another trophy. What is this? What the fuck?
Oh, you're almost done.
I finished twice. Wait, what's going on? Why are all the trophies fucking popping? What? Alright. There's 4 trophies. I'll take those.
I kept one thing poppin'. It's packing. I don't have any bullets for this gun either.
Alright. Oh, look, it's old mate from the Ghoul.
Oh, yeah. It is kind of weird for him to show up.
Yeah.
Is that Goggins? Can anyone tell if that's the real Goggins? Or is it Goggins at home?
Is it Goggins at home?
Is it the real deal?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, look, it looks pretty good.
Goggins has never even looked at a Fallout game. He doesn't even know what Fallout is, so it's hard for me to believe that they got him to voice act a couple of lines.
Yeah. Oh, hang on, wait.
Well, look at you. Fresh from the can and not a speck of dirt on you. Best watch your step around here.
No, it is actually him. Yeah, it's his voice and everything.
Yes, I was
Shit.
wrong. Already
Shit.
interrogated the last.
They got him, ladies and gentlemen. They got the Gog.
Actually, I remember him like in an interview saying video games are stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
He's in like one of the biggest like probably video game TV shows of all time now. He's like,
Yeah. He's like, you guys are idiots.
Alright.
Gog, why you gotta do that to us?
The Gogster. Alright. Let's make my way down to the cabins.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to the store real quick. Trying to make some
Oh wait.
money.
What is this cartoonish map? I like that map. It looks cool.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Like it's like one of those old school maps you'd find on the side of a road.
Oh, it's fucking huge. Holy.
It sure gets bigger every time I seem to play. There was a point where I was like, oh, this map's a little small.
Yeah.
Got to be a way in there.
And you regret that?
Maybe. Wait.
No, because none of the trophies are in the new area, so I don't have to go to them.
You know, I bought this game today and was like, okay, I made the right decision. And then you went, and then like 2 minutes later, you're like, I've spent 400 hours in this game. And I was like, oh, what have I done?
Wait. Okay, so that's not related. Unironically, if you don't know, outside streaming, I've probably spent over the last decade consuming more Fallout content than anything else. I watch multiple Fallout challenges, Let's Plays, lore videos. I love Fallout. And I've met people in Fallout where I just hang out with them.
Oh, okay.
There's a group that they loved Fallout 76 so much that, you know how most people have Discords or voice chats? Fallout 76 was their Discord.
No.
It was their voice chat. It was their WhatsApp group. It was their Facebook group. They would just go into Fallout 76. They would all hang out. They spent each other's birthdays there. They had Thanksgivings there. They had Christmases there. A couple got engaged and married in Fallout 76.
What?
Because they met in Fallout 76. Yeah, there's a pretty hardcore community. Even though the game is jank ass, there's a pretty hardcore community that loves this Fallout. But it really doesn't represent the actual game much at all. Okay. Let's see if we can invite. Did you leave? Try to invite you. Because if I can invite you, you might. Fallout's so fucking good. If you get into it, you'll never leave. True. And I have to say, as hooked as I am, it's kind of crazy. I can look at the games and be like, oh, there's issues. Bethesda jank, graphically not beautiful, but for some reason, the theme or the world, something gets you. Something gets its hooks in you, and you're just like okay with all of it. So this is one of my favorite series. Outside Dark Souls, this might be one of my most favorite world building.
Oh yeah?
So that's kind of wild that you're watching the show and have like no context to it.
No.
Right?
Absolutely nothing, pretty much.
That's absolutely wild, actually, now that you say that. I didn't put that together. So when you watch the show and you have a take, you feel one way. And someone who has thousands of hours of Fallout content in their veins, I watch the show and I feel something completely different for different reasons.
Okay. And what is the TV show like? Does it do like a good job or?
So I think at the beginning the TV show did like there's a bunch of different factions and sides to the show. I mean, hold on, there's fucking
hey,
like
email
monsters outside my house.
Oh, it's not.
For a second. It covers like 80%.
I'll try to fix that. Sorry, fam.
Aspects. You know, A tier, like really solid. Best we've gotten in terms of like video game adaptation. Like if you look at any Silent Hill adaptations, Resident Evil adaptations, that shit is like F tier, D tier. The show is an A tier, but I hate their take on the Brotherhood in the show.
Oh.
I don't think it actually feels like the Brotherhood, but the season 2 is kind of explaining why. This game takes place. Do you know when it takes place compared to the TV show?
No.
This is like way before the TV show. This is the beginning. Holy shit! You already got here?
This is Santa robot.
Yeah. I don't even remember how I got it. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get you in here.
Yeah, I could fast travel to you.
Okay, you're in, sir.
Oh,
I guess
thank
I gotta teach you. Gotta teach you things. Gotta make you a pro.
No, just drag me through. It's okay. Wish me luck.
Oh,
It's all good.
So, the one thing I recommend for you is to get your camp. There's a main story. The main story takes you through different factions in the game, like the responders, the firefighters, all these different groups that kind of like try to preserve this bit of land. And so you will eventually build a base, which is kind of like your respawn point, your fast travel point, where you have all your crafting stuff. Like on my bottom layer here,
Okay.
I have all the crafting stations in my stash.
Oh yeah.
I think, you know, eventually as you're playing, you'll find a place that just feels like somewhere you want to settle down. You know, somewhere you just want to call your own. But when you're lazy and you don't want to do that, I'll show you where you go instead.
Okay.
The white spring. So you start in the forest. Everything's like easy baby mode there. This area gets harder. Oh, I see invite you declined it, by the way.
Oh, I declined it? Wait, no, can I join? Just join public team. Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah. I sent an invite.
Alright, thank you. Sorry, there's a lot going on the screens, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, not the dog.
It's all good. I guess you have no idea what the controls are either. Alright, let's go this way.
Alright.
Don't go that way.
No,
Don't go that
I was
way.
about to say, what the fuck is that?
Don't go that way. I looked at one of those earlier today and it just killed me. we'll hop over there. So as I was saying, you left the nice friendly triangle.
Oh, right, thank you.
I love you're like, oh shit, I've been defeated. This is the end of the run for me, boys.
I was like, I didn't want to ask. I was like, Jesus, man.
L3 is sprint. Bottom right, you see that AP? Those are your action points. That's like your stamina bar.
Oh, yep.
It kind of like ties your attack speed. Hit L1 on like these deer. You'll go into like a... hit L1 on anything, you'll get VATS. VATS is kind of like a auto aim, essentially, which builds up a critical hit.
Huh.
These are nice and friendly. Anyways, high level enemies spawn here, chaos spawns here. People nuke this place all the time for easy leveling. So directly around this building's shit show.
Oh, spicy. Yes, Fallout. You haven't seen this show yet? It's really good. Recommend
But
it.
if you don't shoot the yellow things, they'll protect you. Juju has a habit of, if it moves, it dies. And then she ends up aggroing the entire neutral facility and is no longer welcome into the shopping mall. So these Securitrons, these NPCs, they're all good.
Okay.
If they're attacking you, you fucked up.
Oh, okay.
And I would just, instead of killing them, I'd just run away and hopefully they forget. Okay. So yeah, there's the White Springs Mall. This is actually a real legit place. Most of the things in this game are real legit places. This is where the president, I think back in the 60s, if there was actually a nuclear drop, would actually hide. There's like a secret bunker under this place.
Oh, cool.
And actually, when the game was pre-launch, doing like media and bringing YouTubers on, they actually brought them to this hotel because it's a hotel and resort also.
Oh.
Yeah, and so So they did a lot of their content from there. Anyways, this mall is the most important because it has every single shop. So if you ever need to buy a certain thing, you can kind of get used to all these NPCs. This room here is actually the important one, what we're here for. It has your weapons bench, your chemistry station, your every single station in the game you can access here. So if you want to cook, picked up any meat, that happened one time to every single faction at separate times. Yeah. See if you have any water to boil or food to cook.
That's a good point.
You need wood scraps and dirty water quite often. And then all food gives you boosts. It either heals you, gives you damage boosts.
Yeah, I don't have anything. Well, why would you use concrete? Sorry. Yeah.
If you looted those dogs, you should have some meat, but you might not have wood scraps.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's open your Pip-Boy real quick. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go through all the controls with you so that you're not a mile behind.
Okay.
Triangle, jump. L3, sprint. Right?
Yep.
R3, crouch. Pip-Boy. Circle. If you hit the touchpad, you can either have it like real life or just like UI.
Oh, okay.
So go all the way L2 to stat.
Yep.
I'll show you the first stat. So the first thing here shows you your damage and your armor. Like you have a little gun and a helmet.
Yeah.
So damage is obviously damage. Then by the helmet, there's different damage types in the game. So there's basically physical damage, bullets, claws, being punched. There's energy damage, so that's being electrocuted, energy, ammo. What the? Hold on a second. Jed, what?
Hey, Franco. Holy shit!
What did you just do?
Holy shit!
I don't even know what that means.
That's so many biddies, dude. That's so many biddies.
I actually don't know how many biddies that is.
That's a lot.
He's collecting all of the, what do you call them, the badges. He started with the gifties and now he's taking the biddies. Okay, everyone, give Jed a round of applause. It's not dubs for subs. It's what's a biddy version of this?
Show you titties for biddies.
I was gonna say the titties for the biddies, but this is all we got, Jed. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate that. Okay, I honestly, my brain is not calculating what that is, so I don't know how much of a state of panic I should be in, and how many wheel spins we should be doing. Jed, how many wheel spins do you want? You let me know. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna tutorial purge. We're still in that Pip-Boy screen. In the bottom right, you should have a little drink and food icon screen, right?
Yep.
You have a little food and yeah. So when they get under halfway, you're gonna hear like a bloop, bloop, like a little drip or some weird noise is gonna go off.
Mm-hmm.
Keep teaching parents. Okay, thank you, Jed. I really do appreciate that. Send me a DM if you want. We can discuss. So I like to have my food over full and my water over full. It gives you some sort of bonuses that we'll see in these stats. So if you go right to effects, right on the D-pad, I guess.
Oh, yep. Thank you.
Any food bonuses you'll have here. I'm well fed, so I get bonus HP, bonus disease resist. Then special, this shows your special stats if you don't actually remember what they are. This other stuff I don't think matters right now. The important thing about effects is in the bottom right, so when you're not in the Pip-Boy screen, occasionally you'll have little red icons coming up. That means like take immediate action. It either means you're over encumbered or armor broke or you have a disease, and so you'll usually go to your status screen and see what that is. Okay, item screen. You've got weapons. These are your weapons. Click X to equip them. R1 to put them on a weapon wheel. So basically, if it's my primary and my secondary, I hit R1 to favorite them.
Oh, okay.
And then if you hit right in the D-pads, your armor. Your armor works in a couple different ways. You have your, when I say armor, it's your outermost layer. So you put it on top of your clothes, or your apparel in this game. So you have a helmet, a right arm and a left arm, a torso, a right leg, and a left leg. Your little icon there will show you how much armor each piece is adding to your character. But if you just hover over any piece of armor, it shows you its level requirement, the condition, the damage resist, its weight, and its value. And the very bottom of the screen will show your weight capacity. So always be under that, otherwise you'll crawl to a halt. And then the bottom right is your defense, and middle is your money total. This we can look at later. And then if you go right one more on the D-pad, this is your actual apparel. So these are your clothes.
Okay.
I should add, Hollow is one of those games that has separate pieces of armor, so you can have an individual right leg, left leg, but then you can also find a suit of armor that takes everything else off, and it just is one giant piece on top of your clothing. I usually don't wear those though. I usually use individual pieces. And then go right one more time, food and drink. This is where you'll find your boiled water, your purified water, your different sugary beverages, and all the meals that you've cooked so far. So when you are starving, the screen is to eat that. And then right one more time. This is where you get aid, so you get basically buffs or something to cure your negatives or cure your addictions. I favorite my favorite buffs before combat, or thing that's going to get rid of radiation, stuff like that. So I highly doubt you have that many aid right now, right? Probably an empty screen.
Yeah. I got I got a fair bit.
Okay, and then next one is MISC.
Yep.
This is where they kind of just put, I don't even know how to describe it. It's literally just a random screen of trash. You'll look at it once or twice.
Okay.
Next, holotapes. You'll find video games in the game, and you'll find like audio text messages in here. Right one more time. This is notes. This is where you'll find plans. If you find a plan, you click on it, you learn it, and it's like mods to make your weapons better. There's also treasure maps that will help you find treasure around the game. And then quest stuff is here. Right one more time. This is junk. Everything that you see laying on the map, when you pick it up, it'll likely go into junk. You then take the junk to one of these benches, and you click scrap items, and then it says scrap all junk. And those are basically your building blocks of upgrading your armor, upgrading your weapons, making more bullets, all that kind of stuff feeds into that. So junk is very important, and knowing what junk is important. And then mods and ammo doesn't really matter. If you hit R2 one more time, we'll go to data. Main quest, easy. Side quests, daily quests. So there's a fuck ton of daily quests that are always available to do. And then events. So I think when you join or about to join, someone nuked the world, like they nuked the map. Event would pop up here that you can participate in.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And then radio. Just throw the radio on. Do you have the Brotherhood radio signal?
Yeah.
Turn that on for a second. So you will have radio frequencies come on and off depending on how close you are to the tower, and sometimes that's how you get quests. So if you turn on the Brotherhood radio, you should pick up the Brotherhood quest, and now you should be welcome to go to Fort Atlas, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
Okay. The UI is explained. You will not be lost at all. I'm just lost, so just give me 1 second here.
Alright.
I was doing something before you showed up. I can't remember what it was.
Sorry.
Probably. No, that's fine.
No, I'm seeing pictures being about. That's about it.
Stuff in here. Okay, tell me if you have the first Brotherhood quest called Welcome to the Neighborhood.
Yes, I do.
Perfect. Okay, so you should be able to go where we're going.
Okay, cool. So I'll... Yep. What's our current
Now,
quest called?
If you open up the map, so the first one is Welcome to the Neighborhood.
Oh, awesome.
If you open up the map with touchpad,
Yep.
Essentially, to be able to travel anywhere, you have to find that location, and then it will put a blue icon on there. And then when you click X on it, you'll be able to fast travel there for a fee. Because you're new, you don't have any of these, but if I travel somewhere, you can travel on top of it. So let me travel somewhere.
Cool. He's good at yeah. Rise is good at teaching. Yes.
No, I'm not. It added 20 more hours to the stream.
Oh, did it? Did it actually?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm just trying to figure out. I don't know if I had a system in place to track bits over 100 properly. So is that... Is that... Sorry, Jed. I could do this off stream. I just don't know if I'm panicking or not. No, I mean, like, did it add 5 minutes per 100 bits? Or did it do some other kind of equation? Oh, nice hat.
Thank you. I like yours.
Let's take a look. This actually looks like Purge, 1 for 1. He just photo apped. He took a picture of himself and sent it into Bethesda, and they modeled it.
Hey, because I put the glasses on as well. Hey.
and your special hat.
Yeah, you know, Banana made a good point. Like, said I'll do this off stream, and Banana's like, yeah, they'll talk to you in 30 days.
Yeah. Okay, so some problems with this DLC is it seems like it only gives progress for the leader. So if we are doing a quest, we all have to do it like 3 times or separately.
Mm-hmm.
How about you?
So just be aware of that. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start this conversation that's right here in front of me for this quest, and I'm gonna get you to start catching up through the first part of the DLC. So whatever the Welcome to the Neighborhood quest is, do that right now, because it should be just within this area.
Okay.
Or tell me if it tells you to go somewhere else.
Okay.
Sound good? Okay.
Yep. Sounds good.
What is that quest, by the way? I don't even know what it's asking you to do. Just talk to somebody?
Just speak to Russell.
I just realized I should probably show you one more thing. If you hit circle...
Yep.
Do you see a call out at the bottom of the screen with triangle called like level up?
No.
Okay, the leveling system in this is kind of weird. When you level up, you're going to be given a pack of baseball cards, like a random pack of baseball cards that you'll open up, and they're basically abilities. And you will put them on your character where you have like points assigned. So you level up, you then get a special point, and you put the special point on, let's say, strength. So you now have an empty space in strength. Then you open up a baseball booster pack, or a magic whatever kind of booster, you Pokemon booster pack. You see what kind of cool cards are in there, and then if you have a strength one worth 1 point, you can then equip it onto your character. Does that make any sense? Because it's a weird system.
Yeah, it's like kind of like roguelike with like Slay the Spire, kind of in a way. Like you apply the cards in sort of a way.
Okay.
I'll just.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go do what you need to do. I'm gonna talk to this man.
If you're looking to make it.
You know what? I actually have to talk to this person too.
Russell?
Yeah. You talk to him.
Will he talk to you when I'm talking to him?
We're about to find out.
Hello, Russell
I'll
Dorsey,
tell Russell shut up
Brotherhood
if you want to
Initiate.
talk to me.
No, it's working.
Welcome to Fort Atlas. Looking to sign up? Or just curious? Well, either way, I guess it's not me you want to talk to. He's very serious about protocol and security, so you'll have to speak to him first if you want to get anywhere.
Nah, come get the platinum with me, Spicy. We need the PlayStation, fam. Yeah. It's nearly ultra rare, this one. This will be ultra rare, I reckon, by the time the show's done. Speak to Night Shin.
Think I'll make the cut?
Shin's inside.
Oh, I can't get in. Without leaving. Oh no, I can enter solo. It'll be right, won't it?
Yeah, you'll do everything solo usually when you click it.
Okay. I had to Google how to send bits.
I have real duties to attend to. The outer perimeter is still unsecured, the provisions aren't properly stowed, and we're awash in hopefuls. I have no time to be babysitting civilians.
Your duties are what I say they are, Mike. Your objections are noted, but this is a direct order from your commanding
You know what?
officer. Help us put on a good
Yes, it only dropped for PS4.
We've just moved in.
Chat, is there anyone else that wants to join and have a full party?
This is the year before the PS5.
Because we could do...
If you insist, Paladin.
We
If
could
there's nothing
do
further, I'll have the completed
expedition.
report on your desk shortly.
Oh, expedition.
I expect nothing less from you. As
We'll
it
just
were,
start getting purged the DLC trophies.
Oh no. We'll do your trophies, and then I'll just, you know, whatever happens.
If you're here with a request from the Brotherhood,
Love to hear that.
get in line. I don't
Was
have
that
time for you right
was that banana you mentioned earlier?
Yeah.
Banana
Banana beta.
I just want to remind Banana, they have some lunges they can give me. Or sit-ups, I mean. I don't want them now, but I just felt like I haven't seen them in a while.
Hang
I was
on.
like, I hope they know. At some point in my life, they can just look at me and be like, you're doing sit-ups right now. And I had to go, I guess you're right. That's all I had to say.
Alright. I was planning not to remind them for your sake, but I'll let them know.
The way the shape I'm becoming, I don't actually mind
Giddy.
if I do a sit-up.
Initiate Dorsey is supposed to be manning his post at the entrance, not acting as my secretary.
Juju, your whole family is into F1 racing, it seems like.
Are you
Hey, Bejar Car. Bejar Car. I feel like I'm saying that wrong every time. My brain wants to say BJ.
If we are, we will not.
Okay, do I want to join the Brotherhood or no?
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Wanting isn't enough.
New phone, who dis?
Normally, but there's some. We've had a number of civilians show up here at Fort Atlas. People
Yeah,
are
yeah,
afraid.
yeah.
Civilian outreach is. If you're
This
really
is one of the main questline factions. I don't think you can F it up, but
conduct the
you
Brotherhood
just
of
want to make
Steel,
sure you keep getting quests from them.
make it.
Back to the farm soon.
Your youngest son is obsessed with
Better have
F1.
something. Oh, all right. The prop. Now,
Speak to the
See, BJ
petitioners.
seems right. Purge, are you able to correct me? Do you know all these people?
Yes, B. Yeah, B and Banana and Spicy. Yeah.
So is it BJ or is it B-Jar Car? B.
B is good, yeah.
The Raiders.
It's Biarca. It's, yeah.
Oh, so I was saying it
better
even
have some.
worse.
It's yeah, it takes a while to learn to pronounce. I still don't pronounce it properly, to be honest with you. I'm still butchering it, I think.
Like it's BJR Car or Bajar Car.
I think it was like 3 weeks after knowing them. I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to call you B from now on, and we'll call it there.
B. The J looks so lonely though. Okay. We'll go deep.
Vincent, you better have
Hi, Spicy. I hope you're all well. Is everyone stopping by because I put on a nice pink shirt today?
I think everyone wants to see you do the push-ups. Oh, like
actually, push-ups are the only thing that's not on the list because I actually don't think I could physically do one without ending up in the emergency room.
Yeah.
You buying this keep the peace idea these Brotherhood types are putting down?
Who are the petitioners I need to talk to? Oh, downstairs maybe. Hang on.
You guys have, yeah, you have to do petitioning. Everyone did this quest yesterday, not me. I did it 6 years ago.
Spicy cock, we call it. Fucking hell, dude.
You know what, Purge? Have you tried recruiting all these people so that, you know, this is what I've done. I've dragged my people into this. What's your efforts in dragging your side into it?
I'm trying to get them all to buy Monster Hunter Wilds currently. That's what I'm trying to do.
That's a fantastic game. That shouldn't be difficult.
I know, but it's full priced.
Well, it's about time. So, what's this?
What you could do is
for the so in return.
What's your Monster Hunter experience?
None.
Yeah. So, what happens with Monster Hunter is
I am waiting to speak with.
About a year to 2 years after the base game releases,
my research.
They release a massive expansion, pretty much the same size as the base game, and so it doubles the game.
Okay.
And everyone who finished and 100% the base game, they come back and essentially play the entire game again. So everyone who's done Monster Hunter will return when this expansion comes out, and it might, like, the expansion might have a platinum, or it might just have a new trophy list.
Okay.
So you will have people that are like veterans come back, and when that happens, you'll be able to progress through Monster Hunter so fast. Because like the base game is like the tutorial portion of the game, and it gets much harder after that.
Never understood.
So you'll
I
be
came
fine.
here. At least they don't.
Yeah. I'm nervous.
I platinumed that game in 4 days.
Yeah, but aren't you like you really like Monster Hunter a lot?
I was also racing to be like top 50 when I did it.
How'd you go?
Where were we? Well, my part of the world didn't get it until a day later, so that kind of sucked. And then
moving on.
I think I'm the first Canadian. I think I'm 11th North American.
Against you need to should go to our script.
So I'm pretty happy
Be
with
vigilant.
that.
Were my instructions unclear?
Fine.
I mean, you did really well then. So are you hoping for a separate version to drop then?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we want to go back. Monster Hunter is one of
I don't
the.
sleep tonight.
I can have like 4 or 5 influences that got me into game design.
Hello,
made me go to school
civilian.
for game design.
Oh.
And Monster Hunter is
Paladin
one of them.
Romani. It just, if you're, didn't even,
And then
let me give
my
our new
first
base is it's
prototype
any
of a
questions?
video game
Great.
was essentially multiplayer Shadow of the Colossus
Something I can help you with?
with like a big Monster Hunter influence on it.
Wow, that actually sounds incredible.
Well, it wasn't because it was created on the Half-Life engine, and as you know, Half-Life is a first-person shooter. Monster Hunter isn't. So the engine didn't really like. There's actually no climbing in this. We somehow have to like hide ladders on the back of our monsters, so you're actually climbing a ladder to get up the monster. It turned out we just spawned in hover. Have you played Half-Life 2 before?
No.
Okay, whoever's played Half-Life 2, you know the airboats or the hover boats? We basically had this beautiful like jungle / desert map with a beautiful river that was through the map, and then we just spawned these airboats and just did airboat races around our game instead of played it.
Oh, it was good. Oh, I'm glad. There's usually a separate trophy list. Okay. Okay. Alright, I'm done talking. We're at
Okay. So your next quest will be Forging Trust. Have you finished that one?
If you're looking to make a difference,
as I have dialogue quests, I'm just gonna keep on sending you to do other quests until I've wrapped up all dialogue and we actually have some sort of mission.
Alright, sounds good. Hang on, it's just loading.
Oh, I forgot to tell you some pretty important buttons on the controller. I'll have to do that after.
That's alright. Was it Mother of Invention? No.
You can start that one. You'll have lots of things to kill in the basement. So I would say start Mother Invention.
Okay.
Good question.
I want to visit the clients, but
Helping Dr. Hardy when Dr. Hardy got recruited, and I guess he recommended me. I'm good at medical things. Really.
What time is it over there right
now?
10 to 9 p.m. 9 p.m.
Forget I said any of that.
9 p.m. I was gonna say the way you said. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. Oh no, it's 9 o'clock. No, it's actually neither of them. It's 8 o'clock.
Well, I was gonna say 10 to 9, but I was like, you probably like, I don't know whether that's just like a standard way of saying, you know, time. So I was like, what about you? Isn't it like
1:52?
Oh no, you know,
That's how we say those numbers.
it's peak gamer hours.
What are your gamer hours?
I'm gonna
Yeah, pretty depends.
Pretty depends.
I stream from 7 p.m. to 2 or 3 a.m. usually, and then yeah, play probably from like 4 to like 4 a.m.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Excuse me, what are you doing down here? This is a private party.
Well,
actually, I love that hat.
Have I got the party hat on? Hang on. Dude.
Okay, the other two controls I'm gonna teach you real quick is start goes from third person to first person. So I don't know if you're one of those monsters that plays one of these games in third person, but there's people out there that do that. And I don't watch their streams. So just like, yes, I'll let you go. On your D-pad, down is your emote. Holding down pings. Left changes between your current weapon and like your next best.
Oh.
Right is using a stim pack.
Yep.
So if you need a like quick heal. And then up is that favorite bar you can make. So that'll help you out.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got a mission for us to do now. So we're gonna go to the Uncanny Caverns.
Oh, cool.
Bean, are you coming? Jed, you coming? I usually game from. I really try to keep my gaming hours strict. That doesn't happen.
No,
I go from 9 to 4 a.m. But you've seen me stream later than that.
Yeah.
And I also don't count Magic as a video game. So I'll be on Magic like as soon as I wake up, I need to play a game. Right before I stream, I play a game. And then before I go to bed, I play a game. And it's always like, I'll just play a game till I lose. And then I win 8 in a row. Okay.
But that's the thing, like, oh, I'm hopping off and going to bed, but yeah, and then you like play Magic for like an hour or two, and I'm like, all right, that's good.
There's some people in our community where they're like, okay, I'm done gaming, I'm going to bed, but that really means they have to turn on all their games that have daily quests and go do their dailies. Okay, did you fast travel on me?
Yeah, I'm coming now.
Okay, I'll wait here. We're going. Now, is this game going to be too spooky for you?
Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna scream.
I think I got jump scared earlier today. Right,
Yeah.
I've seen you wake up hours change ever so slightly later and later throughout the subathon.
Yeah.
Can you believe there was a point where I was trying to fix my hours? I really thought that was the thing. And then now, I give you guys like a range of like 4 to 5 hours of when I could wake up. I could wake up in 1 hour. I could wake up in 5 hours. Who knows? It's a mystery. This are we close to this being over a 600-hour subathon? Because
I think you've hit 600 now.
is this normal?
I'm gonna be honest, no.
I don't know how many people have done a 600-hour subathon. I thought I was streaming for like, you know, one last hurrah weekend before I go to work, and now it's like, by the way, you're only streaming January and February, nothing else. Okay. Feel free to kill anything you hear crawling around.
Alright.
And just loot whatever you kill. Grab all the yummy treats. Feel free to tell me what you get if you're not sure what the hell it is. And if you need things like ammo. Yeah, if something glows, that means you haven't looted it yet.
Ooh, okay.
That's a 2026 edition. That wasn't there before. Hold on a second. I forgot to talk to the guy at the beginning. If you hold circle, by the way, you will turn on a flashlight.
Oh.
Might make the game a little brighter.
I kind of like how it's green.
Yeah, I think you can actually change that light too.
Ad Victorium, Initiate. Now that everyone's here, let's go over the plan.
Set
Foundation
quantity.
reported super mutant attacks potentially originating from this location.
Oh, so I actually
We're
haven't
here
done
to
these
determine if
attacks,
those
yeah.
claims are founded. And if so, eliminate the threat. We'll advance information. Immediately report anything you see out of place. Are we understood? Don't disrespect your fellow initiates. Initiate Houston is a skilled medic with a tireless work ethic. When you're bleeding out, you'll be happy to have her along.
You're already level 21. Did you get that level pop up?
I did, yeah, and I realized I haven't got any of my cards, I don't think.
Thank you. Knight.
I need perk. I've got perk packs.
Stay focused.
Yeah, you gotta open them up. That's
Okay.
the cards.
Okay.
Copy.
Ready
Well,
up,
Move out.
Tree walks into a bar. Oh, I'll have a root beer. Nice.
Okay. We're now following this knight through the cave.
Stop here.
Alright.
Some regular wildlife here. Seems like the super mutants would have cleared that out.
So
It's a
did you
possibility.
get a
But we
pack
need
of
to
cards?
explore a bit further.
Yeah, I opened them, yeah.
Okay, and did you equip them?
No, I just didn't want to fall behind.
No. Feel free. There's a lot of yapping in Fallout. I'm gonna listen to the yapping while I know you can like
Initiate
improve your
Norland is
character
right.
with this level up.
Follow his lead.
Okay.
Or if you want to
Right.
run ahead and shoot something.
Sorry. I just... Never mind.
Holy shit, this
You took Randy's #1 bit spot. Oh, you did snipe it. You know what you need, Jed, now? You need a good clip. You need a good clip with a lot of views. Can you snipe that from Nuge? Alright, let's go. Unless you're still figuring out your perk cards.
Oh, we're good, we're good. So,
This is a little tour, by the way. Did you know that? Welcome to the Uncanny Caverns. To your right is a cavern. It goes about 50 feet down. It has a path heading off to the northwest direction and a path heading off to the southeast direction. Both of these have about 80 millimeters of condensation falling from the rooftops each year. I'm not even joking, by the way. This is the audio tour.
What? How do you know that? That's how I want to know next.
You just gotta memorize each audio station.
How often do you come here? Have you got the radio station on? Is that why?
No.
Alright.
This is like maybe only the third or fourth time I've been down this thing in 400 hours.
Okay.
It seems like every 100 hours you play this game, you return to a place.
I mean, that's a pretty good record.
I'm assuming you're gonna be OP. Get everything still. Everyone is this disgusting green color. Oh, what is the matter with his face? Okay, now did you equip your perk cards?
I think it just equipped random stuff. I'm okay with that.
Let's do a thorough sweep of the room. There may still be a way
Chat.
forward.
Can you spy on Purge and tell me if he's equipped the perk?
Remaining two of you, stick together to cover this area.
Bean,
Yeah.
you got your mission.
Effective
Maybe a double agent.
Yeah, they're equipped. They've equipped random ones, so it looks of it.
Right. I'll try my best.
If you want to
be
know how
thorough.
easy the platinum is, just
Sir.
talk to Jed. I think Jed did it himself. Jed, how quick did you do it? Can we get a Jed profile link in PSN profiles? Jed, I'd love to take a little look. Cause I think he flew through it.
Oh, really? I was gonna ask how hard it actually is.
The base game is easy. The whole game is kind of easy. You just stepped on a trap.
Oh, watch your step. There's dynamite there.
I'm watching you too, Jed.
I mean, I
Now
trust
you,
but
now you tell me
I
there's
figure
dynamite.
I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, that's
Here, I'll show you. I'll show you another mini game. Come over here.
Alright, hang on.
Is
Yeah.
this locked for you? This ammo box?
No.
So
Come
he
on.
said he got an 80. Okay. So if you click on it, it gives you a mini game, right?
Yep.
So if you have bobby pins, you can attempt the mini game. What you're trying to do is with the right stick, if you just push it to the left, you'll start like bending the lock, and if it's close to the sweet spot, it'll bend all the way and it'll open up. If it's not near the sweet spot, you need to use the left stick to kind of like try a different area, and then you just use the right stick pointed to the left a little bit to see if it will twist. And if it's tight, just keep on, looking around for the sweet spot, Purge. And then if it loosens up, you just keep on going at it, and then it'll open up.
Why am I regretting this game already? There we go. I opened it. There's just fucking bullets in here.
You're gonna want bullets.
No, but come on.
I was just telling the man how to open up a locked box.
But he works. I was trying. I was like, how the fuck does this work?
The box will appreciate it.
But you like slightly change it, and I was slightly moving it. I'm like, it's not fucking working, and then it broke, and I was like, oh god. And then I gotta reset.
Did you go too hard? I'm cooking my soft shell meat.
Nice.
Is Purge blushing? Odds ban right. Okay. We're searching for a way through. Let's go.
Sounds good.
This was a trap. That's what I stepped on. At the bottom of the screen is a little compass. It will actually show you where you're trying to get.
Oh.
So if it's kind of like that weird yellow, it means you're within the area. But the little square box is what you're looking for. Oh shit, what did I just do?
There's a hole over here with a monkey.
There you go.
Look, there's a break in the wall over there.
He found the crevice. Okay, let's go tell Shin that Purge found the crevice.
Anything to report?
The P5 clip was kind of a banger, but not enough to hit the leaderboard.
We should take a cautious approach to this.
You gotta
One wrong move,
spread that
we all
P5
get
clip on
trapped
social
inside.
media.
I suspect there's still more to
You'll
see
get there,
here.
Jed.
Did you find anything else? I see. In that case, I might send the others to scout ahead.
How many death claws? Wait, is there death claws in here?
Everyone, we need
Yeah.
to cover as much ground as possible.
Not this cave.
And the threat level so
okay.
far
Dean
has
was
been
in a
minimal.
different cave.
Initiate
it's alright.
He was
Roland
dying.
Houston.
He was dying
See if you
earlier.
can squeeze through that crevice and report what's on the other side.
You know what a
Initiate
death claw
Norland.
is now, right?
You
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Because of
stay in
the.
visual contact and pull back as soon as you encounter danger.
I've seen all the memes as well
But being a good soldier is also
Okay.
about
of like Fallout 4 Death Claw.
Move out.
So
Roger. I'll make the Brotherhood proud, sir.
I know that.
All by ourselves? Oh, okay. Got it. I mean,
All this trash
yes,
in
sir.
the ground, feel free to start
You'll stay with me.
hoarding,
Find a way to
Purge.
clear
Just
the
look
cave.
around for things to pick up. You tell me when your pockets are full. This is what we're here. We're here to let you...
Initiate Norland is
I'm gonna
highly
listen to the yapping.
I trust
You're
him to
gonna
handle
be
any
a
situation
loot
that
goblin.
arises.
This is like the one game where being a loot goblin is
Suspect
perfectly
will be
fine.
danger.
Just remember to break everything down at some point.
As their superior officer, it's my job
And when you
to
think
keep
you've
them safe.
goblined everything, you let me know,
Houston's
and then
first
I will
mission
tell these
outside of
people
Fort
to
Evans.
stop yapping as much.
Her success is
Okay.
my responsibility.
Ooh, brain
But
fungus.
You'll
Don't
enjoy
do
the
anything
loot
reckless.
goblining.
I need all of us to get out of here in one piece.
Okay, I think I'm gonna blow this wall up.
Ooh, junk of funk. Gather 200 pieces of junk.
Perfect. Is that a trophy?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Trophy.
Trophy.
Okay, we're now being attacked by a bunch of bad guys. Oh my god. They're very fun.
Holy fuck.
Let's settle this quickly.
Run, Purge!
Why are they coming after me so heavily? Leave me alone. I'm just a kid. Fuck.
It's his birthday. He's still wearing his party hat. Good job.
Oh, all right, dude.
So that L1 button, like I said, it's VATS. It kind of does that auto aim. It builds up a critical, and then when you hit triangle for critical, and then you'll do like, I don't know, 3 times your damage.
Oh wow. Okay.
Shin wants to talk again.
Those mutants must have gotten trapped inside sometime after the attacks. If this passage wraps around,
Or did the monk die?
that Houston could be in trouble. I made a premature assumption that the area was safe.
Come hit this button over here by 6 if you want to learn about the cave.
Hold on. I'm receiving a message.
Right in front of me. Yeah, hit that. You're right. Behind you.
We have to
Over there.
Or behind me?
That way.
move out.
Yeah.
Right there.
What?
Press it again. Right here.
What? The white bottle? Oh, the button. Why do you want to listen to this?
You have to learn about this cave system. It's a part of our history.
Okay.
let's go.
Cozy size and quaint surroundings features a natural pool with water so deep.
I don't know what a button looks like in this game.
Either your light was on or off. Either you couldn't see it because it's too dark, or that light was so bright it just all textures became smooth.
She would have. This is my responsibility.
Maybe my brain's just smooth.
I swore to myself I'd never let this happen again.
Smooth brain?
But I'm not important right now. We have to find Initiate Houston. Initiate Houston can't
Does this guy just aura farm? Like,
look, he's got some pretty bad aura. He's just like 0 charisma. Okay, we're looking for a trail.
Okay.
Of some people that may be alive. Any signs of not death?
There's some heads on a pike over here.
So those are probably signs of dead. There's a banjo over here if you want to play with banjo.
Ooh.
A monkey.
I've got a hidden crevice. Ow.
Oh. Look at this. We're pretty good at finding these crevices. Very nice.
I think there's a bomb over here, but it got me. So it's out.
I don't know how obvious it is, but caps is your money in this game.
Okay. Okay.
You'll find pre-war money. That's actually not money. Bottle caps are your money.
I was wondering why that was so like bright on my screen when I picked stuff up like that.
So why did you want a conversation on the bits? What would that do? I was trying to see if that should influence more time, Jed, or incentives. Because I think the way it's set up, I was not expecting to get bits at any point, besides maybe 100 biddies. And so I didn't really think of
Initiate Houston.
prize punishment wheel or sub time.
If I move, then just get away from here.
Or incentives.
Let anyone else.
My armor can take the blast. Cover your head.
What?
Oh my god, bro!
Are you in this cutscene with me, or what just happened?
I just saw him launch across the fucking screen.
I won't run away anymore. I won't.
Can you hear the dialogue?
I can, yeah. How is she higher leveled than saying that?
We have to fight.
Yeah, you just this doesn't make sense. She's just a newbie. See, this is how bad his aura is. I've never seen these enemies before, right? And they only looking at you.
I know.
Not even looking at me. Which is fine. I think it's because the way this healing works, you're a legendary god in this game. And I'm just another player. And so they're all focusing on you. You got him? Poor guy.
There we go. Yeah, they just come running out of nowhere. They run past everybody else and like, hey.
This game also has like limb damage, so if you're fighting a zombie and you shoot his left leg and focus on it, you'll blow his leg off and he'll eventually have to crawl.
Okay.
Or if something has like arms with claws, if you shoot the arms off, it will then not have arms and not be able to attack you.
Oh, that's cool.
Same with like blinding things. Oh my god, watch me die because of... It's gonna break my arm.
It's alright,
leave me alone!
It's alright, they're attacking me! He died! Right! He can't...
Take no damage, like I said, you're a god.
So he can't leave me!
They seriously were breaking my armor. They're kind of terrifying. They just look like naked boys chasing after big nappies.
They remind me of that horror movie with
I am getting the Forest vibes. lost 200 ore on a sacrifice. The jump was kind of cool.
Yeah.
I didn't mind it, but he's a lower level and everything he says is dumb.
And he's just still laying there as well.
He still hasn't. My guy, you're wearing power armor. I'm literally killing this guy. Leave me alone! Go for purge! You want to know something wild? Okay, next time you do damage, tell me how much damage you do.
I'm doing 75 with this axe.
Okay, I did 645.
God damn.
You do more damage than me. If you actually look at the way the bars go down, you do more damage than me. Even though the numbers don't say that.
Wait, as it should be. Ow! Holy shit!
He staggered you? Oh, you staggered him? What a fight. Look at it!
Come on!
Oh, he's got him! Got him down. Oh, he hacked little bits of his flesh off. There you go. You just killed a level 100 enemy.
Holy shit! Is that like 11? Hey, Rafiki, how's it going?
Shin wants to yap again. Okay, go pick through these flesh bags. There's flesh bags on the roof.
Worry about me. The power armor isn't just for show.
Oh, shut up, Shin. He's got negative riz.
This isn't the time for apologies. Put your training to work.
Maybe if we're lucky, they'll kill him off.
Bruh.
I'm over him. I've had to spend like 7 hours with him already.
Was there a chicken over here?
Is there a chicken over there?
There is a chicken over here. I can't. It's locked though. You can't get to him.
Is it clucking?
Yeah. Do we kill it?
You can do whatever you want with it. I'm a park ranger on off duty, so I look after animals.
Okay.
Okay, we need to find some information on the super mutants. We're looking for some sort of intel, something to tell us why they're in this cave with flesh sandwiches.
I was gonna ask how you find Fallout 76, but looks like you just started. I literally just started. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, honestly. Edibles. Okay, you can't shoot the chicken.
You probably can. You probably just missed.
Maybe.
I still haven't seen this chicken, so I'm not sure it's even real. Actually, I do hear it clucking the whole time. And then the odd bullet.
A Pip-Boy.
Maybe the mutants ate a vault dweller.
Oh, there's a vault dweller over here, actually. Being cooked up.
I found a Pip-Boy. I'm returning it to Shin. I think we might be done with this cave.
Give Initiate Norland proper burial.
We're gonna have a little funeral here. Okay, Shin. It's a shame you're still alive, but we gotta go. Okay, Purge, your Uber's here. Let's go. You picked up all your trash. You're happy with your scrap.
Yeah, I'm over encumbered now. So.
Perfect. So you usually want to try to stay under the over encumbered. So when you're hoarding, kind of be aware at your level. In most games, you can't travel or walk when you're over encumbered. But I feel like this game's lenient on that right now.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Stop on our premium Wild Cave tour is
Okay, let's get out of here.
Hey, Bean.
Bean, how do we get out of here?
Well, that's cheap.
No idea. How do we get in here? I think we have to go all the way around. Yeah, okay, yeah. We have a long way to go back.
Ah.
Follow the wooden stairs. Hello, Beanifer. Bean, I love how you always show up after the fighting's done, after we've done the quest. It's all done. It's all complete.
Hang on, I need to remember how
Nothing
to.
left.
How do I?
Unless you want a tour, we can give you a tour. So these caves here, they run about 8,000 meters in the west direction.
everybody in the tour group take a brief moment of silence. If you dare.
So, Purge, what I'm going to recommend is you fast travel to White Springs, down into the mall, turn everything into junk, equip any better armor, any better weapons. If it's not better, just throw it all in your stash. Just keep on hoarding that stash until it gets full.
Okay.
And then fast travel back to Fort Atlas. Which you should now have a fast travel, and do that Mother of Invention quest while I yap with Shin and whoever else is yapping.
Ah, sounds good.
Also, now that you're doing this, now I want to look at the base trophies and see what's a base trophy we can hit along the way. Okay, you're gonna be my computer hacker. If we see any terminals, you're gonna get hacking. Have you ever seen the Fallout hacking minigame?
No.
Okay. You will have to be taught.
Oh, it's. Oh, good. It'll be fun.
Oh shit, we got a big old raid.
Violation of
Woohoo! I'm going to Atlas. I was starting to say Atlas raided, but I'm just traveling to Atlas. Ammo! Playing Sketchy Contract. What the heck is Sketchy Contract? I'll pass out. Okay. Ammo, thank you so much for the raid. We appreciate it. I hope you had fun with Sketchy Contract. Next time you're by, be sure to tell us about it. But if you're gonna pass out this second, I understand.
Hey, Darkrai. I guess it was in game, eh?
Enjoy your sleep.
Yeah.
Make sure you come back.
I don't mind this game so far. It's interesting. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing though.
You had a good one. Here's the lurkers. We'll babysit. You get 2 dads tonight. You get 2 daddies tonight. Sweet dreams, young Ammo. Sweet dreams.
Hatchet.
And a pistol packin' mama.
A pistol packing mama. That's me.
And a bean flicker.
I didn't actually get any good guns. I just got like a really strong sledgehammer.
There you go. Is that your secondary?
The sledgehammer?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think so.
There you go. That's good for when you run an ammo. Yeah, I would say have just 2. Just have 2 weapons. You'll have more weapons because you'll eventually run out of ammo. For those raiding, I'm Ryan. It's nice to meet you. Assuming you're all asleep. We're doing a 100% playthrough of Fallout 76.
Ooh, I got money.
Yeah, every time we do a quest, we get some money to our team. So you get some money from me. Oh, also make sure you check your level requirements on the gear that you're hoarding.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of it's going to be like 45, 40, 50.
Oh, gonna be higher than me.
Actually, wouldn't use anything for a while. I think that's why Juju was packing that pistol for such a long time.
I mean, it's a nice pistol.
You're always a handgun main? I think I've mained a different weapon in Fallout in every game I played. In Fallout 4, it was Power Fist. I love a good Power Fist. Another sniper.
Hey Rocky, how you going, fam? Hope you're doing well today.
First, start by talking to a younger brother, Max. He might have an idea where she's gone.
Far Cry, you snipe it all. I camp for ages.
Or anyone else who's missing. If something did happen while she was in your let's not worry about that just
So, Juju's that solo sniper in a hunt that's always camping in that lighthouse, waiting for us to extract before she kills us.
Ugh. God.
Max.
I have PTSD just thinking about that. How are you? Not too bad, fam. How you doing?
If this Brotherhood wants order in the wasteland, then they have my vote.
Is Riot still at 500 plus hours? No, not anymore. But we don't talk about the hours.
Riot's almost 12 days into streaming non-stop. Okay. we just got under 350 today. I think if I kept the pauses on, I'd be streaming till April.
Yeah. Probably. I'd breeze through it. I wouldn't be able to do it. The mental capacity is insane.
good. You're here.
Subathon or Fallout
How do you
76?
feel about
Summer fun.
I was hoping to start out by sweeping the
You're
air
carrying me
with
through
documentation
76.
left behind from before the war.
Right, whose idea was it to pause the timer for sleep? Some lunatic. Some lunatic.
Oh, the 50 terminals is actually the hardest trophy. Interesting. Is that why you said that?
I guess people don't really go into actual places looking for terminals. I don't even know if it phased me at being a hard trophy. I think I just got it done. Let's see when I got that one.
Are you trying to get on my good butt?
Date?
Enough.
Is date the right way to do that?
Collect documentation.
Oh. It merges your DLC? No. Alrighty. It was one of the later ones, but it's not hard. People just kind of ignore them.
Okay.
Just remember, if you see a computer, go up to it, and if it says hack, I guess for that tip is, okay, so you need to find a hacking perk card.
Okay.
And there's 3 levels of so you need to grab 3 of them actually, and then you merge them together. So you need to make sure you have the special. So that's like the attribute. I think it's intelligence. So that you can put 3 hacking cards into it.
Good. Let's talk.
So,
Oh, okay.
Keep that aware. If you ever open up one of those packs and you see hacking, take it. Jed, was it your idea to pause my stream?
Wow. That's a... There's only so much. The military... Now, let's... There's probably... The report... Finally. Should be a simple... Take note of the details.
Can you believe that I thought this subathon was going to be... You know, I was going to stream for 24 hours and then do a couple more hours for the next day and be in bed by midnight on a Sunday.
Interesting.
Fortunately, that Sunday is a month later. You know what the nice thing is I think chat has solved my, or subathon solved my fast food issues. I haven't had fast food in 11 days. Actually, I did, I had chocolate time one day. I had to go to the mall, right? Chat, we should have just canceled my car insurance. You should have told me ahead of time. I wouldn't need a car for a month. You should have saved some money.
That does it for the inspection. Let's talk.
So you're saying that chat should buy you some takeaway? Some fast food.
You know, at the beginning of the stream, beginning of Subathon, I was against it, but now I'm like, why not?
You might as well.
Not today though.
Flux
We're
disruption in the
good.
induction loop.
We're
intake valves ruptured. In
you
the
know, I
ion
think
focus?
the way the numbers look, it looks like I'll be having Valentine's Day with chat. So maybe we can get a nice little romantic dinner together, chat, and some drinks.
You'll need to. Next, we have.
We can have a nice little
If you-
date night.
Last but not. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, date
Well,
night.
Sorry about
Valentine's night.
But in general, you're handling yourself well.
And day, and evening, and afternoon, dusk, dawn. I'll be here the whole time.
Nobody does. If I'm going to
Be right over
if you
there
can,
on that
I'm worried.
mattress.
There's a lot. I want to take some notes on the core up there. Each extraction. Any questions? I'm counting.
They really like to
Use a light touch, all right?
talk in this game, don't they?
One night I might be like, fuck it, let's do an IRL stream. That's when something happens. Wait, what happens, Juju? I don't think you understand how bricked my phone is. I can barely open an app and my phone not crash. There's a reason why I don't set my alarm on my phone, because sometimes when I click the alarm button, the alarm app doesn't open. It just takes you to weather. And other times when I've set my alarm, there's no way to turn it off except for to power down my phone. That's how fucked my phone is. Did you scrap all that stuff and drop it off at your stash?
I did, yeah. I scrapped it.
Love it. Love that for you.
I forgot to stash it, but I'm doing that mission real quick before you, while you're talking.
Okay. Dynamite bundle.
Hell yeah.
Shovel. Where the fuck do I have a shovel?
Yeah. How the fuck do I get to that?
Perch, just think, we could be reviving you right now. I could have been doing some Battlefield revive.
I deleted that today. Don't say that. There was a huge update today too. It added so much. I was like, what the fuck?
Don't hype me up for Battlefield. The one thing I think right now is like, I don't have an easy way to get Battlefield on my wheel to like make an excuse to play it besides saying I just want to play Battlefield, which isn't how it's sometimes exactly supposed to go. But, you know, don't convince me.
Told you I'd happy to do your revives, and the moment I downloaded it, you haven't played it since.
Well, I wasn't expecting the subathon.
Well, I downloaded it for the subathon, and then it just kept going. Remember, you didn't play any games for the first 24 hours.
No, it's like 3 days I didn't play games.
I downloaded Outlast Trials. I was like, alright, in case they need me.
I actually said this is the longest I've gone without playing video games.
That doesn't sound good.
Uh-oh.
What fucking phone do you have? It's probably that my phone is from 2018. I live in a very wet city. Constantly. Always. Is that my leg?
Glad that's over with.
Juju, I picked up that backpack by now. It was amazing. Amazing!
Warning. Continue.
Fuck me, the security brace fucking robots are annoying as fuck.
Yep. Yep. All the way.
Whew. Whatever. Now that the pressure gauge looks like
Android,
it's the
okay,
iron
you
boat,
cannot.
the induction core. And what is?
Stop it.
None of the document. Project Atlas.
You don't want to say.
Here, take. She'll make the point.
Well,
I'm going back
she's
upstairs
like
to take a look
trying
at
to
if nothing
say
else.
that whatever phone I'm using is a bad phone, rather than like the 8 times it's gone into a lake and went swimming, and the fact that it is almost a decade years old, and that it has, again, like every other hard drive I own, full of 99% full of videos, photography, etc., etc. Well, Juju, you know my stream. I can't really say much of anything without chat having the deepest, serious, important opinion that is correct all the time. So I'm just like, the less I tell you, the less you have to tell me I'm wrong. That doesn't do anything. Telling chat to shut up doesn't work. Have you tried it, Purge? Have you ever told the chat to shut up and it worked? It doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work.
That's not how it works. Chat gets louder and more obnoxious. And then they poop on the floor. felt bad. Okay, I'm going to the Raiders. I don't know if it's gonna be a quest, but if you want this other settlement, you can. Oh yeah, you're doing that quest.
No,
okay.
I did.
Spawn on me before I leave.
That's okay.
Oh,
I
you
got.
done?
Yeah, I did it just then. I'm just trying to
Ride
figure out.
makes you feel better.
So you
I
go.
don't care.
There you go. That sums it up.
I almost feel like that is just as bad, but in a different way. It's like a cop-out. Like,
welcome.
I'm over it.
May I
It's just as annoying as my opinion's right. This is the thing you have to do. I want in between. I want a little bit of care and a little bit of opinion and a little bit of honesty and a little bit of bias and a little bit of that. I don't care is just as rage-inducing as you're wrong. It's this. This is the answer. I'm right. They're both the same annoying in opposite directions.
Okay.
So just care a little bit. Just be a little annoying. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I hate it, Juju. I hate that I don't care. That I don't give a fuck. It's the same thing. I'm an adult, Rye. I'm not concerned with what phone people use. Neither do I, but if you use an Apple, you suck. But besides that, I don't care.
Where did you just go? Hang on.
Oh, did you teleport here?
I did. Hang on.
Are you looking for me on the map?
Oh my god! I keep accidentally going to third person. It's gross. Wrong button.
I've watched so many people just play this game in third person. I can't handle it.
Well, where are you?
I went north. Keep going north.
Alright.
Chat's turning on me.
I saw the comments.
They like paying the big money for phone that no worky. Charging cord changey phone. Oh, Bean says if you play third person, you're bad. I'm using a Sony Xperia. Juju, were you in bed when I showed both my phones on stream the other day?
Are you underground or like above ground?
In between. I'm on the surface underground. Just keep going north of wherever you spawn in that place.
Oh yeah, I found you. Option button, pull the right stick back in third person and pull the right stick back.
Here, Juju. Here's my big phone. Here's my big phone. Big as my face. Here's a PlayStation controller.
Yeah, what
It is bigger than a controller.
What do you want me to?
Here's my bigger phone. Which?
God damn, that's. He is a fucking brick.
There you go. It's got like another half an inch on that one. Same size. This one I've never used though, because it's too big. You can't even put it in your pants, your pants fall off.
Oh, it enlarges it?
Ah, so gracious.
How large
too.
is the phone?
How did we ever get so lucky to have such benevolent overlords?
If we stand by and do nothing, then they will be dead. Sheena and Burke went to AMS headquarters to retrieve some.
Do you play in third person, Rafiki?
Marcia.
Does he?
Well, it wasn't my
I didn't say anything.
What? Marcia's not going back with you. She's going after Sheena and Burke. She's been bossed around by the Brotherhood enough. Why don't you do something?
Okay, did you get the fast travel point for this place?
Yes.
It's an android.
I overheard some Brotherhood initiates talking about how AMS headquarters was a place of interest. It was the piece of intel I gave to Pierce and the others. So
I think if you walk into that main section in the middle, it's called Crater.
Tried to get more information.
There's a leader there called Meg. This is where you would start the Raider quest line.
Oh, okay.
These two are just for now.
No one gave you the right to make my life decisions for you, and the Brotherhood doesn't.
I'll tell her to wrap it up.
I feel better.
Wrap it up. Pierce, wrap it up.
One of us. You really mean it? That I belong. I'll admit what I've done.
Right.
You being willing to put your life on the line for us, Syndicate, bring my people back.
I'll meet you at AMS.
Okay, we're going to AMS headquarters, okay?
Alright.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start from here, and we're gonna move across here. We're gonna go there, the reinforcements are coming from here. Our enemies are here, and they're gonna be pushing to the south. But the allies are gonna be pushing from here, and we'll go to the top, go around, and we'll go in.
I wonder how Max
Got
is
it?
feeling.
Yes, sir.
Getting into some sort of trouble.
Let's go.
Okay, so traveling you're third person, but combat and looting I go. Oh no, you go combat and looting you're third person, but you're traveling you're first person. Do you prefer
Or
the?
you-
You go. No, sorry, you go.
Or you play this in first person and all other games in third person. As it should be.
Go first person. I know what
By
you
the
meant,
way,
Vicky.
Phone is great. It's literally just the age of the phone plus it traveling through fucking like 40 different countries and going through like severe weather conditions. Okay. Fast travel to me in the bottom right. There is a building called AMS that we're going into. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Okay.
And it's also been like 99% full for a while, so that also probably messed it up. I think if I reset it, it would probably fix itself. But not gonna do that.
He plays Kansas style in the really punky tonks. Yes, that man plays Kansas
spawn on me, you can.
I'm here.
Attention citizens. Itoga is under a state of emergency.
Cranberry bog.
Wait, what do you mean? How did you get singled? You think you're the only one who uses an Apple phone, Jed? Jed, I'm just trying to protect you. Apple bad. Just trying to protect you.
Welcome to AMS, the future of mining. AMS is here for you. Thank you for visiting.
Okay. Help Maria defeat the mercenary.
Alright.
Watch me finish this quest before Purge even gets to the top of the elevator.
Wait, how did you get up there?
I took the elevator in the middle of the room.
Oh, but it didn't work for me.
Oh. What? You're right. You're in the elevator. The door's open.
I'm coming. I thought the elevator actually went up, not like just to. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean. I know how elevators work.
Like I thought we would just like it'd be like a scene of us, like some dramatic scene of us going up an elevator to like the boss.
Oh, okay.
I could have handled
Okay,
them on my own.
start looting this room too.
Okay. Okay.
We got more yapping.
Do we like Marcia?
We've only just met her. Seems annoying, but let's see if she can win us back.
Hey, computer.
Hack it up.
Requires a higher hack skill. Fuck. Hang on.
Any hack cards?
Is it under intelligence?
That's a category. That is a category.
Scrapping, experience, luck, maybe.
So it is intelligence, and everything will be alphabetical. So it'll be H for hacker.
Warning, dangerous
Okay.
is on the loose.
Any hacker cards?
Attempt to apprehend.
You leveled up again.
Yes.
You can open up another pack of perks. Oh,
Yeah.
you do have hack.
I already own the Max Rank Hacker Expert. I don't have it equipped. Alright. Yes.
You only need level 1 hacking for this.
Okay.
Search.
Hack it up. Hack it up.
Detected. Standing down.
I'm in. What the
Oh wait.
fuck?
You don't know how to. Oh my god. I actually. Can you share screen in Discord so I can help you with this minigame?
No.
Because otherwise you're fucked.
How do I do this?
Maybe that's why no one can figure this out, because this simple game for babies cannot be solved. Okay. Can you share your Discord screen, or can you want me to just pop up here and watch in delay?
Hang on.
You can share in Discord if you want. Trying to figure it out by yourself is tough. Having someone walk you through it, you'll get it.
I'm sharing it.
We are now watching a stream within a stream within a game. Okay, so let's start at the top. What you're doing is you're looking. Oh my god, this is a tough one too. Your hacking does suck. You're looking for the secret password. You get 4 guesses. If you fail, you're locked out. One of these words on screen is the password. So pick any one of these words at random.
Okay. We'll go secrets, just for shits and giggles.
Okay, so in the right side it says the likeness equals 0. I cannot believe there's not a fucking tutorial for this, because he has no idea what any of this means.
No.
So basically, the password has 0. Okay, you ever play Wordle?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay, so you know when you get, is it just gray?
Mm-hmm.
You got no letters in the right spots, right?
Yep.
Okay, so it's like that, but it's not in the right spots, it's just letters. So there is no S-E-C-R-E-T-S.
Oh, wow.
So now what you do is go pick another word that doesn't have those letters in the spots. So make sure the S is in the same spot, the E is not in the same spot, the C is not in the same spot, the R.
Okay.
And then guess again. Okay, so the likeness is 3. So there's 3 letters in common with the password, which is common. Now before we go to that, I want you to go to the dollar sign in the top left on the screen.
Okay.
Okay, so there's actually hidden codes and shortcuts to solving out the password hidden in the non-word, so in all the gibberish. If you see anything that is enclosed brackets of like just regular brackets or square brackets, or what are those other brackets called? So move right on the D-pad slowly until it lights up. Stop. So this means you found a secret. So click this. So what that did is it removed a wrong answer. So it made it easier. Okay? So now scroll through all the gibberish where you see closed brackets. So go down like 4 lines to the closed brackets. No, a little more. Go left.
The inspiration.
Right there, click that one.
Yeah.
Yep. So now you got rid of another fake answer. So now look for more closed brackets. There you go. They have to be the same symbol.
Okay,
yeah, there's
okay.
Another one.
Thank
so
you.
you can do the 2. Go up. Those are not brackets, but they count as brackets. Yeah, go left. You always have to get the one on the left. No, the 2 bigger than, smaller than, less than. Down.
Oh yeah, I see it. I see it. They count. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, fuck me. All right. Jesus.
So go down. Keep looking. We're gonna make sure you're successful. Go left. More closed brackets. So what I do is I guess like 1 or 2, and then I go through all these. Now there's more than dud remove, so we're gonna keep on. Now go to the second row. Now go all the way to the top. Got one there. Go down a couple lines. One more, right there.
I'm not gonna lie, this is quite complex.
That's probably it. So now do you remember what word you put before? Do you know what your last guess? Do you remember what it was?
Fuck.
It was opening.
I was gonna say opening. It's all right. I'm sorry. All right, it was three letters.
It's probably a word that ends in ing because it's pretty common, right?
Alright.
So you've got wishing and closing. So just make sure that no other letters match up with opening. Just the 3. And that will be your answer.
Got it.
I'm like a pro. I'm like a pro. By the way, people who refuse to learn that game, they literally just guess 3 random words and then they quit the game and then they reopen it to try to hack it again because that is too difficult of a concept. See, Jed's like, bro, what the fuck? That's how that works? I just guessed. Every human being does that. Because they didn't take... Because there's no tutorial in any of the Fallouts to teach you how that works. But once you learn it, when your hacking increases, the words get shorter. So I have like 4-letter words. No, it's only slow when you fucking talking to Purge about it and he doesn't know what a bracket is. But once you've done it 100 times, you just go click, 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 click. Good job. So now the other thing, which I was going to tell you not to do.
Don't do that.
Back out of the computer for a second. So most of these computers are tied to a safe that is locked. And so once you hack that,
yep.
If you then go to the safe and then pick the safe, you get 1 progress towards hack and 1 progress towards safes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Double trophy progress.
Oh yeah.
But anyways, open up your safe.
All right. All right. Thank you so much for that. That was. Damn, that was hard.
There you go.
There's no way I would have figured that out by myself. There's no fucking way.
No one figures it. No one figures it out. You did it. That's all that matters. The one other thing that you'll find while clicking that is it will reset your tries, so you can actually get all your.
Good night, B.
Back.
Sleep well, brother.
But again, no one's ever tried that, so they don't know that you get infinite guesses. Okay, let's murder some bots.
The non-long convoluted.
How many people in your chat are used to chat?
I think a lot of people would have got lost.
They didn't make it that far. Guess what? We got another one. Purge up here.
Yeah. How do I get up to you?
There's that green light in the corner of the room.
Oh yeah.
Green light.
Alright, cool. Thank you.
Did she just die?
Oh, convoluted.
Killed her? Oh my god, I almost died. Hey, Purge. Come hack this computer. You can try the other way where you just guess 3 answers.
I'll just guess. I'll just guess 2, like you said, and then I'll go from there.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, what everyone else does is they just guess 3 and then they quit. You can try that way if you want.
I'm good.
It probably tells you. I would assume it tells you in all of them, but I'm assuming the tutorials are great.
Been forgotten? Yeah, I know you want ice cream. Give me time, Rickway. Give me time. Yeah, my missus wants ice cream.
Ice cream?
Yeah.
I also want ice cream.
You got ice cream?
What kind of ice cream are you getting us?
Hang on. Milo ice cream? You had Milo ice cream before?
What kind of ice cream?
Milo?
No, I have no idea what that is.
You haven't had Milo before?
Never even heard of those.
It's an Australian drink. It's good. It's like Nesquik.
Oh, okay. I'm realizing how terrible this gun is. The hand crank machine gun.
I don't need a pay to take you down.
It's been an hour? I'll get. Just give me some time. I got lost in the source.
He's hacking the mainframe.
I know. This one's not going well either.
A fine clue to the raiders.
I got it.
Everybody, round of applause.
Oh god, that was
tougher.
That one was harder, yeah. Right.
Overseer's log, or should I say, direct communication.
It is actually. It's a cool mini game. It's just like it's not what I expected.
Here's a box you can hack.
But I'm glad.
Yep. How the fuck's she over there? Hang on. Yep.
Maria, talk to me. Brush it up and put it on vanilla. That sounds pretty good. Shooter, that sounds pretty good. Get us ice cream.
Oh, that does sound good. Get us ice cream.
Chat wants ice cream now.
Have you got ice cream?
I think the NPC's broken. No, I don't have anything. I just have food that goes bad, and then I put it in the freezer for a long time.
Get chat to get you Ben and Jerry's.
3 AM Ben and Jerry's.
That sounds good, honestly.
Oh, you've had the headache all day? Damn. She just said my attitude is shitty.
Yeah, good.
At least we know that Bert and Sheena made it to AMS.
Just trying to help.
Let's keep looking.
Maria, watch your tone. Otherwise, you're not gonna have people risking their necks and their party hats. You know, people aren't getting ice cream because we're here helping you. I need more clues. Blues Clues, everybody.
I love that show.
Did you crack open ditch? You got that up enough good. Okay, we need to find a way up.
Okay.
So if you look at the little quest thing on the compass at the bottom, if there's a little triangle above the number, that means you're on the wrong floor.
Oh, okay.
We gotta go up a floor. Maria, how do we go up?
Oh, the stairs over it. Did you not see the stairs?
Sure didn't.
Over where I am. I'll come back down.
My ability to find things left about 200 hours.
That is
just RNG that I find anything, even if it's not RNG.
Just built like that. I tend to do that. Who needs stairs?
Yep. That's what my elevator's for. Actually, my elevator's also terrible. Oh, we found somebody. Body of a dead raider. Steven die.
Is
everyone loves Steve.
You're right. Sheena and Bert are strong.
ooh, cake.
My man. Okay, Mr. Hacker Man, get us into animal holding.
All right, I'm in.
There's a gun on the table here.
Ugh, all right. One likeness after 2 guesses, for fuck's sakes.
Is that what I'm in means? A giant sigh followed by it.
Yes, apparently. Oh, Pistol Packin' Mama just came on the radio.
Hell, we're overrun. Gotta surrender. Only way to make it alive. Please find us. Maria, can you quit being so snooty? I'm at another computer after you F that one up.
Oh. Have some faith.
We're trying to speedrun you through hacking. Most people don't figure this out until they're ready to platinum the game, and then they pull up Google.
Oh, holy shit, like all the duds were in like one line. Okay.
Ian, have you ever hacked a computer? Have you ever hacked the mainframe? Okay, you actually are in this time?
Oh.
I think we're gonna get purged to 50 hacks before we finish this quest.
If I can get them right. With banana.
Chat, help him out now. Remind him what words he types in.
Fuck. I have one more guess. Isn't looking good. New stories, shadows.
Have you found all the retries and duds and everything?
Alright, I'm locked out. That didn't go well. Now what do we do?
we go up the other staircase behind you. So if you leave, go backwards, across, and up a little set of stairs. There's another computer.
Oh
You
god.
can hack that.
Yeah.
Or you can just keep going up.
Quit out and redo it. Oh, you can quit out and oh, okay. No, I apologize.
That's fine. I haven't been planning on you getting any of them right. I just keep finding a way. If you, you know, if you get one right, it's like ordering a hot chocolate and not knowing it comes with whipped cream, and then the whipped cream being on it.
That's I like that analogy.
Purge hacking is our whipped cream. Juju, I literally said the words after I showed him that way. My philosophy, Juju, is teach a man to fish. Okay? Not give a man a fish. Give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. And we just taught our boy how to fish. Bad guys.
Jesus, what's going on up there?
Bad stuff. Bad people up here. No one heard you? Yeah, we did. It's the VOD, ma'am. Teach a man with 4 pieces of bait, he fucks up and dies. That, for some reason, that part of the poem didn't get through time. It only ended on the 2 lines.
I got it.
There we go. Could really use your help, though.
Okay, I'm coming. Sorry, I'm coming.
It's
The pistol mama's here. Wait, where are you? Oh, you're there.
keep on going upstairs until you, I'm scared.
Oh, you're over there, you little shit.
He failed the hack sensor this time.
We failed the hack sensei with
I don't know why, but this mercenary has a broken fishing rod on him, which is kind of...
It's probably his holiday, you know.
Is there a window? Am I even hitting him?
Nah, it isn't. The windows are bulletproof. He's coming out. Oh no, he's not.
I'm gonna hand crank this baby. Oh my god. Please don't shoot me, sir.
Well, he died standing up.
Bullied him.
Beer.
Anything fun in here? Any more party hats?
Sadly not. Wait, Marcy is in here. She's fun.
I hope so. There's no party hat.
She's gotten really dramatic really quickly. She definitely has more aura than old mate so far. So yeah.
Did Purge get a trophy?
No.
I did. I don't know why chat's saying trophy. Oh, Bean got a trophy.
Well, there's
There you go, Bean.
Woo! Yeah. Hang on, what? Got him on a ring.
Bean, are you going for the 100% right now? I think Bean's gonna try to make that. Okay, we need a key. Yeah, Bean's going for the 100%. So, when I'm done, you can take Bean under your wing. Teach him everything you know. You can teach him about fish and hacking.
I found it on the terminal. I'll get Bean to carry me.
We're going back down to the lobby.
I'm gonna be here for 500 hours.
Only if all the trophies were hacking related. Just got one related.
Well, I gotta get the 100% because it's a 100% account.
Hey, that's easy. You just need 36 days to do it.
Yeah, I gotta call in work. I'm gonna tell him. I got shit to do.
No, that thing is that shit only takes 10 minutes. They only allow you to spend 10 minutes and then you have to come back. It's not like it takes long. Actually, I had the exploit working today and then I effed it up.
Oofed.
Okay, here's the door.
Alright. Alright, unlocked it. Attention code red, delete everything. And safe control. Is there a safe here?
Usually under the desk. Behind a painting. I'm in the basement now, just in case you're curious. In the basement.
Thank you. Exit the space. I'm coming.
Gonna kill some bad people down here. Bean, are you gonna help or are you gonna show up right after I finish this quest? Wave and then disappear. Maria, don't run into it. It's a Molotov cocktail. Chat, what are your thoughts on this gun? Is it as bad as it looks?
Wait, did you just... Ah, I thought that was Marcia. Hang on, we're supposed to like Marcia.
I just imagine her face on every single of these videos.
Hey, buddy.
Dude, tell me how you really feel.
Oh, shit. I'm over encumbered already. Hang on. Let me get rid of some stuff.
If you have alcohol, you can drink alcohol for another strength, which gives you about 10 more weight capacity. Oh, you got a peek in these shutters. Marcia. Her name's Marcia, Purge. Marcia.
Sorry.
Juju says if she was here, they'd be dead by now. Of course, we're finally looking and talking to the NPCs. That's why she says they'd be dead. Fucking blast off both hostages we've been hired to rescue, and he goes, "Oops, oops." That sounded like a brand new voice actor I've never heard in this game.
Appreciate your help.
Don't worry, you two. We'll get you out soon.
If they're yellow, I'm mellow. If they're red, they're dead.
So the door counts as well.
I thought it was if I move, I kill it.
Sheena.
I kill it. Open the cages.
Nice.
Okay, we can either tell Marcia to return to Brotherhood of Steel or convince her to be a raider. Marcia, I could not give a shit. The thing is, I like the raiders, and I would hate to see you hanging out with them. So I'm gonna tell you to go back to the Brotherhood of Steel.
Okay, now that we found Sheena and Bert, we can talk. What's up? Sure, I'll hear what you've got to say.
Come back.
You, Ramirez, Odessa, you've all shown me that maybe all Brotherhood members aren't the same. But I can't just leave the war party. We're family.
Hey, clock's going. You hear that? We're family, Ryan.
You know what? As soon as you said it, I was like, I don't care. Just join the Raiders now.
Thank you for seeing things.
Wherever I can be where I don't have to hear from you
aren't too hard on you for not bringing me back.
in the next hour or two. Maybe I'll like you tomorrow, but today is Judy says she's insufferable. That's kind of along the lines She's like someone who always has a cold type energy.
Oofed.
She's always sneezing around me, blowing
Sniffing.
her nose around me, trying to shake my hand. Let's get out of here. Let's blow this popsicle stand.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go to White Springs to repair my gear and to drop stuff off. You should probably do the same.
Yep. I gotta go get some ice cream so I don't get strangled in my sleep.
Okay. Hey, some of us like that.
What a way to go.
Boys are so silly. Can't wait for my ice cream purge.
I would get you all a bowl of ice cream if I could. You guys like sprinkles as well, or?
Automated mining services welcome you to the home of industry. Visitors, please see our receptionist. Welcome to AMS.
What about sauce? Do you like sauce in your ice cream?
I like things already in my ice cream. I like a good rocky road. I like, hey, look at this flicker over here.
Holy shit, there's a lot of people. What are so many enemies here for?
That's like a high level area. Don't stay there too long, it'll all go bad for you.
I'm trying to get the fuck out of here. It's not going well.
Oh man, I thought I got a new weapon called the Fart Breaker. Called the Face Breaker.
Ooh.
Rafiki's into the sauce.
I respect it. Like hurts? Yeah. I don't like the one that was it called? Magic Ice, where it hardens. You guys had that before?
Judy said sprinkles are for babies.
Oh, okay. What about fairy bread?
Okay, I've heard of that. That shit sounds wild crazy. Also for babies though. Judy says fairy bread slaps.
Goddamn right it does.
We can't go back and forth on this.
Sprinkles are on fairy bread.
You can't put sprinkles on ice cream, but fucking sprinkles on a piece of toast is adult. It's adulting right now.
Ah, I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Bean, do you have any ballistic fiber I could have? I need ballistic fiber. Actually, I have that misc item. Thank you, Bean. Oh, he's charging big dollars for this. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. The cool choco sauce that hardens. Do you do fairy bread with the round sprinkles or the long ones? Regular choco strawberry sauce is good. I eat vanilla ice cream with Nutella drizzle on top. Bark, I feel like some ice cream now, because I want diabetes. I haven't eaten dinner, but me too. You got some silver? I can look. What do you need silver for? You sounds like you're doing a pirate thing. Doing some sort of pirate adventures? Do you guys love like this elevator music? Don't forget to cook your meat. Very sad that you guys keep on saying ice cream, because I know I'm living currently in a world where ice cream doesn't exist. I can no longer enjoy one of those sugary treats. Do I need all this trash? Key. Password key. Bean, why are you missing so many parts?
Why, golly gee whiz, you might not be able to have ice cream, but you know you could have. I think the title of Flagmaster, if you get the next flag question.
Okay.
That's why I sent you.
It's in here?
It's in your chat thing, yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second.
You already have 2, right? That's 3 so far, because we don't count the one that failed due to intervention.
Who intervened?
Well, someone named Rafiki, from what I heard. I never saw.
What a guy.
You might just be slandering him, I'm not sure. I was never there.
Rafiki, would I ever slander you?
Bing Bong would Dev ever slide to Creek.
There you go, Bean. He always enters with a nudge of wisdom, and then he fooks off. That's fine.
The reason I don't say bye is usually because I could tell the tolerance of Devin having me there wanes by the moment. He probably, as far as I'm
a waner. Okay, here we go. Let's get it. No posting the flag in chat. Which of the following countries has only red, white, and blue in its flag? Is it Russia? Is it Sweden? Is it Egypt? Is it Korea? Well, it is not Sweden. It is not Egypt. It is not Russia. It is Korea. No. Yes. What? Only. Oh, you're right. It's Russia. Number one, please.
Oh.
What do you mean you're right? I didn't say anything. Just let you figure. Is that your lock-in?
I'm locking with number one. I'm locking with the correct answer.
Well, Devin, I'll tell you the two that are incorrect. Sweden and Egypt were in fact incorrect. Now, the 50-50 shot of Korea versus Russia. It is in fact Russia. Congratulations, you are now a flag master by the standards of Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Hold on, this is spoilers for Perch. He can't see this. You're gonna have to send him this later.
Oh, hey,
It
I'm
also
the.
gives you a plus 100 in charisma.
Thank you. Perch is about to start that, or he has started that.
Well, that's not a spoiler. No one gives.
Oh, he has to figure out the flags for himself. I didn't travel half the world to learn those flags for free, so he shouldn't just get to ride on my coattails. He has to learn the flags.
Has someone clipped all those for me? Right.
Just get them from him. He'll fucking tell you about every single flag in Yakuza if you want him to.
No, I don't. You know, you always go to the classic. How many Yakuza games have you played, Kurt?
None.
All right, so you're gonna learn about someone from the website GameFAQs or Game FAQs if you're one of those people.
Oh yeah.
Named Sirik Z. Sirik Z is a bit of a prophet in the Yakuza community because he does all the guides. He does all the super in-depth guides.
So everyone just watches all his videos on how to.
No, you just look at his text guide. It's a text guide from like. Yeah. Jeez.
Okay.
The real GameFAQs to enjoy.
Purge, whenever you can do whatever you're doing, and then when you're done that, go back to that quest line, the Brotherhood quest line. The next one you'll be doing is field training. I'm gonna go continue the yap session. I got yapping to do.
Oh, sounds good.
How was the ice cream?
Oh, I didn't get any.
You didn't have a scoop?
Nah, sadly not. I gotta lose some weight.
You're about to have a scoop. They look at you, honey. You know you gotta lose some weight. Come on now.
And thank you. I'll search that person up as well. I appreciate the help for that. It's very Yakuza is a little bit overwhelming. It's not too bad. I found a Mario Kart minigame today.
That's the Dragon Kart.
Yeah, that was pretty fun.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's the first game it's in. Is Like a Dragon.
Oh.
I don't know if it shows up in the my knowledge only extends up to 7. So. But yeah, I would say you probably want to learn Mahjong.
Ugh. Yeah, I know. Thank God it's not a trophy in Like a Dragon. Thank fuck. Holy.
It's not for the completionist. But I mean, if you're gonna play the series, it shows up enough. Like Shogi, you can just cheat. It's really easy. Mahjong, you gotta kind of learn a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's good fun.
How goes the Fallout, by the way, fellas? I've been lurking here and there, but haven't really been like.
Purge has been playing for about 36 minutes. He knows about 36 minutes of Fallout also. This is his first Fallout experience.
What? What a psycho.
You can't say that! Why are you saying that?
Literally what I said too.
It's a fucking narrative experience. What do you mean?
I was just trying to help! I'm just trying to help!
Like, my first Diablo experience is the fucking phone game they did that one time to everyone booed. Like, what the fuck do you mean?
I told him, I said, if you like or hate this game, don't let that paint your picture towards Fallout in any way. Even if you like this game.
This seems so different. Like,
it is, isn't it? Isn't like it's like you have a loved one and some monster from space came down and took their skin off and put it on them, and they're like, "I'm your loved one." And you're like, I don't know about that.
You're just explaining the plot of 4.
No, I'm explaining Men in Black. Whatever.
Yeah, you know, Purge didn't put the fucking cap on the toothpaste. You know who does that? So.
Or will be easy mode after this, though. This is a way easier plat than 4. Purge just has that same mental illness as the rest of us, where he's like, I got 100% all of it. And I have to stress out if it's not 100%. And I have to do it now.
That's me with Hitman.
The secret is...
Well past the trophy hunting, I'd had 100% every challenge in Hitman.
The secret of this is... It took me 7 years and 2 months to platinum the game.
Welcome to Fort Atlas.
Yeah, you'll notice his Fallout 76 Discord if you go to, like... The last major posts was, 2021.
when someone says 2021, I'm like, oh, that was just a couple years ago.
No, sure wasn't.
5 years ago.
Sure wasn't. But there was the cool thing from just like a week ago where Deb types in all caps, "We're so bad." A 5-year fucking
hype up the train.
I guess a 4-year technically, because it's. But yeah.
See, Juju, you're allowed to not platinum something. I'm normal in that sense.
See, okay. If it's like a skill issue, I won't platinum something. Like, I'll still play it if I enjoy it. There's plenty of games I play where I'm like any fighting game, besides like Mortal Kombat, because those are usually pretty easy. Fucking any like rhythm, well, not any rhythm. Some of the rhythm games, like some of like the puzzle type games, like Tetris, like some Puyo Puyo, like none of those. Like I'm not good enough for that shit. Those would be, you know, completely uncompleted games on the fucking account for the rest of all time.
It doesn't give me anxiety. You give me more. What gives me more anxiety is probably when people spoil things for themselves. I get more anxiety from that. Like let's say you were playing a story game and you couldn't beat the last boss just because you're like, I don't want to go beat it, and then you googled cutscene after last boss. I get more anxiety off of that than anything else.
It's like a work thing.
Gamer crime.
I know people who do that though.
Oh yeah.
I've seen people who like one recently is the one like the anime ones where they watch like the 20-minute video on the whole anime after they can't be bothered. And someone did it with One Piece, and I Yeah.
Oh, you can't. The whole point of One Piece is completely ruined with that. Like more than most animes. Like it's the journey. It's all about the journey for the.
Yeah.
Funny, I've actually gotten into some animes that way. Like, I don't know if I would have watched Berserker.
Well, yeah, you seem like such a huge fan. You can't pronounce the fucking name.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second, it's not Berserker. And there's a couple other ones that I was like, oh, maybe I will watch that now.
I wouldn't have watched Pokermans
Pokerman.
if I didn't see the video game that one time.
But I have had people come into my chat where I'm literally like about to platinum the game. Like, how's the game? I was like, oh, you know, just giving you a heads up. I'm at the end. This is spoilers. Like, oh no, that's fine. I'm just about to start it. Like, what? Why would you be starting it and then coming to someone who is like doing the last final challenge thing?
It's a weird story thing. Yeah. Like Yakuza. Like, I can't.
Oh my god.
Like, I've had people come in every now and again if I'm playing one, but they're like, you know, maybe they'll raid out or say hi or something. And they'll just be like, okay, I'm gonna mute this now or I'm gonna leave now because like I don't want to spoil. It's like, yeah, no shit. It's like a super heavy narrative game.
Oh, I accidentally just scrapped all the armor I made.
You what?
Don't worry about it.
What?
Don't worry about it.
So you made armor and then you scrapped it.
Yep. Now I'm making it again.
You know what's funny is that's like a big head play. You don't understand. But the way the system works is to get better mods for weapons, you need to scrap that type of armor or weapon. So even though you've screwed yourself in the short term, in the long term, you may have accidentally did something good. But right now, you're fucked.
Hang on. Come on.
Hopefully you have enough material to build some underwear to put back on.
Alright, you'll be okay.
Just needs to be diplomatic through the whole game, right? Just roll a speech 100 here.
But when you're level 20, you probably don't even. When you're level 20 and you just started Fallout 40 minutes ago, you don't even know what charisma is. This is an RPG?
Yeah, I don't know how much does the game allow you to do shit like that, like in terms of how the main games do, where you just like, I'll play the game this entire way to build it.
100%.
Nice.
Yeah, like I said, it's like something wearing Fallout skin that doesn't move like Fallout. And the longer it wears the skin, the more and more it becomes Fallout, but you also, the more and more you know it's not Fallout. We might have to go on another trip here, Purge.
That's alright. Just let me know whenever you want me to fast travel.
We're going to Big Bend Tunnel West. So John, I think it's your time to now join us on this journey. Purge is starting out a brand new 100%. Could use a partner.
Here's the thing, right? If you had captured me back in 2021, I might have actually fallen for it. Like, I know what's gonna happen. It's the same
You're
thing.
not gonna get me now.
Same thing Tim was complaining about. You're gonna 100% it, and then you're just gonna like fuck off the game for the rest of your life. And
I'm really trying to.
Yeah.
And I can tell just by the 4-year gap in between posts that that is exactly what you did.
Well, actually, so the first time I platinumed it. No, first time I played it, and then the second time I played it was to platinum it.
Hey, Hanklet.
And I brought as many guys.
How you doing, fam? Megaton or I don't know what the fuck that is, fam. Are they places, are they? How you doing today?
And now Bean's getting the platinum. Tim said he's gonna get the platinum, but Tim has skill issues with high guard, so we'll probably never see Tim. Maybe one day. But Tim should get the platinum too.
Places
I'm
in
supposed to be playing this with Tim. but he's only showed up the one time.
It's one of those games, though. I mean, it's definitely not the worst community night game like you've ever offered. There's a couple.
Bad.
It looks alright. I mean, you know, it looks like one I wouldn't be upset at trying in the same way that like Worms Rumble was a shit show, and wherever that game was last night or the night before for fucking Zero's birthday that you were trying to give me a couple days ago.
So we all had a fucking blast playing that, and everyone who played it was like, we want to 100% that.
That's
like,
crazy.
Jed is down, Bafiki is down, Zero loved it. I thought it was awesome.
You're not too, I'm not too bad, fam, just vibing, you know. I've never played a Fallout game before, so here we are. But one of my friends dragged me into it because they're playing it, so I thought I'd help them out.
What the fuck is
That's what it is. That is literally what it is.
I don't like Minecraft really that much.
It was fun.
Well,
it's not like you played Minecraft in a way that's fun.
Well, it's no. I mean, look, I've played it the legitimate way for Minecraft.
So appreciate you, Hank. Okay, what do you?
Dozens and dozens of hours. And,
what
like,
do you know about Half-Life?
Nothing. Okay, yeah, the Half-Life. I don't know shit about.
Let me just do the story of
Mr.
Half.
Friedman and you know.
But the part that matters, just a scientist, just creating some experiments. Then whoops, opened a portal to another dimension. Things come out of it. Okay, so that is like you're a new scientist first in the job, and whoops, opened up a portal system to multiple worlds and dimensions, and now I have to go through those dimensions into other worlds, and things are coming through those dimensions, attacking my office chairs and water coolers. Okay, it's like awesome. And then every 25 minutes you have to shit and do a mini game to make sure you get all the poop out quick.
What?
It's so fun. Just watch the clip where I'm like walking into the room, and then Jed on an office chair wearing like an X-ray vest and the karate helmet with like welding goggles and like this big bushy beard, and he just rolls up with like a metal pipe like this to me, and he goes like this, and he just looks at me in the eyes, and he goes like this and just disappears on a chair.
Oh my god, the game crashed.
Oh, that's normal.
Damn it.
That means you're progressing.
Means I'm progressing.
What, like a fucking disease?
So yeah, you should play AB Octaffer with us. It's great.
It would be $50 for me to get extra to be able to play.
I'm surprised you don't have extra.
No, I do the same thing I do with premium. I wait until like I need it. So like, I wait until a game is about to leave where I'm like, fuck, I need to play this.
Extra is just my GameFly, where good games live.
Yeah, but so the time right now is definitely Fallout 76. It's to play, exactly. I mean, the best part is like even when Rye leaves, I can just drag my community members into playing it with me, and then when I'm done, it's on them.
Yeah. The cycle continues. Tell you what, you know a game I will play at some point if you ever play any of it? Because I have one trophy in it, and so I can't get it off my account. Star Trek Online.
Ew.
I played with one friend one time.
Ew.
My internet was kind of shitty. I got like the tutorial trophy. And it's like...
Ew. I suddenly can't breathe since you said that. I'm slowly passing.
The way the cookie crumbles. Was it good?
So it was alright. My problem was that my internet was real shit back then, so like I just lagged all over the place. So it was not an enjoyable experience because of that. But I mean, the gameplay seemed fine. Definitely better than the fucking mobile store game I played.
Level 2 nuclear alert.
How many hours do you have in that mobile one?
It doesn't keep track, and honestly, I would be ashamed if I knew the answer. Yeah. Okay, Purge doesn't know. Yeah, Purge doesn't know.
Over what period of time did you log in daily?
Pretty good to know the lore of this. Okay, so you know the stream moments, advertisements you get every now and again. They play this game for a week and get paid.
Yeah.
I got paid $90 to play Star Trek Fleet Command. And then because I didn't mind the progression system, I never put any money into it, but I did keep playing it for like 3 years.
What? So they got you.
I think almost every day I logged in. Like,
If I give you $90, will you play Fallout 76 for 3 years?
Yeah, no, that's
the thing is, I mean, yeah, I don't know. You know, if you bought me on, it's not even, you know, I'd do it for less than that, to be honest. If you bought me Unbeatable, the new rhythm game that came out last month, like, for $30, I'll play Fallout. Because this looks like an actually competent game that doesn't try to fucking nickel and dime you every step of the way.
This game doesn't nickel and dime you, but the game is also held up by matchsticks. If you blow on it too hard, they'll fall down, and if there's any heat source there, it'll burn.
Hey, Ashes.
And I mean,
how you doing?
It's not Bethesda's most competent outing.
Yeah, I think this kind of shows that one thing, but that Bethesda games don't really have is like online. And this was for like, I guess parallel to ESO. And so when you have all these single-player developers finally go, oh yeah, now we have to create a multiplayer system, but we've never done that in like 30 years, then they just don't know how to do it.
Appreciate the luck, thank you.
Okay, John, that's the tolerance level. What are you doing tonight?
Probably. I was doing a little bit more of the stuff. Johnny went off, but I was doing a tiny bit more Fortnite before I bashed my head in the wall for more.
Can you help Tim so he can get on this?
I am playing with Tim later, apparently. Yeah, he's done with Hunt. I didn't realize he was already done with this fucking Hunt challenges.
I think we all were.
I wasn't.
I'm not sure what.
I still have the fucking like 3K left to do for the charm or whatever. No, the title, whatever. Sorry, they changed it this season.
Get Jed to carry you.
No, it's not a carry thing. I just gotta wait 2 days for the next set of challenges to come out. You know, those will be like kill zombies and fucking get a clue or something, and then I'll just do that and be done with it.
That's true.
So, what made you start Fortnite?
So, I mean, I play Save the World daily, to be honest, because I enjoy it. But like, I almost never play BR. Usually, what happens is I get like free, because I get the free V-Bucks because I had Save the World. And so you get BR XP for Save the World. So I'll do most of my stuff for Save the World until like the last like week, or probably like half a week before the season ends. I'll buy the Battle Pass with the free V-Bucks, get more than that back because of all the levels I got. And then, you know, just farm like a tiny little bit of like the missions for a couple days and then get way more shit. But on the first birthday, something like way back, 2018, 19, something like that, whatever the hell it was, someone was trying to get me to play Save the World, so I ended up buying it when it was half off. So.
Bean died, just calling it out there, Bean's dead.
It's a pretty fun game though. I mean, it takes a bit, for sure, like in terms of time, but it's a fun tower co-op, like tower defense.
That you're still enjoying it is just, honestly, hats off to you, honestly.
As a guy, it's shocking that like your percentage is probably like 95% Save the World, 5% the rest.
Oh, for like the things within Fortnite, yeah.
Like you actually playing, like most people play Fortnite
for BR.
The opposite.
Yeah, I mean most people don't like. I mean, A, it's a paid mode, so like most people don't have access to it, and B, even then, like they probably play a few missions and then just say fuck it. There's a reason why it's like one of the rarest platinums, and it's not hard, it's just because like people don't give a shit really.
Well, I just mean like the difficulty of it and style. Like, you know, how like far off are you from like finishing it?
Some new
Oh, I mean, I finished it like years ago.
Oh, you've already done it. Wow.
He's just doing it for fun. Purge, if you talk to this man any longer, your brain will break in many ways.
Hang on. Surely we could just. Surely we could just get. Have you got Fallout 76?
Well, Fallout 76 isn't. I haven't started it, and so that's a little different. Like Fortnite, like if you had told me, hey, there's this massive platinum, you know, I don't know if I would have done Save the World.
Fair
It
enough.
was different when I got bullied into playing it with a friend.
If you hadn't played Fortnite, okay, let's say tomorrow, you've never played Fortnite before,
Okay.
and I go, hey, for community night, we're gonna do platinum Fortnite. You want to join us? Would you say yes?
Well, no, I'd have to buy the game first of all. So like that'd be the problem. You'd have to choose like a, because none of the free aspects of Fortnite are part of the trophies. It's only Save the World.
But if you hold on a second, so if you downloaded Fortnite and started Save the World back then, you get free access to it, even though they charge that part now.
They've always charged that part.
I've never bought it, but I've got it for free.
As far as I'm aware, they've always charged for it. Now, there
I
was
would've never
things
paid
where,
for it.
there was things where people, like when they bought certain versions of the game, they got like free codes that they could give out to their friends, and some other shit like that.
So when I played Fortnite, it did not look like when I played with you that one day.
Hey.
It was like very basic tower defense.
Maybe you got access because of like some like beta shit. I don't know.
Are you in the mine, like underground?
No, I've been in this office listening to them. Yeah. Now I need to go to a completely different city.
Okay. Sorry. Just sorry to interrupt there.
I don't like the fog.
But yeah, go please, for the love of God, help Tim so he can get.
Well, he's not on. I gotta wait for him to get on. I was playing it earlier.
I messaged him like, hey Tim, we can do the Fallout DLC tonight.
You're up
And he's
late.
like, I'm stuck doing High Guard.
I was nearly going to start it with the 5v5, but I'm glad I'm not going to do it now. I'll let it go.
Well, 5v5 doesn't actually work for trophies right now. Now,
Wow.
will they fix that in the future? Probably, but like it's broken at the moment. Tim found that out the hard way.
The thing is, I enjoyed the game. It was fine. It was good.
I think it's enjoyable. Some of the trophy hunting aspects are a little annoying, but I think as a game it's enjoyable.
Oh, you can spawn on me, Purge, and you can do some wandering around here.
Alright, I'm
It's
coming.
just a different city. Oh, this place is actually fucked up, if I remember.
I did feel that earlier, because I let someone plant a bomb for the purpose of defusing, and then all three of them rushed me at once. I didn't realize all three of them were there, so and the bomb blew up. It's like, I let a bomb go that like absolutely I could have stopped from the plane.
Oh, it was a heart?
No, it wasn't the heart. It's just like one of the generators. But you know, it's like an extra 30 health knocked off it. So I didn't even get a defuse that thing. I just fucking. Actually, what happened is later in the game, before we had a chance to really end it, one of our teammates quit.
Hey, that's my experience when I was playing with them. Purge, we gotta go up this epic mountain, man.
We're going on a hike?
We're going on a hike, man.
Alright, you got snacks?
Just a sore back.
I got rotting flesh and Milo ice cream. What would you like?
That's a nice ice cream topper.
Sorry about the back there. What'd you say, sir?
You're a sprinkles guy?
Oh, what's wrong with sprinkles?
Purge the sprinkles guy, everybody. He's into sprinkles. Little
just-
sprinkle here, little sprinkle there.
I just think they make them worse. I don't know.
Damn, man.
Like, I don't know. When I have ice cream, like the the smoothness, softness, whatever you want to call it, is like the main appeal. Like when you have some like hard bit of bullshit, it's just like...
Sprinkles are just a fucked up type of hard.
There is like the very soft sprinkles of it, right?
What about the like the chocolate sprinkles? Like, you know, like they're like what do you call them? Like melts, like the buttons things, like you put in cupcakes. Sometimes people put that on ice cream.
It adds grit.
I like the ones that are like almost like glitter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Those really.
What they're called?
That's what Milo is for. Look, I've heard the name Milo. I've even seen it in the store. I have no idea what the fuck it is besides like a liquid or something.
It's like a.
That's what it looks like.
It's just like Nesquik, basically.
Chocolate. Oh, that'd be it. Like that's it.
Purge.
Yes.
I've got a plan.
Wait, are we jumping down from here?
Yes.
Do you want me? What?
I'm gonna catch you, okay?
This is not gonna go well. I'm gonna already feel it.
It's gonna be alright.
We're supposed to get there.
Your kneecaps are gonna shoot past your eardrums real quick, but I'm gonna catch you.
You know we're supposed to be getting the revives in Battlefield, not this, right?
This is the exact same strategy.
Alright, you ready?
Yeah, I'm catching.
Geronimo!
Oh, what was that over there? It's like some bug or something?
Fuck!
Oh, you weren't supposed to jump yet.
You're such an asshole. And then, like, on my screen, I'm just looking at your head just over the top of me.
Don't move, don't move. If you can just look at my screen for a second, your knees are fucked for life. Look at this.
What the fuck is going on? On my screen, I'm just, like, looking dead center into your chin. Like, you're just, like, breathing down on me.
There we go. I hope this is the right place. I'm actually sure.
What?
That's just a thing I do to all Aussies. Just make them jump off tall cliffs and catch them.
But yeah.
Let's go in.
Alright.
When Purge said you arsehole, it reminded me of Peak. Which part? Where you launched yourself off a cliff? I didn't do that.
Thank you for the clip, Banana.
Okay, feel free to loot and rob everything around here. I'll yap.
Initiate. Glad you made it here safely.
Oh, shovel.
That Ares character is further ahead. It seems we don't have much choice.
That was a learning experience together, Juju. We were learning together.
As I mentioned before, this isn't my first time dealing with a caravan like this. More than once, we discovered that slavers had been using the guise of a caravan to collect and transport Blue Ridge using the dark.
Oh. Hey, buddy.
Still my fave clip. It's pretty good.
Guns to the ready. I spotted some feral ghouls earlier.
Okay, we're looking for Ares, who I think is a person.
The god.
Oh, I hear some other legs. Oh. I was just thinking, oh, maybe Bean's here, but of course it's not.
No.
I think Bean is speed running the game right now. He's so focused.
Bean was with where you were before, then killed themselves, and then I rezzed them.
Where? On the cliff that you just jumped on?
When you were in that meeting yapping with the other people.
Oh. Here we go. Well, hello there. I threw an orbital beacon at the tunnel.
There's a
Oh,
trick
is that what's
to
being
getting
nuked right now?
Give me one shake of a lamb squatch's tail to get it open. Let's see.
Touching her boobs.
September.
Look at that fondling.
Is this for real?
And Viola is just a little further
Oh,
ahead.
look at this.
Please, after you.
Hello.
Fine. I don't think we are keeping an eye out.
I can't blame you. I know I'm a real looker.
Oh, there you go. That's why you died. Is this the same DLC or is this different?
This is the same DLC. Yeah, so this DLC is a little bit odd because they released the DLC for the Brotherhood, and they brought. Okay, so when this game came out, there were actually no NPCs. There's no humans. in this game. Everyone hated that, and so they brought humans into the game. And when they brought humans into the game, they brought the Brotherhood in and added that quest line.
Okay, the camp's just.
And then 4 years later, they added this quest line and put trophies into it. But you have to do the Brotherhood quest line without trophies before you can do the quest line with trophies. So you have to do the one without trophies right now. Right. This is like the best voice actor that Bethesda's ever hired. Yep, Sesh. I like this mask.
The bad news is that
Yeah,
I
it's cool.
can't unseal that door. Here's the quick version. Clever little me locks that door by setting off a bogus gas leak.
There's a med kit in that room. You can get that.
Yeah, I need to pick locket.
Are you out of picks?
Yeah.
I can give you some bobby pins.
Oh, I'd love to, but
Give me 1 second to get out of the app.
You're good.
if you'll cast to verify there's no gas leak, we need to.
The pump room.
Winner, winner, red steak dinner. There were some engineers living down here well after the bomb, which means they had a way of fighting back the vine. I'll just skulk here in the corner in case another. Let me know if you have any luck.
This sounds like a
Okay.
very contrived way
Let's
of getting
see.
us killed.
If
Stay sharp.
I go to
initiate.
you, hold this. And I go to Misk.
Holy shit.
You've got 12 bobby pins in your inventory.
Oh, I don't have the skill.
Wait. Oh, you don't have the skill. Okay.
Sorry.
Alright, we gotta get through these vines.
Alright.
So you want to look for lockpick next time you get your candy.
Okay.
Initiate. Look there, behind that gate.
Password is, in case you guys forgot, we need to use the new decryption system for entering the password. Stop asking why there's no letters on the machines. Take the password, convert into numbers. Try using those
We
mechanical
need to find a
engineered
way to unlock this door.
Find the password, turn it into numbers. It says, help, I entered the right password and it doesn't work. Can you guys help? Look at the notes. $5 says the jackass is misspelling sesame as sesame.
What?
It should be 8-228-26-14-22. 26. Open sesame seed.
Open sesame seed, eh? Always been more of an everything bagel person.
Look for number conversion
Just
chart.
need a way
We
to change
did.
that phrase into a series of numbers.
Open sesame. So A, B, okay, so. Open sesame. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Where's the alphabet? Is S 8 letters from Z? Alphabet.
I really like this song, but
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is.
It is.
Okay, so O is how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's 12. Open sesame seed. 22. Got it.
Nice.
Let's have a look at this. Aha! My hunch was right. According to the label, they made an extremely potent herbicide. Judging from this container, it looks like it's meant to be dispersed into a larger system. No sprinklers in here, so the facility's water line?
Bean, what trophies do you have
There's
left?
out there, but they must have known this would happen.
And what plat would this be for
Well
you,
on
Bean?
that. Initiate. Let's look for a station where we
Bean's
can
only a
access
baby
the water
trophy
line.
hunter. He's on like
This is what
platinum
we
4
need
or
to
7.
Oh wow. What was their first plat?
I don't know, getting Bean to respond when you want him to isn't really a thing here. You'll ask him something and he'll respond the next day with a photo of a hedgehog. Okay, we gotta find the water. This will be 19 actually. Okay, my bad. My bad. What was number 1? Huh? Have you been eating and drinking? My character's starving and thirsty.
Ooh, combat knife. Oh, right. Yeah, you're talking to me, right? I thought you were talking to someone in chat. No, I haven't eaten, actually. That's a good point. Probably should do that.
I'd say your like every 15 minutes your character's probably starving.
Oh.
Here we go.
Jesus, she just flew from the
Next to
sky.
the main water line. Let's talk next steps.
What about beer?
That doesn't really count. You want to make a camp that has a water purifier machine. It will make purified water for you. We got a fight coming up. Here we go.
Let's take a look here.
Okay, I ate and drank. There you go.
The chemical started dispersing.
I don't want to
into
tell
a
you how
large
low it was.
Detected a
Couldn't get any
foreign
more low. I already know. I just know how this game works. When you have 400 hours, you just know.
Ad Victorium.
Okay, here we go. Get ready.
Ah.
Fend off the enemies.
Boss fight.
They don't. This is tower defense.
Well, they like you.
Yes, they do.
I need more time. Keep it up. I'll need to reach the drainage system if we're going to affect the vines.
Oh. What the fuck? Was that you? Was that you?
Yeah.
Jesus, the fire scared the crap out of me.
Well, this guy with no legs. Look at the cake on this one.
Holy. Fucking G.
More.
Gone.
Second wave. Get the glowing one. Get the one that glows.
Does he explode?
I have a perk that I just make things explode if I kill them.
Oh.
Up top. Look at Bean's here now that we've killed them all.
Oh, nice.
Oh no, our servers die.
Yeah, actually, all the enemies are kind of cheap, to be fair.
One sleazy company's environmental negligence is our game, I suppose.
Hello, Bean.
Those vines should be weak enough to break through now. I, wouldn't drink the water.
I'll level up.
Destroy the strangler vines.
Oh, what was the lock?
Is that the right way,
in?
Bean?
Shit.
Okay, go this way. Bean, are you gonna tell us what number 1 was? Huh? How are you gonna leave us hanging?
Shit. Hang on.
We are gonna wrap up this quest line tonight. If we can.
I believe. There we go, got pick lock. Nice.
Oh, you leveled up?
Now it can be more helpful.
Very cool, very cool. It's funny, I find lockpick so useless that I actually haven't had that equipped for like hundreds of hours.
Oh.
You
Well.
need it now though.
Oh, pack rat. I really should go through my cards.
For your perks?
Perks, yeah.
Yeah, next time in Yap Sesh. Okay, we got a hostile robot going.
I'm coming.
I actually don't know where it is. Oh. It's a weird sheep creature going after Bean. Oh, look at that demon.
Oh, that's the ally. Right.
I'll be Bean.
Keep him there. Holy fucking Jesus, bro. Fucking Cyclops.
I do 31 damage. Bert, you're the only one who can kill it. Use your bat. Use your bat. Use some L1 bat.
Holy shit.
Heal up. Heal up.
I'm going down.
Help him out.
The party's over.
Bean, you. Oh my god, he just fucking one-shot Bean.
Oh my fucking.
Oh! Look at this lasers at me. I ducked just in time. Okay, I'm coming for the revive. Purge. Oh my god, I could execute you? Why would it let me execute you?
Well, you should have tried that actually. That'd
You
been
fight
good.
him, you fight him, you fight him. Oh my god. I'm going for Bean.
Come back over
No!
here.
Bean dead.
No!
Get him off of me. Use your bats, L1. Zoom in on him. Use criticals. Everything you got. Oh, he's charging his laser beam.
I'm not gonna lie to you, it's doing nothing. What the fuck is this thing made of?
It's a sheep face. Oh, he punched me. I got 1 health.
Survive!
Jump. Take all the drugs you have. Take all the drugs.
He's lost his leg. I'm stuck. I'm getting quarter fucked.
I'm doing less damage now.
I'm out of bullets. That's a sheep, Squatch. It's a good way to put it.
Okay, you kite him away. You kite him away, Bean. I really want to execute you.
You should have done it. I'm out of bullets. Let's punch the fuck out of him. You're going down. Alright.
He's dead. He's just goo now.
Your gun broke. Oh, is that what happened? Hello, Randall. What are you doing today, fam? That makes sense.
Now we need to disable the lockdown.
Oh wait, shutdown imminent? Game servers are shutting down for maintenance soon?
No. So servers are only a couple hours long, and then they die.
Oh, okay.
Usually the game crashes on you, and you end up changing server before you ever see that, but this server's been alive for a couple hours, which is insane.
Oh, awesome.
Well, we gotta finish this quest before we leave.
And that's that. Head back to Ares.
Okay, we gotta go back up. Oh no, I picked up a disease. I was in the water for too long.
No.
I've got parasites. Check yourself for diseases, everybody.
Oh, is that what that thing is?
If it's red? See anything? There's a armor repair bench here. You broke your weapon though?
Yes.
Yeah, you'll have to repair that shit. We'll teach you how if you don't know.
Alright, is that over near you, is it?
What?
Over here. What?
What?
This guy's just chilling still.
Bean's still not gonna tell us his first platinum ever. Bean, don't make us pull up the website ourselves.
Stokey Dokie Literature Club. What a banger. Mine was Rocket League.
Rocket League. Were you here when I was ranking Rocket League? C-game? C-tier?
Yeah. Well, no, I wasn't there directly for that, but I was there for when you were explaining it last time. Made me feel bad about my platinum.
The 100% is much different. It's just average. It's just in the middle.
It's not like
it's bad.
It's not the worst game.
C doesn't mean bad. It means average.
No, when I played it like when it was OG. Like I played, I think the first month it came out, and platinum.
Yeah, I played the first 4 days it came out.
Yeah, I just played it naturally, like all the trophies. Like I didn't even go for them. I just got them. Did you plat Ni no Kuni 1? I haven't platted Ni no Kuni 1, but I've platted Ni no Kuni 2 like 3 times. I love that game. But 1 is on the list, Banana, to be done. I don't know how to repair my gun. I don't think I have the skill for it, maybe.
Oh, that's a good point.
That's alright. I'll just use my fists.
You guys ran away from me? You disappeared?
It's a tough world out there, and you can't always
This is the wrong bench for guns.
You gotta walk me through this quest before the timer expires.
Hang on, I'm coming. Ooh, sledgehammer. The inspector gun, big boy, might be able to repair kit. Oh, true.
Speaking of Rocket League, I'm fucking losing my mind. This is from Jet. I'm also Q banned because I left a match because I got the same shit random on my team. Jet's fuming. Yeah, just imagine you could be playing this with us right now.
Yeah.
You could be here with the boys. We're also banging balls.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Randall. You can use a repair kit. There you go. Now I gotta figure out how to re-equip the gun. Hang on. Here we go. I got it.
The game says just let the AI stand here and think of things while the timer ticks down.
This is very cinematic.
You can do it, lady. Figure it out. Put it together.
I know this name.
You've got all the evidence.
I think
What?
I've seen enough. Initiate. We should discuss our findings.
Instead of telling me, I have to click on her for her to tell me.
Very happy to help. You on PS? Let me know.
You may
if
have
anything.
actually, you may have actually broken her.
Oh. Hang on. No.
You Bethesda it.
Oh shit. Sorry.
Try talking to her. Try talking to her.
I can't talk to her.
I'll give you a hint. If NPCs can't finish their animation of like where they need to get to, they get stuck in this like busy state of okay, thank God.
Yeah, see this. She just needed a bit of, you know, bit of encouragement with the axe.
Good idea to step through the evidence together.
We're okay.
I may have been assuming too much about Blue Ridge's involvement.
Good, because I don't want to fight that fucking sheep thing again.
So where would you like to start?
That thing was.
No, we'd be past that. You just would never be able to progress past this part.
Oof.
Are you sure? I think we should be on the same page before we take action.
Oh, how considerate of you.
Oh, where'd Bean go?
All right then. Here's what I've.
Bean's beating.
The caravan was ambushed by armed strangers.
What
likely
is-
the Hellcat mercenaries you fought?
What MTG is for you, Rocket League is for me.
Dr. Blackburn attended every trip where someone went.
I wonder if I get mad. I don't know if I get mad. I just go,
Evidence
I've
together
lost.
points to
I
one
lost.
clear answer.
I've actually,
Dr.
funny enough,
Blackburn was
Jet,
hired
I have
as
never
mercenaries to
conceded a
defeat
game
the
of
Hagel
Magic
from
in my
his
life.
tribe.
Concede is when you know you're gonna lose and you just
Advantage of a
quit
bad
the
start
like
to steal away
other
an
opponent
entire
wins
group.
button.
An unfortunate
I play it
end,
to the end no matter what.
still hope of
And there's some
finding
opponents that like
The
teabag
only thing
me,
left is to report back our
like they
findings
emote
and
over and
determine
over and over,
Blackburn's location.
or they know I can't win, so they
I'm glad I had you
make
here,
sure
Bishop.
they also don't
A
win,
few things I'm sure
and
I
they
would've
just
missed
watch
if
me
you hadn't been here to
lose
help.
until I draw
do
my
believe
last
we
card
were
after
pretty
54
great.
minutes.
I know you do initiate. I appreciate it. I really do. I'm a bit ashamed of how quick I was to jump to conclusions on this matter.
Okay, Juju.
Something I know
Thank
I
you.
don't change.
Thank
But
you for
even still,
taking my low
I'm
moment even
thankful that
lower.
you continue to place your trust in me.
Purge, you got some
We should
rads
get
you
back
should
to
deal
Atlas
with.
and report what we found. If we could determine where
Some
Blackburn
what?
took this route, we may be able to track
Some
down
radiation
and
poisoning
perhaps
you should deal with.
Ah, sorry. Yeah.
Look at your
Good
look at your
work,
health look at your health bar.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure how to do that. So.
I owe you an apology.
So you should have an
My rash
aid item
behavior
called
was
Radaway.
unfitting with my position.
Right.
That should do it.
Hang on, let me look.
Okay.
Right
So we're gonna
away.
teleport to Fort Atlas, unless you need to go to White Springs, and then I'm gonna reset the server.
Oh, yep, thank you. That helped with the radiation.
That was a low moment. Yeah, I was literally talking about being bullied and shamed and shit on, dunked on, and just you said, no, you're dumb. You're saying the word wrong. Okay, let's fix the server. So what we have to do now, this is where this is really gonna fuck up. Hit your touchpad, hit L1, go to quit.
Okay.
Now we hit play. So wait till I go in, and then you're gonna try to join on me.
Okay.
Bean, did you leave?
Bean, your first platinum was Sekiro, 2021.
What a wild man.
Then you did Astro's Playroom. Oh, sorry here.
Bean doesn't have comms. Okay, give us Bean's whole list. He had his chance.
Well, they said it was Naruto Ninja Storm 4. I think it's like their 4th platinum.
You didn't even know his number 1?
No. Dark Souls 3 as well. Before that.
What a wild list.
Actually a good list. Look at Ni no Kuni 2. Ni no Kuni 2 is a great game. Great game.
I hope Bean's a big fan of that.
Horizon.
Were you a big fan of the Nino and the Kuni?
I wouldn't recommend the remaster, but the original on PS3 is really good.
Jed's in a... Hold on. Jed says, Rocket League is the one game where I get mad. This game is so hard to play, too easy to make mistakes. Then my teammates refuse to be there for a pass ball, like 10 passes a match, nothing. I'm in this weird limbo where my casual MMR is higher, is so high. It's a 10-minute queue. My ranked is so bad, the teammates are miserable. Okay, now try to join on me.
Okay. Yeah, server maintenance, first play day. I remember that 2 weeks ago. Yeah, Banana did a wild one. Actually, yeah, I'll get my first plat today and finish 76 level. Just check, literally do this event away from it, and I just hate that event. Oh, you're about to do the 76 platinum. Oh, no, it's not letting me. Hang on, I might have to restart the game. Hang on. Let me restart the game. I'll do that. No, so Bean did do... Sorry. So Bean... There's DLC. The 100%. So Bean did Ninja Storm 4, Sekiro, Horizon, Playroom, Strangers of Paradise, Dark Souls 3, Skyrim, and then Witcher 3. Jesus Christ. That's a step up.
Wait, he platinumed Witcher 3?
Yeah. Holy shit. That's pretty impressive. That game's fucking... Yeah, damn. Neo as well? Wow. Neo 2. Neo 2's... That shit's hard too. Look at the list. It's a better solid 18 than I've gotten my entire 50. Fuck.
Trophy! Good job, Bean. Bean's trophying it up.
Yeah.
You know what? I feel like I need a redeem where you guys redeem your own trophy. Woo.
That's a good idea.
God damn it, Shin. I'm so sick of you.
I wasn't playing. I just played a lot of 76 during the average round.
How
Much
many
as also the
quests do I
game
need
challenges
you
that
to-
don't equate to the trophy.
Complain at me.
Fair enough.
We had control of drop it.
I just started
don't
it
know,
today,
drop
so
it's a little magical.
the whole 100%'s a pain there, but Plat's pretty,
Gonna be the
pretty
big
worth it
bucks
apparently.
for drop it. I'll start trophy hunting just for drop it. Okay, if that gets you trophy hunting, maybe we will. We'll let up the patent. We won't copyright strike anyone.
Congratulations, Beanflicker. You have redeemed
looking to make a
the
difference,
Orion Trophy. Woo!
That's copyright strike. Going to woo.
Sorry, I'll do wahoo. That's not copyright strikeable.
Nintendo's coming
If
for
you're
you.
looking to make a difference,
They don't have trophies. They don't know.
Bean. Bean.
You got 7K hours on this game? Holy shit, dude.
one day I'll make night.
You know what's
I'll
funny?
show
I've
those
only
Raiders
had
who's boss.
the whole time I've played this. So I played this like 4 days straight. I've only had 2 actual Fallout 76 players enter my stream in the community. One was like, I just started this game today. Do you have any tips? Another one's, you suck. And that was it. You've already gotten more people playing Fallout 76 stuff on your stream than mine.
Dude, that sums up the variety trophy hunting streaming it.
Yeah. No, that's all good. I'm not angry. I was even angry at another guy who said you suck.
Thank you so much for the follow there, I appreciate it.
Yeah, same Z's. For the follow and for the you suck. You know what? Also, this is actually a new follower record on my channel.
Well,
So if
how's it
you
going, sir?
wish, prize bag chat. Prize
Hi,
bag.
Didge. How you doing, fam?
If you want, you can pick a game from the prize bag. That's a little Google sheet here you can click on.
Yeah.
Couple games left in there. Type it in chat. I'm gonna add it to this giveaway board, and we'll do a giveaway.
How's the grind, my friend? How's Borderlands 4?
Top that purge. Boom!
I can't. Just put Almello in there for me.
It actually is your Armello you picked at the top.
Nice. Now put it in there again. And again!
Step 1.
Well, the thing is, I have multiple copies, so once this one's gone, we can just keep putting it on.
Yes. Spread it to everybody.
Once you've secured the entrance, the controls for the transponder are usually there near the main door.
Maybe one day
Activate
I'll
to
even
give the
play
all
it.
clear, and I'll follow you in.
Yeah, start the platinum. Doing Grandman.
Again, how hard was the plat?
Yeah, don't do it.
Really?
Yeah, don't do it.
Really?
With the RNG, it was pretty painful. As I said, like my friend, it took them 100 hours, and it only took me 60. Because of RNG. It's just the difference.
Bad?
It's not like bad.
How long would it have taken without RNG?
Without RNG, literally like, because the guide says 15 hours or something stupid.
15?
Yeah, I think the guide says 15 hours, and the guy was talking shit. But it released the guide like first week, I think, so the RNG wasn't as crazy.
Okay, boys, we're gonna vault 96.
Doing
Love
Grandman.
seeing the Excel doc in dark mode.
Borderlands 4 is going well, thank you. How are you getting on? I'm not too bad, fam. Just
Suggestion,
vibing.
back. All right.
I'm glad, fam.
In dark mode. Thing is, I think it just put me to sleep. It'd be so dark, I'd get no light in my apartment.
You have a nice
No,
weekend.
You won't do it. Okay. Bean, how close are we to the end of this friggin' quest line?
Did you have a nice weekend with the fam? It was drama at the start, and then we all got drunk at the engagement party, then it was good. That's probably the best way to put it.
Okay, we're going into a new vault.
Alright.
Do you know how many years people waited for this vault to open up? This is such a big deal.
Oh, really?
When people found this vault when the game launched, it was like conspiracy theories all over the place.
Was it, did it live up to the hype?
I've never been in it, I couldn't care. When the game came out, I was like, oh man, maybe you can get in that. That's kind of cool. But then you're like, oh, we're playing a live service game. You can't get in. Is this ice? What? Oh my god, we're in Hoth.
Oh, this is kind of
We're in
cool.
Hoth. We're in Hoth.
What's up, Lieutenant? All right then.
Okay, I'm hyped. I'm hyped. Bean, are you coming? I'm hyped.
Yeah, this is kind of cool. You can finally move in? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I'm so glad, Ditch. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. That's so good, fam. You must be keen. Woods, how's it going?
Doesn't look like it's going too well for him. You managed to fix all your stuff?
Yeah, with portable repair kit.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was another give a man fish situation, rather than teach the man to fish. Why didn't chat teach you how to repair it? How many of those do you have? One? You're never gonna see that item again. You have to buy that from the store.
Like, I may have used it. I think I used the better one too. I think there's like an improvised one.
Really?
Yeah.
You should have used that on like the items where like it spends 3 days to repair that one item, and you need to like make other armor just to sit in its place. Fuck ice.
I like ice. What's wrong with ice?
I don't know.
I'll figure it out
Ranting
next time.
about ice cream.
Oh, ice cream.
Okay, let's talk to Woods.
I just can't wait for my to get my own space to decorate, set up. I'm gonna be fun. Oh, that's so good. I'm so glad. It'd just be so much fun.
Stop you, but
I'm a nightmare when it comes to decorating because I get like with my gaming stuff, not like normal shit. Sit there organizing it for fucking hours like an idiot. Oh, we can open the door.
Our squad was guarding the entrance here when we were overrun by Blood Eagles. Killed everyone. Me too.
Why is Bean
I
glowing
just haven't
silver?
named it yet.
Where is Bean? I haven't seen Bean yet.
It's Woods.
The cable management. I don't do that. I just put shit in front of it so I don't look at it.
Can't Randall this is a pretty great name, by the way.
For real.
Not to toot my own horn, but I see an Arc Raider badge, and I was the 53rd person to 100% Arc Raiders. I dropped out of the top 50. It's so depressing.
Now I'm dying, right?
Are you still like at 30? Was it 36 in High Guard?
Not like I'm doing anything else.
Have you checked?
That started dropping too. I think it was low 40s. I haven't looked. Once I platinum and I see it under 50, I'm like, yeah, that's it. Don't look again.
Have a look.
Kidnapping was just the start of it. I should have cut ties then. Contract them all. Even Merc should have lines they don't cross. I'd say I didn't have a choice, but we're mercenaries. We do it for the money, not some local idea.
Do you want to know?
Yes.
53.
No.
Yeah, 53.
Are you telling the truth? I'm gonna rage on stream if it's. Is it?
I'm being serious. Yeah, it's 53.
What? How did that even happen?
Seriously?
I'm gonna
Bleeding out in
crash
front of you
out.
and you want my life story.
The person above you literally has Filthy Otaku in their name as well, in their bio.
Rest of a bad situation. Alright.
Sorry, fam.
Crashing out.
Limits.
How much quicker than me were these people? 50.
Like
what? Seconds?
Nah, literally like 10 minutes. The next person.
Terrible game.
Jesus. Interrogating a
Juju, what are you tooting?
Oh, don't look like that. I'm just fucking with you.
You 100% arc rares, so 1k duck arc rares. We are not the same. 1k plus? Ducks.
Had us bring other squads did.
Xbox Chivo Hunter.
Ah, yeah. Also kind of screwed on PS by a bunch of trophies on Arc, just not registering progress. Yeah, they just fixed that recently.
They patched that on all platforms at the exact same time.
Can't figure the dock.
Same issue was on all consoles. Trust me, as someone who was racing to 100% that immediately before everyone else, I've been following along closely. Except for the fucking night where it actually patched. And someone stepped in my stream and said, you know they patched Arc Raiders. I'm like, no they didn't. They're like, yes they did. I was like, no they didn't. And like 2 hours before they patched it, I quit exactly that moment what I was playing. It was high. It was high guard. That's why I'm not top 50 in high guard, because I spent those 10 minutes
actually
100% Arc Raiders, which I also am in 53rd.
Place is so far out of the way, nobody ever passes by. Kind of the point. We figured we'd be.
I mean, top 100 is really impressive.
Page 2.
What happened? How'd you go this morning as well? Battlefield 100%. What happened in there?
I took a bullet in the gut.
Battlefield 100%.
Bastards left me to die slowly.
The map changed in 20 minutes, so I'm 40 minutes away.
Seriously, I'm
Oh
bleeding.
my god. Oh, I can just eat.
What?
Hold on.
Did she just die? Did you skip it?
I accidentally looked at you and I clicked the wrong button and then it killed her.
Was she died?
She's dead. We can eat her corpse.
Can we like tell her now that she's got something on her face, like just there, like she's got a little.
Lick it off before I eat her cheekbones.
Do you think she ate like some Milo ice cream before this conversation?
That's probably what happened. What else? What else?
Exactly.
She was the last one to the bowl, the bucket though. She got the least. Okay, we got a whole bunch of computers here. Bean, I really needed you to tell me what's going on in this quest, but so let's hit some buttons. Oh, Bean's back.
Is this Bean's quest? Is that why we're here?
No, Bean did this the other day. When I was trying to help everyone catch up, Bean was just doing these quests, speed runs.
Oh, okay.
So I think he did this in like 3 hours. And this is like hour 9 for me. I think we're supposed to hit a button here, I just don't know which one. If you can find a way to make people happy, hit that button.
Level up.
Oh. Don't tell me that was the quest.
Was that it? Oh, what the fuck?
All the doors? Anything magical to find here?
Nah, there's nothing.
Someone survived, I couldn't save them. They ate the Milo ice cream.
The Witchy Cookie just redeemed Otter Dance Party.
Hey, Meg. Thank you for the Otter Dance Party. Appreciate it.
That's not good.
She went and stood beside you.
I guess someone's responding to the Blood Eagle attack. If there are automated defenses,
Hermie.
Look at the cake on Purge.
we may be facing more than just
You're almost wearing like leather spandex pants if you haven't noticed.
I haven't, but thanks for letting me know.
You got a yoga stream to start or something.
Yoga stream. Thanks, Chef. Of course, fam.
Hey, we're going in. It's not just a tease, it's real.
Yeah, you're quite cheeked up yourself.
Oh yeah? What am I wearing?
I need a knife with all that cake up in here. You're wearing Some
I was able to
nicely
use the
fitted
voice protocol
trackies.
to
Is a
get
good way I
the
can
doors
explain it.
open, but it fried the
I'm
circuits.
a postman.
Run
I'm
into
Postman
more locked
Pat.
doors.
So when I was playing this game, I would actually run up to other people because there's VoIP in game. I'd run up to people and say, "Delivery, delivery! This is from your grandma," and I'd like drop off free loot for new people.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like I shot them in the head or like dropped a bomb on them.
Totes. I totally did that.
It was wholesome.
Yeah, well, I dropped nukes on them. I pooped in paper bags, lit them on fire, and handed them over.
Like in front of them, you keep like.
Yeah, they saw. Yeah. There was no mystery about it. Oh, there's bad guys here.
Oh, there is? I love how like the NPCs just casually stroll along.
Oh. Where's my weapon? This is a very Star Wars level.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. What does it? Well, I like Hoff.
Reminds me of a Battlefront level. You know, I was thinking the other day, I was like, oh, I wonder what was gonna be mine and Purge's first game we play together, and this was nowhere near that list.
Nah. Do you know how they're running towards you and you're not wanting PvP? Sure. The vault.
And I'm playing so well right now. I don't want to get off, but I'm also tired. No, keep going, Jen. Keep going.
Keep going. You gotta keep grinding.
Going. You know, one day you're gonna age and you're not gonna have those Rocket League skills. You gotta use them while you got them. Search the mainframe. Let's go search the mainframe.
I thought for sure we'd play we'd Battlefield first, and I'd just be jumping off fucking everything, dying purposely, so you could res me.
No. I'd make you win and be good at the game. And that's why our first game would be Outlast Trials.
Well, the best part is I wouldn't like fuck off.
I love how I just
Lucky I didn't delete that. That's the only game I haven't deleted. That's still there. And it's fucking huge as well, that game.
Well, that just make sure when we actually roll co-op night that you vote for one of those games.
Ugh. I never sleep well after the Outlast Trials, so.
I find it quite relaxing.
I'm sure you do. What? No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
That game is eerily just not right. Like, some of the shit in that game is like, why? Who came up with this?
I just think of all the junior artists that had to model a whole bunch of dinks.
Yeah.
I want to be a 3D modeler. I'm going to spend 40K going to school in 2 years learning how to 3D model, and the first thing I'm going to model is a dink being sliced off.
Oh, there's a big boy here.
But we're not even playing Outlast Trials.
This isn't the Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I see. If he drops a framework, you want it.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Go,
What's
Silva.
the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm. Wait. Everybody, calm down.
Thank you so much for the raid, fam. How's it going?
Something is
Yeah, it was one of those bots that keep exploding. How you doing, fam? Thank you so much for the raid. I don't know if my Bot's been kind of weird. Thank you for doing the shout out there, Banana. The bot's been a little weird recently. Not sure why it's doing that.
Open the reactor wing.
How was 7 Days to Die, fam? Gone pretty good, mate. How are you? I'm not too bad, fam. Not too bad. How was your stream? Was it good?
Oh, I'm getting a sore back, chat. Maybe it's because I've sat in this chair for a million hours. And I'm not even halfway. That's my voice quivers thinking about that. Not even halfway done.
That's why when people in chat before were mentioning like the time in my chat, and I was like, I wasn't replying. I was like, I'm not gonna mention it. Did
like, is he streaming for a couple? Is that how many minutes he's streaming?
Oh man,
it's a second countdown. Chat, just think if your life totally fails like mine, you just like.
you did good.
Gotta go way downhill though.
Oh no, I remember this quest. Oh, it's not good. Stream was good. Zombies went well. I'm glad, fam. I'm glad. Are you still playing that mod? Does standing affect your back still too?
Yeah, but it's more like certain angles. So like standing up straight is kind of a pain in the ass, but like sweeping, you know, when you sweep, you have that little hunch. You're just like, the top half of your body is just kind of bent over, or mopping or something.
Yeah.
That kills.
Yeah.
I prefer walking. Everything else sucks, but just walking at a constant speed is good.
So I know a lot of people do those standing desks too, but I was wondering whether that would help in some way.
No, not that kind of. No,
yeah.
That kind of standing. Wrecked. Oh, goes back there. Oh, that's my last bullet.
Apparently, Randall said this this quest is rough.
Is it?
Yep.
Randall, are we almost done the Catalyst trophy? If you happen to know.
Oh, I need to eat.
Or what would your estimate be in terms of hours away? Bean could just tell us. He's literally done it, and he refuses to give us any comms. Both sides are fighting.
Still playing Rebirth. We're in endgame now, so mostly pretty easy unless we get absolutely overwhelmed. Oh, that's good then. That's been a long time coming, that build up to it. Most quests don't really end. They just kind of lead to another thing you got to do. Well, so how far are we through? How many hours are you talking?
So I know the last one is the Catalyst. We're crazy trophies. Want that trophy. After I get that trophy, the Brotherhood is nothing anymore. They don't exist. Boom, boom. The Catalyst sounds like, it makes sense.
Randall said, oh, you're not too far from the end of this bit of things. Yep.
These all sound like riddles to me.
It's like they don't want to allude to how close we are. We're close.
More. Okay.
Stay positive.
Okay. So, less than an hour? I'm not having a bad time. I'm actually having fun.
Oh, wow, are these Vault Dwellers?
No. Some baddies got in here. Randall, you said he had 700 or 7,000 hours?
Yeah.
I wonder if he has any suggestions to crank up my reputation. What is the cheatsy doodles for reputation? I already know the answer, but I gotta talk to somebody about it. I need a therapist.
Hold up. You're not one of my
I'm on the way more than this bullshit. What? Double. I'm on my way. I'm on way more. What? What are you saying, Minx? Rep with raiders or settlers? They're asking.
Both of them full.
Both.
Listen, we're in a bad way here.
Hi, Minx.
Cut off from the rest of our people, and the damn robots keep coming in waves. We need help.
Just sucks. Ah.
Hi, Minx.
Hardy har har. Let's get serious and make it quick. I can help you. You can help me.
Haven't had the V yet.
Get us out of here since we've been locked in.
Yes, drink some caffeine.
I just found this vault
At
security key card.
midnight.
Should open all the doors in this place.
And holy coy.
You help us, it's yours.
Howdy doody.
Nothing. Same as shooting us if we let you in. We don't need more trouble. We just want to get out of here. Help us hold off the bots and we'll leave.
This game infuriates you? That's not too bad so far. I'm not actually kind of enjoying it.
Yeah, he's not doing the terrible stuff. Just wait until you have to do the same rep quest 36 days in a row.
Yeah, I know. But until then, I'm having fun with Rye, so good.
Yeah, it's not bad. Just wait, we'll do expeditions. They're fun too. There's a few daily tasks for both. Ohio River Adventures gets forgotten for Raider app. Is it still like only 10 XP? Or is it more than that? Also, Moonshine Jamboree and Evictionist every time you see them.
Good thing Shin's not here.
Yeah,
Muzzle Flare? Is that from 4 or is it in this one too?
Boys, they're on our side.
Oh, that's the thing like where it like slows down, right?
Okay. We have to. We're now joined this team.
Oh, we've joined this team. I just nearly killed them. Right, that's alright.
Yeah. You pull them. Yeah. So this is a new faction we've joined. That's interesting. I know they're gonna introduce another one.
Interesting. Maybe we play at Shopking first person for now. It's effect. Oh yeah. The effect of the effect from it. Dude, was that Fallout 3? You tried.
We got some plans for you.
Haven't seen any pooters here.
So I think I do all that, Randall.
Let's do 6 minutes trying to try. Oh, that's right. I spent like 6 hours on
Remind
this.
me to give you some plans after this. That'd be good for you.
Okay.
Randall, do you have a specific build that you play?
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Sorry. That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, there's a lot of like glitches in this game. It's pretty wild, even on PlayStation. All right. We survived?
Sure did. Now we gotta talk to the boss.
Is Vader gonna show up now?
I thought this guy's name was Dildo.
Nah. Is it?
Damn.
Dillo.
You showed up when you did.
Tally lying.
Ooh, run Archer. I just seen my very first like bow build, and it looks so cool.
Needles.
I want to do a two-handed melee build. I really don't know. The one part I really don't know right now is armor.
I'm playing things. Worst luck with graphical bugs for some reason. Yeah. Well, all these guys are stripped and dead back here.
Thanks again.
Big grip.
No. No promises. Okay. Come here. Let me give you plans.
Alright. Where are you? There you are.
I keep thinking I'm looking at you, but then it's Valdez.
Alright, I'm coming down.
Oh. Something nice. I hear something nice.
Ooh.
Okay, let me give you a couple plans.
Okay.
Oh, you have a couple plans. Make sure you, Damn, I don't have those plans.
Did you want them?
Hold on a second. You trade?
Yeah, I'll give you them.
Let me see.
It's in notes, isn't it?
Hold on a second. Maybe I don't have my own plan. Yeah, okay. So you go to notes.
Yep.
And then you just hover over the thing that says combat rifle precise, undershirt and jeans. Click it, and then you make it a price.
Alright, cool. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, and then on my notes, I also have one.
Yep, cool. Holy shit, you got the Buzzblade?
Yeah. There you go.
No.
Now, go to your notes, click on it. You gotta read it to learn it.
Okay.
Okay, we can't go in there yet.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I run reverse onslaught. Bo used to be trash. Make it $10,000. I don't even know how much money he has. I bet you he has like 100 caps. He still doesn't know that caps are money. He's still collecting pre-war money.
Make it 10. I'm not gonna. I would, even if we were like late game, I'd still like give it for free. I would never charge. They seem to be fighting in the research lab.
Yeah, I think we have to get all the clues before we can go in there.
Okay.
Okay, now we can open it.
Okay.
Don't know how.
Always charge for the sucky. Nah. Free sucky for the homies.
A box? Oh yeah, I know. It's just more likely for me to crash while putting in a box and never seeing the item again. I guess this is a good opportunity to test these weapons.
Hell yeah. Bring it on!
I should be the boss. I really
If I showed you 2 weapons, Randall, would you be able to determine which one is best by just
Holy fucking shit, dude.
I'm kind of... I don't know why I'm with these guys. I'm a bajillionaire.
Wait, wrong chat, Randall. Wrong chat. Dun. Why is this person just looking through here? Oh, they're stuck in there.
Someone stalked me through the staircase. We trust her? This is a trap? She tricking us? What weapons you got? 3 random melee weapons. I want to be a 2-hand melee. My perk's like mid-transition. I've been slowly transitioning to a build I want from a build I was previously. So, I'm kind of still in that spot of moving stuff over. I haven't even selected my last 4 levels. Okay, get on that terminal. Open that door.
Yeah, which terminal is it? Oh no, it's open.
They're back here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this is FEV research?
What's that?
Tenderizer is in what?
Don't forget that.
What special is it under?
Hang on.
Good night, Juju. Thanks for hanging.
Bye bye,
Welcome to
Juju.
school. Oh, the weapon. No, I'm too lazy to actually go out and get a specific weapon or a specific something. If I have it, I have it. I feel like I'm already so overpowered to care, but okay. As a warning, Purge, my headset says I have 15% battery.
Okay.
I don't know if that's being honest because it lies to me all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So that is anywhere from like half an hour to 2 hours.
Okay.
Of gameplay before my headset will just turn off and I have no way to communicate.
Okay.
So when that happens, you're free as a bird. And I have to like charge my headset for an hour before I can communicate again.
Okay.
But I think we'll be done this and out of here by then.
Yeah, it's alright.
Have a good one, Juju. Okay, I found a workstation to open this up. I'm gonna unlock all the doors. Hopefully there's no monsters in these.
Okay.
You see any numbers on the doors?
Chamber 2?
Opened it.
Oh. I didn't open the door. The door did open. Have you got utility tunnel?
No, it's had chamber 2 and 3.
Somebody get us out of
Lady
here.
is naked back here.
Yeah, so chamber 2 hasn't opened, the test chamber.
And there must be another.
Oh, hang on. Test chamber 1's open.
Oh, that was a faulty computer.
I'll go through.
Please, help us.
Oh. Okay, it's open.
Oh, it open now?
You just had to click on the door. It was unlocked. The door wasn't open though.
Cool.
Okay, do we care?
I'm not injured.
But I think we can continue looking for clues down the wings.
Dosing me with diseases, though. Said he was testing incubation and immune
As soon as I hear that harp playing, I get all excited because I know what I'm in.
Okay, it's test chamber 3 is still closed.
She's got sludge lung.
Sludge lung.
Oh, I can give her disease cure. Here you go.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, if you have certain items in your inventory, you get like hidden context sensitive dialogue options. fight a mad scientist down here, I think. Let's go look for him.
Okay.
Wonder glue. Oh no, is there gonna be snallygasters in here? Okay, I found one clue.
Please, don't let him take me again.
Okay, we gotta find one more.
Oh god, just get the fuck out of me. Just fucking, what's her head? Just fucking running around like a maniac, bro. Holy shit.
I told you, it's a spooky game.
Well, she just fucking ran across the world. I was like, what the fuck was that? And it was just her. Fucking flying.
Okay, we can go into the overseer's office.
Yeah, cool. Tell you what, I'm gonna have a beer.
Don't get drunk. I don't know how to get this. Ah.
How the fuck did you get the way over there?
I walked around, and then there's like a key card.
Ah, yeah.
I'm not really making progress though. I can't tell if I'm dumb if there's a secret wall here.
Valdez, just chill out, bro.
Yeah, I don't want to meet him when he's angry. Spooked. This is the same door, but the other side. Oh, there's a basement. Oh, okay. Now I'm really confused. He's above me. What the f— We're looking for the overseer's office. We're very close.
In the workroom?
I don't know. It's around here. The one thing that's a bit of a bummer in this is there's no maps.
Yeah, I was just thinking that before.
For local areas. Insane. Insane.
Even just finding one. Whoop.
Here's a staircase. There we are. There we are.
Found it?
Yep. Oh, it doesn't work.
There was
Let
this.
us in!
The mainframe chamber.
Oh, that's it. Yep.
Why does she want to chat before the big battle?
Well, because we can't open the door. And he says, "Go away."
From here, if I had more time and some
How the fuck did you get over there? Hang on.
Kind of have to go backwards to go forwards quite a bit.
This map's fucking.
big door?
Yeah, sorry, go. Yeah.
I was gonna say the big doors have like a little ID card reader to the side if they're closed, as long as it's not frozen.
There we go. Oh.
Disable the hydraulics in the utility room.
Shit. What was that? That was back over here, isn't it? Yeah.
Compass.
That's right, compass.
See this?
This should be it. Take a look.
So I can do a strength check, an intelligence check, bladed weapon. I'm in
Nice one.
Okay, now we can confront the baddie.
Let's head back. The door should be open.
Destroy him!
We're gonna do something to him. I haven't decided what.
Blow him up.
There's a big gun on the table here. You want this?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I don't think I can use it yet, but I'll definitely use it eventually.
Probably not.
I got a new revolver anyway, so should be good.
Hold on a second. This weapon does like freezing damage? What? What is this? Is this bleeding damage? What is this? Okay, Randall, I'm not sure if you're here. We have 3 weapons. You've got the puncturing pole hook. Does 437 damage. The instigating puncturing pole hook. And then we have Oathbreaker. And then we have Berserker's Super Sledge. Yeah, I've read them all. They're all like even to me, but I've stick to my OG, which might actually be the worst.
Here by myself, got nearly everything I love within arm's reach. Here is Ain't Misbehavin'.
Okay, let's confront him.
He's going down.
This is like a SWAT team. Arms up! Arms up! Look for hostages. Look for any casuals.
Quite formidable. You can lower your weapons. It would
He looks just like Cool John.
Bro, you live like this, man? God. Cool John.
We're taking you in, Blackburn. You have to pay for what you've done.
Yes, I assumed as much when you entered. Very well. Consider me arrested if you must. I am ready
Handcuff
to
him,
face
Purge.
any judgment the Brotherhood wishes to meet up.
By the way, which one
My
of us
work
is
here
good
is
cop?
complete
Bad
regardless. And it is too late.
You be the bad cop. I've got the party hat on.
But you have the axe.
I'm
You're
here
axe
to
cop.
I'm here to party, Blackbird. Party! Shake it!
Simply that I have achieved my goal. The FEV is perfected, and it is too late for you to
Wait. This is a huge canon thing.
terrible things I have done.
Are you saying this is the guy who created FEV?
Paid in full. And now salvation awaits humanity.
FEV?
Is this like a big
You can't do
lore
anything with it
reveal?
now. We've caught you. You're finished.
Have I given you any reason to believe I have not already taken the necessary action?
Okay, that's not good.
So, Randall, I will point out that I've been streaming 11 days straight. My brain is not working like a brain anymore. My brain's not working like a brain anymore. Information hits me in the face and bounces off. And then a day later I go, oh shit. I got brain broken disease right now. That's kind of crazy that this is where they put that.
I have completed it.
Okay, Purge, this is the Yap Fest. This is important. Loot, do whatever you need to do. This is big lore implications for every single Fallout.
Okay.
It is no longer here. I have associates. They are even now finalizing the mechanisms.
If it was just me playing, I would literally read every terminal like 5 times, but when you're streaming,
To hear about this immediately.
you limit it. When you co-op, you limit it. It's tough to take info in.
Any pleasure or pride in that fact.
Jed's off the bed?
Think what you will, but I am not inhuman. Had I been capable of accomplishing my goal without them, I would have done so. I am neither
Jed,
a
you're all good,
sadist
buddy.
nor a homicidal
You're all
maniac.
good.
I do not expect forgiveness.
Sleep well, Jed.
But I am certain what I have done.
Love ya, buddy.
Will bear
We'll see you on
sufficient
Fallout
consequence
76
without
tomorrow.
fabricating new cities for
Yes.
Expedition.
Yes.
I am at your disposal.
Okay, so now I'm curious what happens.
You can head out.
To this man.
I'll radio for a team to secure the site and get the prisoners to safety. Then bring Blackburn back to the fort. I'm sure the others are going to have a lot of questions for him. Good work,
Sure
Bishop.
will.
I'm glad you were here.
Lone Squirrel, you're missing out, buddy. This is a big. Oh my God, this is the last
There's nothing
mission.
but fear here.
God, I don't
I'm
know if my
certain your
headphones are
paladin
gonna make
Ignite
it.
will extract any information you need. Once
I can wait. Turn this still early. If you need to charge them.
But do you take stream breaks? Do you?
No, I'll just keep playing. Doesn't worry me.
Well, that's true. You could actually do some base game stuff, or you can just do the awful DLC stuff.
Yeah, it's just
Base game's easy. DLC awful.
It's still 12:30, so I got time if you want to. It's up to you.
Okay, well, I still got battery percentage.
Wow.
Let's get the F out of this thing. This might be the hardest part, honestly.
Get out of here. I can't remember. Is it left or right?
Where's the Skyrim door? That's all we're looking for. Skyrim door, Skyrim door. Have you played Skyrim? Does that reference not make any sense?
I haven't
Jed,
played
you're all
Skyrim.
good. We love you. You have a great night. Skyrim door is the door. So you go through a massive dungeon that takes you for an hour. But always remember, when you enter the dungeon, there's that one locked door right beside the entrance dungeon, which you can never get in. That's the door that you will always exit out of and come back to the entrance, and you can just leave that way.
Okay.
Once you loop. It's like your loop door. We did it!
Yeah!
Okay, that was cool. Okay, let's yap. Let's see what the yap is all about. I think Bean said there's a big boss.
Okay. The big boss.
We gotta fast travel back to... Where do we go? What? Oh yeah, we go Atlas. I gotta hit up,
Oh, I can't fast travel or over encumbered?
Yep.
Shit.
I gotta hit up White Springs and repair all my busted ass gear.
Oh, hang on, I might be able to break it. Ah, God, I'm 60 over as well.
Squirrel is here. Oh, you got some walking to do.
No, I can't. I can't do it. I have to walk. I'm gonna have to walk. It's right.
So I hate this gun. This was a bad gun.
Ah. Off we go. You have or share travel agent perk. Hang on. I doubt it, but we'll look.
Yeah, you can always just fast travel on me. Yeah, aren't I sharing that perk? I thought I was sharing that perk.
It was working before.
Hold on a second. Is this a real piece of armor? No, it's not. Yeah, I am sharing it.
I'll walk.
You just can't figure. You can't figure it out. So if you're 60 pounds over, your options are go to a workbench, break it down, fill up on food, drink some alcohol, see if you have a carry weight booster in your food. Psycho buff, psycho buff increases your strength. If you have something for, you have Radstag meat, you can eat a deer, carry more. You got options. Do you have any jumpsuits?
No. Oh wait, I do. Vault 76 one I'm wearing, I think.
What's the jumpsuit do?
That's what I'm wearing. Sorry, I'll just get rid of this way. I'm still being stubborn. Gotta stop being stubborn.
Well, what are you getting rid of?
I don't know. I was gonna get rid of 20 now because I found some perks that'll reduce it, so I'll get rid of some. Get rid of the shovel, I guess.
Shovel will do nothing.
The 3 combat knives I have probably help a little bit.
No, those will do nothing.
Baseball bat.
All this stuff, unless you get it to a bench, is doing nothing.
The pool cue. I forgot about that.
Nothing.
Yeah. I think that'll be enough.
Break down the stuff as you go.
I keep fitting to do that. It's my own fault. Alright, now I can come on.
Yeah, go repair, do what you need to do. You wanted to see perks, by the way? Sorry.
Oh, yeah?
No, Randall asked.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Randall, I can't... I actually just realized... Because of the time, I can't go through my build. Here. Feel free to clip it or take a screenshot. But I only have so much headset left, and then it's over. I'll probably just hide it on perception. There you go. 3, 2, 1, cheese! There you go. So, this. Wait a second. There's a legendary trade in here. I don't need to go to that store. I could just oh my god. I've been teleporting that place for no reason.
That's good then.
Sorry?
That's good then.
Yeah, that's probably saved me like 15 minutes. Juggernaut railway rifle. No, that sucks. Why do I want jumpsuits, by the way? Ooh, I can probably get a trophy or then another other trophy. Harpoon gun. I even have harpoons? Got 8. There's no way a harpoon gun is any good.
Sounds fun though.
Sounds like a blast.
Well, there was no boss fight there either. Hey, that was just like that guy just revealing himself and.
Yeah, I think that we are hitting the boss fight right now.
Oh, okay.
We got drinks and food to make. Also, your food, it only lasts so long before it spoils, so that's why you have to turn it into food.
Oh, okay.
That's right. Your meat. So there's like raw meat that you can eat, but you get diseases from it. Potentially. And then there's cooked food, which I don't think goes bad. Maybe it does. Maybe it takes a long time to go bad, but yeah, then you're picking up like dirty water as you run around, but you can boil it and then make soups and tea with it.
You know what? I really do look good in these pants.
Sure does.
Ah, cool.
I think I have to smelt something.
That went well.
Oh, you can make fertilizer with all this bullshit. Okay. If your food goes bad, you can take it to this chemistry station, turn it into raw fertilizer, and then you can use that raw fertilizer potentially for explosives. I don't remember. Okay, let's. Oh, he just dropped a bunch of cool stuff on the ground. I'm going to take some of it, unless he can beat me.
That sweet roll sounds good though.
Take it. take whatever's left.
Alright.
Took a couple yummy.
A prick guy.
Throw it in your stash, unless it's food you're gonna cook.
Yeah.
Actually, hold on. Most of that was food. We should probably actually immediately cook it.
Okay.
Or put in your stash.
Let us cook.
Deathclaw steak, omelets. Actually, you know what? I don't have any wood. I can't cook any of this. This is all gonna go bad.
Did you need some wood?
Do you have wood?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna take wood from you.
Yeah, I got 100 wood.
Well, here, make food. Let me give you meat. No, I'm giving you meat.
No, I'll give you the wood.
I'm giving you meat.
No, take the wood.
Hold on.
Take my wood, damn it.
Here you go, sir.
What
I want to see you make mole rat.
What?
Chops. I got yapping to do. You got food to make.
What's wrong with the cooking? I feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick somehow here.
Cook. What's this headset? Okay, we're still above 10%. Yep, Sesh, let's go. Bean, what is this the big boss fight?
Service, sir.
He's not the boss.
Boss me now.
Hey, if they just give us the trophy, I'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
Bean's quickly losing health. What's he doing?
Fight, Bean! Fight!
Oh, he healed. Once we said it.
To the
Bean,
death.
take Rat away. He's ratting away. Heal, Bean, heal! Heal, Bean, go, 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 go. No, he's losing. Heal, Bean, heal!
Destroy them!
Bean, if you level up, you're level 69.
Nice.
Look at this shit-eating grin this guy has.
How did you get to like level 100? Is it like a grind and a half for that? Must be, right?
The first 20 levels are. Actually, it's something. Bean was like level 40 yesterday.
Okay, it's not too bad then.
You level up pretty easy. Everything you do gives you XP. Make food, break things down, scrap things, build your base. You should go for a little, if you're gonna play this when I'm not around, you should go north, west, southeast. Find a little place to put down your camp, build a little house. Build the workbenches, build a bed. 4 walls.
Settle down. Have some kids.
Settle down. Maybe not that far. You're gonna turn to ghouls in this type of environment. This is right after the bombs fell.
Oh, so this takes place, yeah, like literally, yeah. I remember saying that.
I wish I remembered that. I really want to look at Fallout timeline. Randall will tell us. Randall, how soon after bombs fell was this? You pause level. The thing is, you don't need levels. Huh? You are literally killing enemies that are level 100 because the way the scaling works, it makes you OP when you play with me. The only thing where you have issues is if your armor breaks or your weapons break. And at any level where that happens, you're screwed.
Their gear. Settle down. So you. Okay.
A lot of the sun.
And the only thing. Good.
You be doing it.
Safe road. Good.
So this is only 25 years after the bombs fell?
Good to hear.
You be doing everybody.
Safe roads
32.
means safe for traders.
Gotcha.
Not sure. If you're going in alone,
you be doing
safe roads means safer. Just something else you needed.
Okay, we're going to West Tech, my friendo.
Okay. We're going to save the world.
You couldn't fit more than one ant in your pants. And you definitely
No, we're going fishing because I'm bringing a harpoon gun.
We're going fishing?
coming up next is Mr. Sandman.
Going fishing.
Do you like fish?
Guess I'd wish for someone too.
Love fish.
Yeah?
To worry
Love eating fish, love pet fish, love fishing, love looking at fish. Under the sea.
And the Little Mermaid on top of all of it. I respect it.
But I fucking hate fish in tuna cans.
Yes, tuna is, yep.
How about you? Anything in a can, no good. No bueno.
You don't like SpaghettiOs?
It's no fish.
It's
okay,
not,
where the F was? I don't. I'm kind of in that
fighting out there.
delusional state. I'll tell you. I'm a little loopy right now.
We can just do this and then you can go to bed.
Hey, if my trophy pops, I'm gonna try to double pop. We're popping 2.
Yeah.
And no, if I double pop, then I get to turn off my PS5, hop in my bedroom, see if I can boost via 4. Uh-oh. I should wait. You gonna fast travel on me?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't wait to show you this.
Is it fish? What the fuck's going on here?
Okay, so that beeping is a nuclear bomb, and if he gets near you, he'll blow up.
What?
He'll die. So what you want to do is shoot the bomb when he's not near you. Make sense?
Nuclear bomb?
Yeah. Where are you? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm behind you.
Okay, let me... Oh. I don't have any bullets left. Shoot that guy's left arm. On your left. On your left. Shoot his arm. Shoot his arm.
You okay? Ooh, leveled up. I'm 24 again. What a time. This guy's got a lot on him. Holy fucking shit.
So this is doing 926. Oh, that must have been a critical. Oh no, don't explode.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Super Mutant Overlord.
Bean?
Bean?
Bean? Man, I would love some cans of beans right now.
Some toast? Do you like some toast with it?
I actually haven't owned a toaster in many years.
Oofed.
I do miss toast. I actually really love bread, so that's why I don't have a toaster, because I'd buy more bread. Now I don't buy bread, really.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If I buy bread, that shit's gone in a few days. Yeah. It's getting fucked. Yeah. Good shit.
This just doesn't seem as good.
The new weapon.
No, just a different one. A different aerial weapon. And I don't really understand. Okay, actually it's obvious. It's like it says it doesn't. Shooting me.
Yeah, bro, just carry a human jaw, why don't you? Oh, fucking dogs.
Jump scare.
Well, this place is huge, holy shit. Jesus.
So I'd say the hardest thing for you to fight is super moon. Both of them have really high defense.
Ow, bro. If you want a piece of this cake, you gotta fucking pay for it, bro.
I don't have any bullets. I can't fight these guys up here.
What kind of bullets do you need?
Harpoons. Do you have any healing harpoons?
No.
This is full of vegetables to make like soups and teas. Good night, Rafiki. Thanks for hanging out. All the best to you.
Good night, Rafiki.
This dog's bleeding. I can't tell. Are we going further and further away from the objective?
Trophy! We're close to the entrance and not close to the entrance. It like loops, I think. Been enjoying for that. I am. It's good. For now.
Your armor is gonna break. With all these bullets that it hasn't already. Mine is having a rough day. You know what I just realized? Is there was an access code door at the very beginning. And I didn't click on it because I assumed we didn't have it and then we just walked through a dungeon. Then this door also has access code. I just clicked on it and opened up. Maybe we could have looped the whole time.
Oh yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Leave me alone.
I'm coming. Jesus, when I can figure out where the fuck you are. Dude. Oh, you're back outside?
Guy here.
Oh no.
Nope.
Oh my god, I can't get to you.
I didn't go back at any point. I kept on going around.
How the
Jesus! There's so many.
Kept on going around.
Yeah, you probably have to walk away from me to get to me. One day Purge will figure it out.
I know, fuck me, it's a nightmare in here, dude, and I'm over encumbered already because all these fuckers carrying so much.
Well, there's a chemistry station for everything down.
I was hoping there's one of those.
Randall, you still here? I had another question. See you tomorrow, Rafiki.
Ooh, machine gun.
Came out of the elevator. We need to send an Uber to come get you.
I fucking.
So Randall, Randall, my other question was, when you scrap legendaries, what is the percentage to learn one of the mods? Is it like very, very, very low? Because I feel like I've scrapped maybe a dozen legendaries and haven't learned one thing. Or I feel like you haven't walked towards me yet. You're so far away.
I'm in an area that needs a terminal to open everything, apparently.
Have you tried hitting the red button? over here, down here. Just jump off.
There we go. There we go. Hello. Oh.
Look at all the corpses on the ground. I did that. Hey, that's not the right way. Over here. Very low, roughly 1%. Okay, so it is normal that I maybe don't have a single.
Oh, come on.
I haven't learned a single one of these things yet. Okay, headphone check. Over 9%.
Over 9.
At 8%, it could turn off at any moment. Do we have to defeat all the mercenaries? Oh, what the fuck? I'm bringing out the big dogs.
Alright.
Okay, thank you. You know, when I'm in my power armor, it's serious business.
I've got my pistol. Let's get this shit.
Let's go.
Do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. It's a good thing I love
He's having a bad day.
Maybe next time, buddy. Maybe next time.
High beams are on. Ooh, military grade duct tape. That's the type of duct tape you want.
The fuck out of here.
Nice. Oh, Jesus.
Holy.
No, stop.
Holy shit, that I was like, holy fuck, are we taking on two of these guys? I was like, here we go.
Fucking like held up as I swung at his face.
If you saying holy fuck, I panicked.
Good morning, Horizon. What? We brought this guy here? This doesn't seem like a good idea.
I was about to say, what the fuck are we bringing this guy here for?
Okay, what is he gonna do? Huh?
Are we secure, initiate?
Say he's gonna shut it down?
Dick bags. He's gonna release it.
Let's not get overconfident.
Something bad's
The
gonna
Hellcats
happen.
were likely here to protect Blackburn's associates from the super mutants above.
Did we expect any further resistance?
I am not aware
Throw
of
your
the
shoulder.
details of the defensive measures.
Man, I
my
don't
colleagues
remember the
may have
last
taken.
time my
I
shoulder
would
was in
not,
place.
however, expect them to
Get
call
well.
them trespassers.
We're good, Horizon. We're on the headset
As you wish.
countdown.
I
My
am no
headset is
prisoner
gonna die
after
any
all.
second. We're gonna try
I
to
have little choice.
pop 2 trophies before I lose all communication with you guys.
We can do
We got
it.
Purge on board. He's rolling in here hot. First Fallout
Paranoia
experience.
suits you. I
He's
have
wearing the party
complied
hat.
with your every demand.
And that is precisely what is so concerning.
Bean's going for the 100%.
A trap I conceived, prepared, and executed entirely while in your
Can you talk without the headset? I can't hear the
Too much
game.
credit.
I have no way to get game audio in my current setup.
Certainly.
Let's move out.
Talking's
Eyes
fine.
open.
But I think this is the last quest in this DLC.
Edgar. Edgar, who are these people?
Actually,
What
if you
happened
could
to
do this entire DLC
dead, Dr. Falk.
while I'm asleep, I'd love that. You could do daily ops with me. Actually, I should ask Randall about that too. I don't know what the F that is when I say that. I'm saying a thing that I don't even know what it is.
What? Oh my god. Was it for a trophy?
We're gonna do daily ops.
Alright.
We
Alright.
will finish our work.
Okay. I don't know what you're doing, but we're here to stop you.
We can't let that happen. Come no further.
Oh, we got strength, endurance, or intelligence. I want to handle this. Smart. Unless you want somebody to have Dr. Blackburn here, you should reconsider. I doubt they care. Let's intelligence
I
this.
hadn't heard about that aspect.
Yeah, should eat and drink. Thank you, game.
See your trouble. You know what you're doing isn't right. Let's talk through this. We can come to an agreement.
I want to avoid violence. But that's always on the table, as long as you hold Dr. Blackburn hostage. Let him go. Please. Let him go, or we will cut off this negotiation and proceed with our plans.
I am afraid you will have to give in on this one. If you truly want to stop our distribution process, I advise you to listen to the doctor's entreaties.
What?
Allow me to explain. My colleagues could not stop production.
Hey, Duck Ray.
It requires a code. I am the only one who knows the code. I
This
set
guy's
this
threatening
plan in motion,
us.
and I am the only one who can stop it.
Is this true?
Edgar,
You will have to forgive Dr. Farhan. She did not know.
No cheeks in the
I
suit.
added this functionality to our distribution. Isn't
Everything's
sure
got cheeks.
boy, that's handy, huh?
So there you have it. I am
Hey, lacking Fallout. Good so far. I've been told it's going to get worse.
Also told this isn't Fallout if this is your first experience.
This is exactly. I'm just going to platinum this game and another Fallout game and tell everyone I've done the best Fallout game.
What's your favorite Fallout? Oh, 100% is.
Easily the best.
What other option do we have?
Do you know 1 and 2 are top-down RPGs?
Yeah. Pretty brutal too, yeah. There's a tactical game, right, as well.
They're very tough. Yeah, the Fallout fans don't. See, as bad as this is, people still say it's a Fallout game. Fallout Tactics or Brotherhood of Steel, they do say like, that does not exist. Do not talk to me about that game. I don't know if you just watched him run for those. Okay, why are they all on that side and we're on this side? This
I don't
is
know.
bad too.
Now that that is over with, Nelly, prep the test chamber. They want proof of our success.
He's going to experiment
myself.
Edgar, wait!
What idiot. He's gonna become a big old boss. You betrayed us? Oh no.
I apologize for the deceit.
Definitely play the others too. Lol. No. We don't need to do that. It's just this game.
Understand that I was right.
It's just this game, Darkrai.
Please,
That's all we need.
let's talk about this.
You signed your death warrant, Blackburn.
I will test the sample on myself and be proof of our achievement. Anything you do to me after
I'll just
does
say I
not
haven't
matter.
heard of this guy in any of the Fallout games, so I
I'm
doubt
going
this
in,
works out for
ready
him.
to attack.
We should have executed him when we had the
Shin, shut your mouth.
Now's not the time. Find a way in quick.
I actually hate
There's no time to waste.
I miss Marsha.
Drop through the hatch. There's a hatch back there.
Ooh.
Bean, is this thing gonna melt us? Better pull out my good weapon.
My pistol shall do the talking. Oh, he's turning himself into something.
Eat buff, do whatever you need to do.
The Hulk! Oh, he's not that bad.
Okay, I'll let you tell.
Okay, he's pretty bad.
Oh Jesus, what's happening? Shoot him, Bird.
I'm trying. He wants you so badly. He just wants to feel loved.
I'll put that thing down and I'll kill him. Get him. Got him. Suck on.
Holy fucking shit. Guys, his leg.
Oh, his leg's fucked. Blow up the forklift. Oh, I'm gonna die. Get away. There's a lot of green stuff. Revive me, Purge. Revive me.
I need for the trophy.
For the trophy. We broke his legs. You ugly ass.
Yeah. Get cucked on. Thank you for the glasses, my friend.
He's got something with the word butt in it. Okay, we're not done. We gotta view the other scientists.
Them Hulk cheeks, fam. Them Hulk cheeks.
The scientists are still locked upstairs. Let's hear what they have to say.
Edgar, I should have known. I did know.
Doesn't matter. Open the door.
We weren't ready. I owe you an apology. Our work was a failure. Any good it might have done was a mirage. I knew it in my heart.
You're making green ogre-like creatures. What the F do you think you were doing?
To stop production.
Shrek is love. Shrek is life.
But I will
Yeah,
not
you were
simply let
making Shreks.
Maybe little I can do is stop you, but I will defend my colleagues in what little way I can.
Oh man.
Oh my
did I
god.
actually- Oh.
Wait,
After
what?
what we just did to that mutant, you sure you don't want to cooperate? I'm gonna scare
You
her.
must admit that I am powerless before you.
She's not gonna turn as well, is she?
Cooperation can sway you to avoid more violence.
I
I
passed.
will let you through. The way is
Persuasion
open.
check.
We await your judgment.
I'm gonna beat you with my fishing hook.
Sounds like a trap.
You can verify that once the area
Just
is
role-playing a
secure and
fisherman.
send for Scribe Valdez to double check.
You better run!
Until then,
I'll beat your ass!
You've arrived. Please, hear me out.
What do you have to say?
We are scientists. Our work is all we have to give to this broken world. We had truly hoped to give humanity a better way to fight back.
Well, you fucked up.
Against the radiation, the mutants, the decay of civilization. We failed. But this doesn't have to be the end. There is so much good that we can still do. Please, spare us your wrath. Why does it sound like you're giving up? We weren't that far off. Just a tweak
Okay,
here or
kill
there.
her. Kill her.
If I may interrupt, I agree with everything Dr. Farha has to say. Despite how it looks, we are not evil people.
Well, yeah, sure. Effed up.
Knowing that, what are your intentions with us?
Heard, what do you think we should
For the
do?
Pure Brotherhood! We have to kill them, right? Someone's gone swimming with the fishes tonight. With the fish
Okay.
hook. What do you think?
I don't think my headset has enough battery for me to kill them all. I think we have to let them join us.
I'm glad you see the truth of the matter.
I'm afraid that's not going to cut it.
Oh, never mind.
It exists to keep humanity safe.
That's my exact fisherman
Your
experience.
work endangered everyone in Appalachia.
You know what? Your punishment is listen to this douchebag for the next 7 hours so I don't have to.
We can't allow you to continue experimenting.
wait, Shin. It's clear that we can't just let them go. But their knowledge could be valuable to the Brotherhood and the people of Appalachia. Blackburn was the ringleader, but he's gone. We know nothing about the others, and of all people, you and I shouldn't fault anyone for trying to make a difference.
I can't.
Bonk him on the head.
You can't
Is there anything
forgive
cool in
yourself
this
for your
room
own
while I'm
mistakes, so
stuck
you
in this
refuse to
cutscene?
There's nothing. Not gonna lie, the last even the Star Wars area before was really empty. Bit disappointing.
Wait, you're really going to kill us?
Hold on. We're not killing anyone.
I heard kill?
Atlas, and have Scribe Valdez monitor their work.
Take the coffee pot.
Think about it. This is exactly
Oof.
why the Brotherhood exists. To safeguard technology. I hate to admit it, but the
Oh no,
others
Bane's
are
gone.
right on this. We can't let them go, but we can't destroy the knowledge they have either.
7% battery.
I'm willing to cooperate. You, the angry one. Consider the fact that universities are no longer operating. In a generation or two, there will be few, if any, people left in the world with a formal education.
How many dozens have you killed? Do you really think your life is worth more than theirs because of your education? You don't need your knowledge. You're not deranged enough for these sorts of human experimentation.
Please! Stop. Let us stop for a moment.
Give us that trophy.
And we know little about your Brotherhood. Perhaps we can find out more where our perspectives overlap.
Yes. Maybe some discussion will cool Shin's head. And no desire for this to come to blows.
Very well. You haven't said anything yet. Surely you have an opinion on this
I have
matter.
no opinion. Give me the trophy. The things you guys did, we're not gonna forget, okay?
I don't seek to pardon them. They'll be under constant supervision. You could even call it rehabilitation.
That's not going to work. Think of the resources it will take to watch them around the clock.
No,
It's
just be
way
you,
too
Shin.
good to
Just
watch them
you will
constantly.
watch them.
What happens if they slip out and create another virus? Or sneak in some horrible experiments into our watch? It's too risky.
Supervision isn't necessary. We're scholars, not fighters. We couldn't escape if we wanted to. In any case, there's still much to discuss. Let's pause and open the floor for conversation. shall we?
Make it quick.
They want to yap.
Why would they? What, they want to talk more than they have? Oh, well, I'm going back into the boss room to check if there's something down there.
Okay, I want to talk to Shin. Shin just wants to kill everybody.
Oh,
his eyes are actually red right now.
What is
Got demon blood in him.
Well, so now he's bringing out the aura, is he?
Demon blood. I'm still not feeling it. He's a dummy. She's got dead eyes, he's got blood eyes. See if I can play every side.
Oh, it's nothing in the boss room. There's dirty water.
I'll drink it. Put it in a bottle though.
See him out drinking it.
This was their little college experiment.
College experiment.
Well, these must all be like vault babies. 32.
What has your organization decided?
Okay. What would you like? Should we execute them?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Why not?
Well, I mean, they deserve it, but they've been talking for so long, like, the anger's gone.
Spare my associates. I take full responsibility for their actions.
There's no need. You're coming back to Fort Atlas with us.
No, I won't stand for your coercion any longer. Your righteous crusade has gone.
Shin's gonna overthrow her here.
You haven't been since you destroyed that transmitter. Your reign over.
You can't even look him in the eyes.
Initiative's with me. Step aside and let us do what's necessary.
Shin says I'm his slave dog.
This grip is tighter than I can break after all. I tried to make you see me. After all this, you really know that Brotherhood can't be changed after all. I will have to start anew with that school.
Oh no, she's leaving.
What? They're separating?
I have to follow my convictions.
He wants to follow just rules. She wants to do something better. He wants to kill all of them. She doesn't want to kill them.
Sometimes
So he's trying to overthrow her.
In the best interest of
So now she's gonna leave.
Carry out the sentence.
I can't watch this.
Now he wants me to murder them.
We are the scientists.
They're murderers. Make sure they can never kill again.
No, you're doing it, Shin.
You won't always get to be so weak of heart. But fine.
You're the real piece of trash here.
No, stop it. Please.
Hopefully they kill him. Go, Nelly, get him!
Destroy him! Oh.
Oh no!
It's done.
I can't believe she pulled a knife.
Then we can discuss everything
Damn.
that's happened.
I was really hoping they would get him in the end.
Stay focused.
I was like, wow, there's a little bit of damage there. No.
Let's get out of here.
Ah.
The outcome wasn't what we wanted. I wanted them to all not make it.
Save the scientists.
I wanted Blackburn to live because he was the only guy with a unique voice actor.
It was a cultist knife. Yeah.
She was a cultist before a scientist. Let's go. Woo!
Oh yeah.
Oh, do we have to go through this whole disaster? Oh, or we just hit this whole button. Skyrim door, Skyrim door. See? That's a Skyrim door.
Yes. That went well.
Besides, you know, our boss quitting, the second in command, overthrowing her for the old ways, and killing all the scientists that. What part went well?
Went well.
Another Friday night. Okay, back to Fort Atlas to wrap this up.
All right.
Think we go inside? God, I wanted them to both go away. They're both annoying as shit. Oh, Shin's gonna talk to everybody.
What am I? I'm 40 over encumbered. Righto. Yeah, look.
That's it?
I've got like so many perks on to reduce the weight. It's not even funny. I've got 10 short assault rifles on, which are 8 each.
Very nice, very nice.
There we go. Now I can go see my friend.
Straighten up and stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top.
Bum, ba-dum, bum.
And nobody's fault but mine.
Are you done yapping, Shin?
Doing great. Oh, my kid.
There is one more thing to address before we disband. Initiates are the future of the Brotherhood. Induction into our order is an honor that should not be taken lightly. Among an initiate's most important
I feel like I
responsibilities
did more than
is
enough
to
to get
understand
in here.
and commit themselves wholly to the principles
I'm
of the
overthrowing
order.
you, Shin.
I've come to understand that one initiate will never be able to meet this goal. They have other important responsibilities in Appalachia.
What?
I've
He's not even gonna
decided
let
grant
me
a title that
join?
can account for this category, while still acknowledging their exceptional contributions to the Brotherhood.
But he's gonna acknowledge that I did all this
Stand
stuff?
between Scribe
I hate
Valdez
you
and
so much.
Destroy him!
Step up to accept
I hope my next mission
the knight
is soon. I'm tired
errant
of being
title.
stuck in Fort Atlas.
That sounds like I'm like a temporary employee. I don't even get full benefits. I don't even get invited to the Christmas party.
A unique Brotherhood title with special privileges is an acknowledgement of the highest
Christmas party?
May it serve as
Ooh.
an inspiration for the rest
I can use the washrooms with the bidets?
I trust
Give me
the
the
title
trophy
change
shit.
didn't come as too much of a surprise. It's unorthodox. But you're an exception I had to acknowledge to prevent confusion among the other initiates.
I hate you so much.
You don't have to be. That's why you're a knight errant and not a knight. All I ask is
I'm
that
not
you
even a
don't
knight!
take the attitude
He just
of
made
an
up a
initiate.
role for us.
Title
Gave us a
still
gold
stripped.
star.
Your title can still be stripped. Jesus, bro. Why can't we kill this guy?
A lot of reorganization. As much as I'd like to start scouting for another transmitter today, things around here will fall apart if you don't fill the space for money that's first.
Hey, maybe you should put me in that space as your boss.
I'm feeling like there's a lot of work to do. Right. You're probably
Initiate
asking
Houston.
about the
Reporting for
emotional
duty.
strain of Romani's.
You sound like an idiot.
I think this is about as good as things could have turned out.
Knight
Okay,
Errant.
Purge.
that I
Well,
have someone
I,
back
honor
I
to
think
serve with you.
he's just gonna end up yapping.
We owe this
So you're
victory to
probably
you,
free to
Congratulations on your promotion, Knight Errant.
Good work out there.
do whatever you want to do.
Knight Errant.
See if he gives us the trophy. He'll never give it to you, but trophy.
Yeah.
We did it. 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 Ooh,
Dr.
Hellcat
And everyone.
power armor chassis.
You got this.
Chat, there you go. You can pick a game from the old prize bag. Add it to the giveaway. Boom. Or click that link. Type one in chat.
I'm tired of being stuck
Be
in
part of our
Fort
next
Atlas.
giveaway. Let's take a look real quick. The catalyst. Okay, I think we can quickly get one more, and by we I mean me.
Knight Errant.
Really?
Doing great.
Yeah, I'm gonna run over here real quick,
Cleaning duty again.
and
We owe this victory to you,
if I go to White Springs. So, how was your first day, sir?
Throwing nukes left and right.
It was interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah. I added all these NPCs, but I just want to kill them all. What was the point?
XCL. Okay. Sounds good, Horizon. Let me add that. Do do do. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. You do a dry erase board and get everything? I have a dry erase board. What was that referring to? Oh. I see what Red was referring to. No. I can talk. I can switch mics, but I can't get game audio. Okay, so what I want to do is quickly create a mod on a gun. Like this stupid harpoon gun. I need one module. I knew I needed one module. Why did I teleport here? Whew. Yeah, Purge, thanks for playing. I really appreciate that. Literally, anytime you want to play, which is going to be now during the summertime, message me when you're available if you want to come join.
Of course.
And yeah, we'll keep an eye out on whatever you can also get done while we're running through it. You got what? How many hacks did you get? You hacked 3 computers tonight?
Yeah, out of 50.
That's pretty good. Most people still don't know how that mini game works.
Yes, security is our priority.
How many lockpicks did you do?
4, I think.
That's pretty good.
No, not bad.
Not bad, not bad. Okay, let's see if we can pop this trophy. I run here, I modify. Here we go. Random. Trophy did not pop. Trophy did not pop. Interesting. Craft a 1-star mod, 2-star mod, and a 3-star mod. Do I not understand what that means? Probably not. I probably don't understand what that means. But Purge, I'm gonna call it there for now, as my headset's gonna shut off. So I'm gonna talk to my chat, and I'm gonna see if I can Battlefield boost.
All good.
So appreciate it, sir. Appreciate it, chats. Love you guys. I'll talk to you later. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Alright, that was good. My god, what a whirlwind there. Holy shit, dude. The game is a little bit overwhelming, to be honest. Like, a lot going on. How you doing today, Rock Protector? Welcome, wake up. Good morning, fam. Yeah, a little bit overwhelming, to be honest. I'm just like, fucking... Also, just, I'm still not feeling 100%, man. I just can't seem to fucking get over whatever is currently going on with my body. It's just like, just shit in the bed constantly. It's the most infuriating thing ever. I just can't seem to feel well. It's really infuriating. We won't stop playing, by the way. I'm just trying to look at some trophies real quick and decide whether we actually go back to Yakuza. We keep doing Fallout. But I was just going to look at the trophies real quick. Show you that. I mean, you're all good, dude. It's something I've been, like I said, I've done to myself. Oh, hang on.
Working a little bit, Horizon?
That was good playing for there. I enjoyed it. And I think it, like, obviously, like, it's such a grind to do some of these trophies as well. So I don't mind helping out there and even just, like, going in to have a chat to him and play. I've been wanting to do it for a while and, you know, the stars finally aligned and we're able to do it. So we could craft a weapon, build a camp, complete first contact, which I'm doing right now, funny enough. Fully rank up one perk. I didn't know that was a thing. Maybe I'll search that up as well. Craft 5 pieces of armor. Oh, we go. Oh, we can do that too. Play a holotap game. Kill 5 giant creatures. I feel like I would have done that by now. 50 lockpicks, train 20 teams, complete bunker buster. I think a lot of these, honestly, we're going to do these pretty naturally playing with Rye, funny enough. As well. There are multiple locations over here where you can find magazines that are randomized, meaning you won't necessarily find the same issue as someone else. You only need to pick up the trophy, not actually read them. Okay. So it just says like how many there are. You don't actually know where they are because they're randomized. You need to have finished a recruitment blues quest to start this quest. On the 4th floor of the Fort Defiance. It was a daily quest, so it's fucking randomized. Wow. I actually did 6 hours of grinding today on, funny enough, on Yakuza, so like that's why I'm not like too fussed either about playing, but I got a funny feeling I've gotten myself into something where probably going to be watching we're going to be playing with Rye quite a lot, I think, while they're doing this. It just gets it done too, really. It gives me free XP while I get to play with someone, where I'm probably going to grind majority of this game by myself, because no one really has it apart from Quantum. Quantum's hard to get to play games with, so probably will end up playing most of this by myself, or probably try to get Rikoi to play a little bit of it with me as well, so... Yeah. Some of these trophies are fucking brutal too. Where'd that trophy go before that I was looking at? Alright, what we'll do, we'll go back and let's drop up a few of these real quickly. Might as well just drop like 5 or 6 of them. And not keep the percentage too low for a while. Then I don't have to worry about doing it while I'm playing with Rye either. I'm getting annoyed about it, and then we know what I need to do for next time. Like, that's the more point, obviously, like having the materials for next time. And getting ready for it. I got a little bit tired, but anyway. Should have been picking up more than I did, to be fair. But I'm an idiot, so... was it craft 5 pieces of armor, wasn't it? Pretty sure? There it is. Second skin. That's one real quick. Let's get this other ones. Craft a weapon? Why can't I craft a weapon yet? I need a thing to it. Or might be a different, is it a different crafting station? Here it is. Here we go. Fighting chance. There's a weapon. Don't need to really worry too much. Like I said, I can't really use much right now. Build a camp. This is going to be rough to do. Fully rank up 1 perk. Let's have a look at this real quick. The white stars at the bottom right of the perk card indicate its rank. If there are any black stars left, it means you can rank up the perk card, which is done by combining multiples of the same perk card. This trophy requires you to fully rank up, which can be 2, 3, or 4. Huh. Okay, hang on. Let's try get rid of something. There you go, perked up. Fully rank up 1 perk. Wow. This also just teaches me how to play the game. That's like the big one, really, honestly. Holotape game. Kill another player. There's another one. Holotape games are either found in the world where they are packaged with Robocop fun magazines. If you find mysteries, something you find. But how do I play them? Oh, here we go. Retro now. There's another one. Kill or be killed. This trophy requires you to kill 20 players. You need at least level 5 to be able to attempt to kill another player in adventure mode. You have multiple opportunities to kill players. Killing players during PvP events like Monster Mash. Okay, Hunter Hunted. Killing wanted players in adventure mode. Engaging PvP adventure mode. Monster Mash is a PvP event that takes place at Watoga High School in Cranberry Bog. The event should trigger as soon as you enter the building. It can be completed solo. During the event, you can need to collect as much Halloween candy as possible, which can be done by finding and wearing the monster mask by a hitting player who's wearing the mask. This mask contains candy which will transfer. to inventory gradually while you're wearing it. When it runs out, you can refill the mask by interacting with the candy buckets. The player with the most candy after 3 rounds, 5 minutes wins the event. This candy you gather, yeah. You do not need to win the event in order to earn this trophy, but you do need to stay inside the school until the event timer runs out. So this is the best way to do it, basically, obviously. It's saying... Okay. You can just do it for friend as well, yeah. Just keep shooting them and dropping them with the res, which I could just do with Rikoi. 5 giant creatures, 100 build 100 camp items, discover 100 locations, pick 50 locks, join 20 teams, complete bunker buster, level 50, key to the pass. Yeah, see, like a lot of these we're gonna do like naturally, honestly. Them just playing with Rai, not like all of them, but for a fair amount of them. I'll get them. Hack 50 terminals will happen. 20 magazines, maybe. Complete Heart of the Enemy. Revive 20 fallen players is stupidly rare. And kill 20 players as well, which is very strange. Fair enough. Be at ground 0 of a nuclear blast. I have not got this one. Leech level 100. Complete the Monster Mash event. Oh, so it's actually a standard game. The trophy, you have to be inside the blast zone of a nuke at the moment it hits. When venturing in a side quest called Death from Above might start. This means someone on the server launched a nuke, and nuke countdown of 3 minutes starts until the explosion. Starting the quest will mark a red circle on your map. You need to get inside the circle before the nuke hits. You can fast travel to blast zones, so you'll need to fast travel to a new location and walk inside the circle. Okay. That's going to be probably another random one. Interesting. Sorry, guys. Well, there's a spider on my feet then. Rikui said there was another spider in our room, so I'm like fucking paranoid. They're fucking everywhere now. It's just mainly story trophies though as well that I gotta do. Hey, mod 50 weapons, take 20 photos. Take 20 photos, hang on. How do I do that again? Do that real quick too. Press Option and L1. Opening up map with options and then accessing with L1. Oh, yep, cool. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There it is, photo bomber. No one ever like, I know a lot of people do use photo mode, but fuck me, man. Not everybody uses it. That's why it's so rare. Hang on, let's go from the top again. So 50 terminals, as I said, we'll get that, and 20 magazines will just come naturally. It's going to be RNG, so we'll have to grind that out in the end. Revive 20 and kill 20, I'll have to work with someone to do that most likely. Maybe with Rikoi, or if someone is randomly doing it. Reach level 100, again, just natural. A lot of story missions. Well, apart from the Monster Mash, actually. We need to go do that. And Blast, I'll have to organize with someone as well. There's another event there. Mod 50 weapons, take 20 photos. Complete the Recruitment Blues is another one. Possess 10,000 caps. I think it's just going to take time. I think I've got like 1,000 right now. 798. I spent a little bit, I think. Collect 10 bobbleheads. Join 20 teams. I think it's going to happen naturally from getting kicked so much. 100 locations will get normally pick. They did the mash. The monster mash. They did the mash. Build 100 camp items. I think will just happen naturally too. Giant creatures is the same. Kill another player. Again, I'll have to organize that. Complete Into the Fire. Play a holotype, we did. Craft 5, we did. 300 creatures, which I felt like I should have gotten that by now. The only thing about the PS5 that's better is you can track all of your kills and shit for everything. You just can't do that anymore on the PS4, which sucks. Just gonna look at the DLC real quick too. It's a lot of DLC. Complete Beckett's story. Gain 1500 gold bullion. I'll have a look at that. 300 gold bullion. Find the Overseer. Craft 1-star legendary mod as 2-star and a 3-star mods. Complete the catalysts. An Elder's thing. Kill 100 trogs at auto axe. Complete 10 favors for the being. Yep. Might do that as well. Union dues and from the ashes to fire. And then kill 10 lesser devils with a melee weapon. Kill 100 overgrown with fire. Shit. 5 casino games in your camp. Lead incomplete the human condition. Lead, yeah, incomplete Sins of the Father. Righto. Monster Mash. I'll have to find. And there's another event as well. The Breach and Clear event will spawn at random Horn White testing site in the ash heap. You're required to kill a bunch of mole miners and mole rats and loot of ore from containers that emerge from the ground. Every couple of seconds, new containers will become unsealed and light up green. Start this quest by heading over to Horn White things. Yes, okay. I'll tell this. Well, that sounds like a lot of effort. I don't think we'll do that just yet. You can modify weapons at the weapons workbench, which you can build at your camp and a workstation. You also found randomly. Yada yada yada. Can be found randomly. Baseball bat. Check the Morgantown High School. Craft using plastic 10 wood and reattach and destroy a mod that changes the color. That works? Shit, I think I got rid of my baseball bat though. Didn't I? Oh, I'm in the wrong one there. I might not have the wood either. Oh yeah, wow, okay. So like we just keep destroying it. Interesting. We don't have a mod yet for changing colors, so we won't be able to do that just yet. Probably where a lot of people get stuck, I'd say. 10 bobbleheads. There are multiple locations where you can find bobbleheads, but they're randomized, meaning you won't necessarily. Jesus Christ, you just gotta find them. Righto, that'll be another natural one, hopefully. Join 20 teams, both joining another team successfully inviting another player to your team counts towards this trophy. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, okay, so you can actually like buy them from people. Find the Overseer. Some of these, there's not a guide for some of these trophies, which is interesting. Hang on. There's another one as well. Seeking refuge. Every day there's a new one. Shit, there's a lot of... This platinum's going to be so much effort, but like I said, I think I'll do it over time, honestly. I'll leave and come back to it quite often. So it's just one trophy I can do right now, which is the Monster Mash.
No problem, too big to solve.
Let's see where it is real quick before this thing drops.
The formal gardens have always been the pride of the White Spring.
I think I heard a protect comment.
Okay. Not much else we can really do right now. Oh, we popped 5 trophies just then, though. Which is good. Not much we can, again, not much we can really do.
Automated mining services welcome you to the home of
So the problem is here as well. Pretty sure I'm underleveled as fuck because Briar's not here anymore. Oh, there's another quest that just dropped up. Oh yeah, wow, look at that. Oh, here's the daily. Cool. Where's this school? Here. Is this a school here? It is.
Hello, students. Watoga High School is here. This signal will repeat. This is an emergency broadcast signal from Authentication Code Barracuda. Emergency classification. Blast door integrity compromised. Any available Vault-Tec personnel are required to respond under emergency protocol BT-21. This signal will repeat. This is an emergency
How do I fucking get upstairs? God, this game fucking loves doing this shit, I swear to God. Maybe we go to the back of the place.
This is an emergency broadcast signal from Authentication Code Barracuda. Emergency classification. Blast door integrity compromised. Any available Vault-Tec personnel are required to respond under
Here we go. No, that's just back outside. It says to enter here and then it just starts.
blast door integrity compromised. Any available Vault-Tec are required to respond under emergency protocol.
Hang on.
This signal will This is an emergency broadcast signal from Authentication Code.
It is the mash, the monster mash. Oh wow. Does not share progression venture certain account rewards. Wow. Custom world. Private adventure shares progression with adventure. Well, I'm guessing trophies are probably broken in it though, hey? More than likely. The only thing is, it didn't, saying it'll just trigger as soon as I enter it, but I haven't, but it doesn't trigger it.
Automated Mining Services welcomes you to the home of industry. Visitors, please see our receptionist. Welcome
Wait.
to AMS, the future of mining.
Well, it's like it didn't even register that I went into it. Is that because the server was going down? Is that why? Oh. Cover the secret of Hornlight Industrial Motherlode. Maybe I need to go a certain amount in the game, do I, maybe to unlock it? Well, I haven't tried the mantle yet, I'm guessing you can't. You streaming today, Darkrai, by the way, fam?
Hello, students. Watoga High School.
Yeah, it didn't count it. I guess it gives you 30 minutes to do the quest and then you leave. Hey. Oh. Email stream died just then. Having some issues with internet, are we?
Baka.
Hey, Demon 908 9808. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the follow. Ooh, my weapon just got destroyed. Still didn't pop up. Great, hey yo, not too bad, fam, not too bad.
Somebody find me something to shoot at!
Hey, like in 76, not too bad, fam. Just played a little bit with my friend tonight. It's not too bad, though. I'm guessing you're a veteran, I'm guessing. With the badge. But yeah, just working through the trophy list at the moment and helping a maid out at the moment. Yeah, been playing since beta, goddamn. Huh, nice. Do 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 do. Looks like it's a buggy trophy. Hey, Amarok. How you doing, fam? How's Fallout going? It's not going too bad, fam. Not going too bad. Just started it today, so friend Rye has been playing it, and I thought I'd go just go play with them for a bit. Might as well do it. It's been on my backlog for the stupidest amount of time. I was supposed to play it with my friends last year, and I was away for a few months, and they all went and played it without me. And played like 60 to 80 hours of it as well, I think, without me, like a fair few of them, so I never got to give it a go, so I was like, fuck it, I'll take my chances and do it now. But yeah. Alright, well, that's not going to spawn right now. I'm going to have to find a way to do that at some point. Wait, is that a blast zone? Is that a nuke? Wait, shit, where is that? I need this, actually. Well, I'm gonna die here. That was stupid. Alright, I need to quickly go and do this. Are you going to do the other ones? I don't know. I haven't had any of them redeemed on me. The biggest thing about my channel is I rarely ever get to choose any of my games because people actually tend to choose them for me instead. But I would say after playing this, majority of people will want me to play the rest of them. So I would say so, yeah. But I've never played any of them in my life. I've only ever played this one, funny enough. Which is today. What, enemies? Holy shit. Fucking dragon, dude? Looks like someone's shooting at it there. Do we have to kill those? Maybe, do we? Is that what it is? No. What the fuck? That guy just spawned and disappeared. What the fuck's going on right now, dude? In this area. Holy fucking hectic, dude. I'm guessing this must be like a... Maybe not. It said that these would be the nukes, but obviously not. Alright, well, we'll go do our mission then. Where was our mission again? Over here. Vault 96. Jesus, dude, that is so loud. Alright, let's fucking transfer first. Holy shit, dude. Popping in with they're amazing. Appreciate y'all and hope you have a day is amazing as well. Have a good one, Hex. Appreciate you, dude. Good luck with the study. Have a good day, fam. Email stream went down again. There's a lot of internet problems happening in Australia right now, I believe. It is not good. Okay, let me find... Let's do this one quest real quick. Is it unlikely invitation? Is that what we need to do? First contact is the one, actually. Which I don't have. Isn't that interesting? First contact is the main quest. As soon as you leave the vault, you will be asked to find the Osys camp, which is where the quest starts. Or maybe I have done this. No. No, I haven't, I don't think, actually. Did this just not pop? Well, that is a fucking worry.
Sir?
Gee, thank you. So.
Good evening, sir.
Oh, there's an event there. I mean, fuck me, bro. Is it not going to track the event at all? That it there. Go to Always Orchids. No, there it is there. Cool. We'll go here real quick. How long are the plats for these games? Extremely. This one's really long. This one's like 100 hours minimum, and I would say probably another 100 on top for the DLC. Some people were reporting, like someone in Rise channel did it in 40 or 60, I think. But that was while doing the DLC, so I think the game is easily over 100. Easily, like easily. If you're going for the 100%. The Platinum itself isn't too bad. Majority of the Platinums for all the Fallout games are around that 40 to 80 hour region. But are considered to be extremely brutal. And, yeah, pretty hard to do. There's multiple endings and stuff like that too. A lot of people don't actually end up doing it. The most common one, I think, is Fallout 4, and I think that's quite rare. Have a look real quick. Yeah, it's 60 hours for Fallout 4. And it's 10%. Which is pretty insane. But they are considered to be quite brutal to do, all of them. I think this is considered the easiest one to play, but like is the hardest at the same time because of how long it is. But apparently playing this with people, and to be honest with you, I don't like... people say that this is one of the better multiplayer games to play on the internet. Funny enough. It got shit on pretty heavily, but apparently it's really good to play, like multiplayer-wise. Well, I might be going the wrong quest here by accident, am I? But this one's like nearly ultra rare as well. All the platinums are pretty rare. Off the top of my head. I reckon 1 or 2 you can glitch though. Fallout 3 is 11%, which is pretty insane because I've heard that's touchy as fuck too. And New Vegas is 6%, nearly ultra rare, which it probably should be ultra rare because that game is a mess apparently. But this one's good. It seems to be like a core group, and like I said, all of Rise community is playing it right now, so I've got a few people to play it with. Oh, there we go. Overdue. Oh, I've gone to the wrong fucking... I went to the wrong quest, guys.
Oh, thank God you're here.
I need to skip this.
It's just so good to see you.
Hang on.
Let's talk downstairs.
No. So that's our Overseer, I think, that disappeared. That's the DLC, and I've accidentally started it by accident. That was silly. I didn't mean to do that. So it must be the top quest, is it? Which is funny because I'm pretty sure the main quest for this is... thingo. You've been playing FF7 remake or base or original FF7? Remake? Did you hear about the... Are you playing New Game Plus yet? Did you hear about the new update that's coming? By any chance? Not yet. So, I would say Fallout 7 Remake. Dude, that second playthrough on hard is a bastard sometimes. But apparently they're making a an update for Remake and Rebirth, basically. For your New Game Plus, basically, to be able to like craft weapons that do max damage. So like they do 999 damage, and you just one-tap everything in the game pretty much, and can breeze through it in like 10 hours when it's like a 40-hour game, because you just one-tap everything. All the bosses included. They're adding it in the next few months. I think it's due in about a month or two. They just announced the other day. FF7 is like that, yeah. Remake wasn't. So they've only just updated it now, and then Rebirth's going to be the same as well. The Rebirth one is significantly going to take a really big hit. Because Rebirth is like an 8 out of 10. But apparently... no, they've actually done it. Now I think about that. They have done it already, the 7 Remake, funny enough. I think they did it last week. So New Game Plus, there's like a max damage item that just one-taps everything in the entire game for your second playthrough, for the hard playthrough, to platinum it. It's gonna but people are saying the game is literally a 1 out of 10 because of it, but that's a load of shit too, because like the mini games are fucked in that game, and the base game, the game's still difficult for what it is. It's not a 1 out of 10. Although I don't know if playing on easy unlocks hard mode. I've never seen that before. Never thought about that before. That's what I mean by that. That game on hard is a bastard though, and Rebirth is considered an 8, but people are saying like the 7 Remake update is such a significant like change in game that literally the game will go to a 2 out of 10 and will drop the platinum by 60 hours apparently. I think Rebirth is 250 hours right now, or 200 hours. I think they dropped it by 50 recently because someone found some faster ways to do a few things. But it's yeah, it's pretty significant apparently, which is pretty wild. I don't know how I feel about it. It'll ruin the rarity of the platinums, but from what I can see, about 80 to 90% of the community are currently very, very happy about it.
Automated warning to all responders. Mr. Fonehands are out of control. Evacuate have to reboot the server. Again.
Sorry, Rock Protector. I have the Fallout 4 and New Vegas parts. Yeah, they're not too bad. When did you do those, Rock Protector? I've heard the games had some really dodgy updates from time to time. So Fallout 4's become rare because of it. Basically, is what I've heard. So the game is like touchy and not touchy sometimes, depending on the updates, and yeah. But I've heard New Vegas is very, very touchy to like platinum. Oh, it's like a whole fucking area. It's literally a house, dude. Come on, man. I don't even need to do this one, but we'll do it anyway for the sake of it, for the XP, I guess. Is old mate coming in, or?
Detecting potential composting target. Detecting potential composting target. Returning to normal operations. Alert. Possible source of compostables detected.
Hey, buddy. For in 2019 and 2023. Yeah, I heard 2019 wasn't a bad patch. I think there's a latest patch for 4 that's brutal, and the town stuff doesn't work again, is what I've heard. Apparently they're having issues with the town again. If you know what I mean by those trophies, like the happiness and stuff like that. There's a few ways that you have to do it now. Apparently you've been having some problems with it again. And New Vegas, I don't know much about. I've only seen a little bit of gameplay on it. I've kind of actually stayed away from New Vegas because I got one viewer, John, who really wants to redeem it, but never does. So I don't know if I will. That was a pain anyway. 4 was. Yeah, 4's a pain in the ass. I've heard that. I've heard 4's a real pain. I heard 3's okay, but 3's got like 3 or 4 really touchy trophies. Apparently. Because it's just because it's the old system. And it wasn't, and the Fallout games weren't like the PlayStation builds just aren't very good, sadly. Oh, I got radiation, that's the problem. I was like, what the fuck do I keep losing health for? I'm such an idiot. I don't know if I have. Alright, where is it? Yeah, 100% New Vegas last year. Nice. You did the DLCs, that's right. I remember we were talking about that actually, weren't we? I'll go towards doing it at some point, probably. I'll make probably people start. I'm gonna start making people that should redeem games instead of them being hesitant. The worst part is at the moment with my redeems that I find is people are afraid to redeem certain games and then will somehow fucking end up redeeming something harder or like buggier or somehow more challenging every time. I don't know how people do it. It's insane, but like it's just people also like don't want to redeem their favorite games because they're worried I won't like them. I've liked all the games I've played in the past year. I played like 70 games redeemed. I've liked all of them. Well, it's legit. It's mental. They're like, oh no, I don't want to redeem. You know, New Vegas. I'll go fucking redeem something else with like the craziest RNG trophies ever. I'm like, all right, bro, sounds good. Sounds good. I'm kind of losing track with my Yuki's Like a Dragon, but like I said, like I'll do this like for a while and help out with Rai. I think Rai will only do this game for maybe another few days, if anything, and then it's gone. So I'll play this for a few days and then we'll switch back to Yakuza. I'll be still grinding Yakuza anyway. Also, Rock Protector, if you are thinking about obviously redeeming a game, I have increased the prices, but your first redeem will be 50k. Hey, Spicy. Yeah, I'll still be playing some Yakuza, fam. I just want to, like... Because I've sort of started this game now, I have to fucking... I gotta play it, don't I? So, I'll play this for a few days until Rai's done, and then I'll go back to Yakuza. But I made a fair dent today. I made it to where I wanted to be, actually. And I'll, switch over. What are you up to anyway, Spicy? I gotta go back to fucking Wilds too. Monster Hunter. I started Monster Hunter as well, and, you know, with talking to Rai about it today as well, it kind of, like, made me think, like, do I really just wait for the expansion? I don't want to wait for the expansion, but at this point, it might nearly be worth it. But there's no rumors of them releasing a brand new game with the expansion either, like a new trophy list is my problem that I'm currently having. But then again, if they do, then I can start working on, I can just work on it when people start panicking and want to play, I guess. It's not the end of the world, is it? I'm in collab. Oh, you're collabing with Astral? Nice. What are you guys playing? What is that there? I thought that was a dead body. It's not. What does it want me to do, bro? It's like, yeah. We'll help you out. Oh, hang on. No. Just watch him suffer in RE7. Oof. Fuck that. That game can go to hell. Enter the bunker? What bunker? No freaking bunker, dude. What? I had someone say they will redeem a game. Oh, nice. I am gathering the channel points. I've been thinking about it as well. Oh, there's a game there. That's rare. Dude, I can't fucking find where to go. It's saying bunker, but there's no freaking bunker here, bro. What game are they going to redeem? Look right here. Wait, how do I get into there, though? Something I'm missing, or... I'm enjoying Yakuza a lot, though, but I feel like... I was playing today, and, like, I got this funny feeling that, like... I can't really do it right now. I've just... Oh, my God, there it is there. I've started a new company at my job that I've got to, like, take control of. Not like I'm not controlling the company, but I'm working with the company. And I'm, like, the only person in my entire company that's doing it. I'm a little bit nervous. I don't want to actually be, like, addicted to a game. But I tell you what, Yakuza is a dangerous one where I feel like I'm going to get really obsessed. So I'm, like, really stressed that, like, I'm going to fucking end up, like, taking over. Then we were game Skyrim. Ooh, that's a good one. God damn. I'm very, like, it. Like, I was really enjoying Yakuza today. It's been on my mind for so long. And I think it's going to be a bit like Metaphor where I just sit down and go for it. Oh my fucking God. So, like, I don't want to, like, do it at the moment, if that makes sense. I'm going to do it. Like, I'm still going to play the game this week, I'm going to be honest. It just may not be on stream. I need to be careful not to be over encumbered because I'm not with anyone anymore. I'm by myself, so I need to be more careful than what I've been. So this is the original campaign. I tell you what, already. This game, like, this story is, like, so much less than what I was dealing with the DLC. I can see why people didn't like this game on release. But, you know, this probably is something, like, it's different as well. I don't play games like this, so I think it's different enough. where it interests me. As I said, I'm still obsessed with my alphabet challenge too. But might as well just play this as well for a little bit and start working on it in the background. Like, I needed another background game. That was my issue the other day. Well, today, actually, I should say. So, like, I was sitting there today, and I did still play Yakuza today, to be honest with you. I just basically caught up to where, like, I was originally, so I could have some better reactions on stream for the game, because obviously I hadn't seen past where I am now. I didn't want to, like, you know, go too far, but I didn't want to, like, play anything today or yesterday. Because of it. And, like, I don't have anything to play off stream right now. People, like, ever since I've started Wilds, everybody's like, why did you start Wilds right now with the new expansion? I'm like, well, you know, we need to get done. And then no one's got the game either. That was, like, kind of my warning, like, stream, to be fair, to, like, warn people about I'm gonna play it, so. And Chivalry 2 was really good though, but I'm hoping that eventually next time when we play Chivalry 2 again, people will play. Bro, anytime is the best time for Wilds. I know. I mean, I really enjoyed it that time, and I played it the other day as well for a little bit. Didn't want to go too far ahead in case people want to start characters as well. That's my other fear, so that's why I'm not grinding it at the moment. But that's my problem. I don't have a game to currently grind, and I don't want to go too far in Yakuza off stream. So I need another game. So this is the game, basically. I've got 2 Point. I started 2 Point, which is an ultra rare. But it's kind of dangerous to do because I get really obsessed with them. And I end up spending too much time on them when I need to be spending time elsewhere. And I think this game would be easy to drop in and out of, I think so. But for now, it'll be priority, and then it'll turn into a background game for me personally, and then if anyone ever wants to play, then we'll hop on. Where the fuck is this? Where is this? Report to Paladin Ramani. It's not appearing on the map though. What does it want me to do? I think it'll want me to go over here, right? Where is it? Am I Here it is, for Alice. I'm excited you get your PlayStation though as well, Spicy. I might remove some of my games in the redeem list to add them to ABC challenge, but I might not start until next year. I have to do my 10-year same day challenge. Oh yeah, true. Sounds good. It's good to like just get the list going, hey? But yeah, I'm nearly at 10k right now. Sucks part is that like when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. Problem is that like when you stream Rock Protector, I'm at work usually, so I can't collect points, but I can't watch for long either because the internet's terrible at my job. Thank you for the more aimings. How's it going, fam? Go back to your stream. Go back to your stream.
See if anyone needs help with anything.
I'm just going to skip through this. Oh no, I'm just joking.
Look at my armor. Welcome back. Good work. You've risen to. I hereby. If you. We could always use more initiative. If you have. First and.
Field testing's done. Speak to Paladin Ramani. Do you only go for platform or 100%? 100%. I have a 100% account. I gotta do everything. If I desperately want to play a game and I can't 100% it or plat it, I do have another account as well. Because there are a few games you can't obtain 100% anymore. But like DBD, like I play with my mates, you can't get that anymore. Stuff like that, so. But I'm a 100% player, like I always games that are redeemed and that I play, they have to be able to be obtained 100% wise. Otherwise, I'm not playing it, or it won't be redeemed. It has to be by my choice to do the game. I felt like cheering myself, and I cheer myself up by cheering you up. Thank you, fam. I appreciate it. I hope the V's good. Okay, dude, have a rocking day. I try getting to work early. All good, fam. Enjoy Rock Protector. Same. Yeah. I started a 100% account last year. It was starting to just get to me a little bit. I wanted to give myself a challenge and really just, you gotta try and, I like making the most value out of like what I'm doing and what I'm playing, so yeah, that's good. Fuck me, this map's a fucking nightmare, dude. I'm just gonna be honest right now. Okay, it's over in the mire. Righto. Apparently this is the beginning to it. I just don't know if it is.
Has a real hardcore ring to it.
Let's have a look real quick.
I came too far to get turned down now.
I'll have a look real quick on fucking achievements. Start mine 24 because my other account wasn't, and it bothered me. It wasn't 100%. Well, yeah, I was for a while trying to clean up and like catch up with my percentage, but my account was so ruined by that stage, and like even like I think I calculated it, and I could only get it to 70 or 80% at most because of just how many delistings and servers going down, and I just went, fuck it, we'll restart because I'll enjoy it more. And you don't stress about it because it started to stress me out, you know. You'll get a waypoint to the camp, so in the camp, queue first, follow the road south from the camp. Upon exiting 76, you will get a waypoint to this camp. In her camp, the quest first contact will begin. Now follow the road south. The Wayward Souls mission. What a fucking nightmare, dude. Oh, there it is there.
A little bit of water won't send me packing.
But it's good, isn't it? It's just good to reset, and you feel good about it, and it's good time, and yeah, I think it's better anyway, personally. To just a restart sometimes, especially like I have less time than usual now, so I at least I can dedicate it properly. It was just annoying the fuck out of me. Again, we're just gonna skip through this real quick. It's not that I don't care about the story, but I've sort of just done the DLC at this point, like a lot of the DLC, and I will come back through this and do it properly later. I just want to get this trophy real quick before bed. Here we go.
Lady, I will pay.
Honey,
What are you? God.
Well,
told you it was gonna end badly. Now I'm hoping you're here to have a drink and play nice. I've had it. First round. Name's Dutch. You're since now that you see, but I want him normally, but I'm willing to pay. So that's now. How would you grab? Well, just give me. Okay. Huh. So what if I did, you just need to, they did. That's,
Hey, if you.
what are you on?
Hey, nah.
Oh, Mort. Well, of course you're gonna throw, and so you know.
fuck me, man.
It is a hot dog. Just make oh, it's.
Glad I didn't sit there. Yeah, quest completed, Wayward Souls. That should have been the trophy. This is not good. Yeah. This guy makes a good point. Like, he's like, well, that sucks. If we want to avoid the DLC, we literally have to do the DLC to do the platinum now. You don't even get to do the normal story anymore. First contact. Listen to Overseer's log. So they just removed them completely from the game?
Overseer's log, south of Vault 76. I knew this wasn't going to be the Appalachia I remembered, but mutated animals, haywire bots, and no people so far. We have to be ready to rebuild in what I can confirm is hostile territory.
Hang on, let's check this out too.
Fortunately, Vault Tech was prepared. You see this? The cooking station, the stash box, the workbenches, all built with the camp. You need a home base out there. The construction and assembly mobile platform is designed to give you one. Just add resources, planning, and a little elbow grease. When you move your camp, everything you've built is stored, ready to be placed back down in the new area. Use this to establish a foothold whenever you're in unfamiliar territory. I've left my camp behind so you can use it. I know I'm breaking my own advice by not taking it with me. But after seeing Appalachia for myself, I need to make sure every resident of 76 has a safe haven they can start from. I'll make do without it.
You done, bro?
Still standing. The town of Flatwoods is further down this road. Find me there. This is the Overseer. Signing off.
Okay. So basically what happened, I believe, is she's dead. But in the original game, she's alive. But due to updates, they basically, I don't know whether she just died and they pretty much just removed her completely. Which is pretty fucking wild, to be honest. But she's, well, no, she is alive because we literally just saw her as well. Before, you know, when I went to the wrong, fuck, I got the wrong trophy. I got the wrong trophy before. Because I started the DLC campaign by accident. So she's alive. It's so weird. I guess it's supposed to be complex, but like, what the fuck, man? Wait, we're back here? The ghoul attack? Oh no, she's literally in this town. Is she not? Oh no, it's a different town. That's alright.
Chloe looks after me. She's the best guardian adult.
Overseer's log, town of Flatwoods. My God. There's no one here. The old
There's literally people right here.
church,
What?
People were using them for shelter, but they're gone. Mutations we expected. But there's something else.
Whoop, I'm losing frames there.
I was attacked.
My capture card's overheating quite a bit, I think.
Be a person,
Cheeky
but it
dog.
had these green glowing lesions and its voice. Angry, tortured. We are one. One what? Whatever happened here is beyond anything we expected. And we expected a lot. Before they were wiped out,
Oh, hang on.
the survivors called themselves the Responders. Looks like they were made of firefighters, police, emergency medical staff. They even have an automated system to teach people about treating water, food, survival. I'm doing their tasks.
There we go. Fucking hell. That was an effort. Interesting.
It's even worse than we imagined, but someone's got to know where the missile silos are.
Right.
And how to secure them. The responders are the best lead we have. This is the Overseer, signing off.
I guess it does make sense. It's pretty outdated, but like, my lord, you can just get literally so lost in like the source with all this. Like, fucking hell, man. Right, that was interesting. I actually played, what did I play for? 7 hours? 6 or 7 hours, I think, in the end. 6 hours? I think 7, most likely. That was interesting. I actually didn't mind that, to be honest. Like, what a different like type of multiplayer. I think I'd be okay enough to like grind it single player wise too. I think it'll be okay, but we'll see. Let's update our account. What are we looking at? So we're 10,000 in the country now. Wow. God, I'm like nearly under 10k now. Started another game, so percentage-wise has gone down. So we were at 96% just a month ago, but obviously I popped a few new games that I haven't been able to do anything with. Alpha Protocol broke. King 2 Crowns I'm working on. 2.0 popped. There's my sick game. Rhapsody, Mile Kingdom. Obviously, we're going back to Lord of the Rings War in the North. Monster Hunter Wilds. Far Cry 4. There's another one I did the multiplayer trophies just for. Chivalry 2 is 1 trophy away, but it'll ruin my alphabet challenge, so I won't do that. Yakuza Like a Dragon we're working on, which is 63 fucking trophies, and then obviously around 50 to 60 for Fallout 76 as well, which is going to be a bit of a bugger to like catch up to. But we got some rare trophies in the way, actually, funny enough. We got the take 20 photos, lol. It's not that rare, but it'll fucking do. Reach level 25, play holotape, craft 5 pieces of armor, fully rank up 1 perk, complete bobblehead, collect a bobblehead, reach level 10, and then we did a few other things as well here and there. So again, we're just gonna work through this with Rye basically and just play the fucking game. Like it's not gonna be insane grinding. It's not gonna be like, yeah, it's not gonna be anything insane. It's just gonna be me playing with Rye when I can over the next week or so to help him through his subathon. Because funny enough, today he got gifted, I think, 15,000 biddies, which was another 100 hours, I think, 50 to 100 hours added on, which is pretty wild. So now it's a 600 hour plus subathon, funny enough, and it added on 3 days, I think, something stupid like that. And they've got like, I think they've got another 22 days to go as well, which is pretty insane. Another 22 days to go. But, you know, they're getting through it. But anyway, we'll probably play with them for a while, like I said, and then we'll go back to Yakuza. Anytime they're not playing 76, I will be playing Yakuza pretty much straight away. He was just grinding it a lot today, so that's why I ended up playing with him in the end. Pretty much whenever he hops on, it'll be only like a few times this week if anything. And then Like a Dragon will obviously still take priority. 13 will be after this, and then Watch Dogs. And like I said, so Far Cry 4 will sit there and just brood basically, and probably until I'm done with this alphabet challenge. Once done a Wilds, I'll start working on again. War in the North will be my spare time game as well at some point when I get to it, and then Rhapsody will be completed again during Mountain Blade. It'll be the first game we beat, actually, during Mountain Blade, funny enough. And we won't pop the platinum for it. And then 2 Point Hospital will sit there and look pretty until I can be fucked to sit down and play it properly. Because it's just how it's going to go for a while. But, yeah. 452 unearned, which is pretty crazy. But, like, the last few games, like... Look, I don't know what the fuck it is, dude, but I've popped a few games that have just got insane amount of trophies. Like, Monster Hunter Wilds got 50... Yakuza's got 63 and 73 for Fallout. There's just a lot of trophies in some of these games, which is pretty insane, because I've been playing a lot of games recently that are like 20 to 30 at most. So it really shows, I think, that they've been reducing the amount of trophies you get in a game. But what the fuck, man. Nice. Yeah. But like I said, Monster Hunter's grindy as fuck. Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with doing Monster Hunter 2. Like I said, no one's really playing it at the moment, so I'll just let it sit there a bit and then I'll jump back into it. I am keen to play it. But with 76, as I said, I'm just for now, while people are actually like hanging around, like, or playing this game, I want to play it. Is a good way to put it. Because this game has been on my backlog for a long time, like I said. And I wanted to play with people, but no one ever wanted to play with me. So... and it's not cross-play on top of everything. So if people are going for trophies, then I might as well play. I don't get any of these story trophies either, by the way. They're not cross with, cross people, apparently. It's something stupid. But again, I get leveling for it, and that's the main thing. Like, I'll go to level 100 and get all the collectibles. I'll probably only earn this platinum by accident. I need to be extremely careful with this, but I'll basically just leave the story to the end. And we'll probably just play through the story when I get to a few trophies left, and we'll pop the platinum right there and then, really. I think that's what we'll do. Yakuza's going well, though. Like I said, we're a fair way in already. And I'm making a bit of a dent today. I started the Mario Kart minigame today. You can't complete it to the end of the game, which is a bit annoying. I did all the can collecting. I did my first... Dude... Spicy, fuck me, man. You need so much money in this game to do shit, though. Holy fuck. It's actually so expensive to do anything in this game. Such a pain in the ass, dude. All the minigames cost money. It's so annoying. It is so fucking annoying. It won't be an issue after progressing a minigame. Yeah. I know about that certain minigame. You have 5 million? Oh, thank fuck, dude. It's been so annoying because it's like, I want to do all these trophies and I can't fucking do any of them. Because, like, they all cost money. So I can't do half these trophies. I probably would have like 20 to 30 trophies right now. If it weren't for the fucking, yeah, for the cap. Because, like, most of the mini games that I need have unlocked. Chivalry, as I said, is done too, by the way, on this account. I am still doing it. Don't get scared, Spicy. I'm still doing it on my other account, funny enough, too. It's going to be like a 7-year cleanup for this game. So I'm actually working on it on both accounts right now. So I still need to play it a shitload on the other account. I think I need like another 1,000 kills still. You just need to kill people for chivalry. Yeah, so like for my new account, I got the 1,000 kills. Funny enough, the other day. I've been doing it in my off time. I got the 2k. So I just need to kill 13 people with bread. To pop the platinum, which I'll leave to the very end. And this is a really bittersweet one, because I love this game. And it's fucking an ultra rare platinum as well. And it has to sit there until the end of the fucking... Until the very end of the alphabet challenge. And it's an ultra rare. And it would look so pretty on my fucking rarest trophies. It'll literally like, yeah. So it's kind of annoying that that sat there, because I worked pretty hard for that platinum too. Anyway, I'm getting fucking distracted. We're gonna go read email, because they're still chilling. They're playing Assemble with Care. I don't know what that is. MMBs and He might watch not on much longer. No, he never is, but then he has to go find someone to raid, and that's easier than on me. No one's really on tonight. Either. Hang on, there's a trophy hunter on actually, I think. What's he doing? He's playing Skullbreaker. What the fuck is Skullbreaker? No one's on. This is weird. It's been very quiet since Christmas, to be honest. Which I don't blame. People will pick up again mid-year. They always do. Ollie's playing Goose Goose Duck, I know, but... doesn't fit the vibe. And they're chilling over there. There's no really trophy hunters on tonight either, which is very strange, to be honest. I'm following pretty much all of my clan at this point. Or my stream team, I should say, not clan. Say clan, because clans are fucking easy to say. Stream team! That's weird. Sorry guys, looking at the clan. The clan! Alright, we'll go get him anyway. So we're gonna go get Rob Fernantos. We're gonna go get email, but I won't bother email with it. Email does get stressed out when I raid like that too, so I will feel bad. So we're gonna go get Rob Fernantos. They're currently playing, I don't know what the fuck they're playing. They're playing like it's called Skullbreaker, and they're a trophy hunter. Well, maybe they don't trophy. Only 18 plus. There you go. Yes, they do. They're playing Mind's Eye. There's it way more back in the day. The word clan. Clan. Yeah, it's kind of gone now, isn't it? It's an old school word. Anyway, thank you guys. We're gonna go get Rob Fernantos, as I said. They're from my my stream team, Trophy Hunters. If you guys haven't seen, I'm a part of one. Then just meet other Trophy Hunters is mainly what I use it for. More than anything. Oh my god, I think they just walked away from their PC. That's even better. Silent stream. No reaction. I like that. We're going to go show some support though, guys. You guys don't have to stay. If you could just even drop a lurk, you don't have to follow or anything. That would be absolutely lovely. But if you can't, I understand. No stress at all. Do what you guys need to do. But yeah, we're going to raid out tonight. As I said, 76 and Yakuza will be the priority over the next week. And I probably will get Like a Dragon done with. If I get what I think I am going to get the game time in, I will probably finish Like a Dragon in like 2 weeks. I would say. Probably less than that, honestly. I'll probably annihilate the fuck out of it if I get the time I want with it. But I'm enjoying 76. It's been good. Sneaky beaky like cheeky. Yes. Oh no, he's back. Never mind. But yeah, I love and appreciate all of you. Thank you all so much. Hope you have a wonderful night, day, morning, whatever time it is for you. And I shall see you all next time. Oh, we're one away from 500 followers in the account. God damn, what the fuck. Alright, have a good one, guys. Bye bye.
Gotta hate HSP. Oh yes.
Holy crap! Welcome,
Good purchase.
Raiders!
How was Fallout 96? What's up, spicy Nord chicken? Virginist? Sweet. You all know where HSPs are? Aussies?